Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him. Seeing this, but if he only has one lineup to check, there's no telling. You can feel it happening, right? You can feel it happening. Sander is certain. Be the tip of the spear. You haul Calamity the touchdown. I got the full angle. He does it again from behind, and the
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the regular season of VALORANT Challengers in North America. It all comes down to this. 4 teams remain, but only 2 can get this coveted playoff spot and try and fight their way to a play-in spot. My name is Sierra Dawn. I'm your host for today. Joining me, we have Teneric and Emily. Emily, the other day, you were like, man, regular stage for Challengers, it's almost all done. This is now the final day. Like, there is so much on the line for these teams, and we can have our bittersweet moment now.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe it. And also just looking at the teams that are like could be eliminated today, it almost doesn't feel real. Like D1 and QOR, you know, they've had some great runs in the past. Same with the next matchup, ADG versus EGA. Like it's really weird to see, but I think these are going to be some of the most like banger matches we've had yet.
I mean, Teneric, this stage 3 has just been a different beast. When we look at past matches that we've had, we've looked at the level up from the teams. And as Emily was saying, the 4 teams we have remaining, like this is not any way that I would have guess this bracket would go. Like, this isn't, like, this doesn't feel right to me, I think is the best way to describe it. Like, what do you mean we're eliminating 2 of these teams today?
Yeah, it's cutthroat as it gets in this race to champions, right? I mean, you have so many surprises coming out of the woodwork across this entire Swiss, from FlyQuest falling in the 1-3s to 2 upsets in Sad and Nightblood, making it early on in this stage of the tournament. You really see all of these players who've been working for years, giving it their all, and it almost feels too appropriate for these 4 teams who are just filled to the brim with players that feel so quintessential today to finish it off. It's just a shame we got to send 2 of these teams home.
I mean, it is do or die for real this time for these teams. It's simple as you win, you're in, you lose, your dreams are done. So getting into today, I mean, I'm expecting the most out of our players. So let's just dive right into the matches, okay? And first up, it's going to be Division 1 going up against QOR. 2 teams that, when I saw that this is how it was laid out, was insanity. Because QOR, of course, was our Stage 1 champions and a team of such strong players that we just expect them to be in playoffs. But of course, Emily, Division 1 was the underdog that made their way into the lower finals. Looking to replicate that success hasn't been quite too successful yet.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of said it. I think both of these teams, given that they've both found success in similar ways in the past few stages, to find them here kind of being on that last life to make playoffs is really intense. And I think it's even more intense the fact that we've never seen these 2 teams actually face each other up until this point. So they, like, the fact that they've never had to encounter one another in their previous success stories, and the fact that this is going to be like determining whether or not they make it through, it's exciting because, again, like, they don't know really how each other play when you get into that server. Yes, you have those VODs that you can work with, but you don't really know what it's going to be like until you're up against it.
Yeah, I mean, this not being a repeat matchup is what makes it so special. It feels inappropriate that these 2 teams have never gotten to face off against one another, especially with QOR being in the headspace of the season and D1, of course, being in the headspace of the previous stage after their incredible performance from there. But their Cinderella run in the Swiss after falling so early with their roster shift against QOR, who came from the top down and has had a couple attempts and just been that inch away from being able to make it through, has kept them from being able to stick to each other this matchup. It's a miracle that they face off now, and again, a shame that one of them has to go as a result of it.
I mean, for Division 1, even if they had that 1-3 record and have had to fight back from it, it's not a story that they're unfamiliar with. That's how their Stage 2 run went, right? And it's a team, too, that's had to adapt a lot heading into stage. I know a lot of the times when we hit this new stage, Emily, we talk a lot about roster changes, etc. But it was a team, too, that was affected heavily by the meta. So they kind of had to redefine their style, find their footing again. And we've been able to see the momentum surge from there. Now it's just time to see if, I mean, they're going to repeat that past success with that 1-3 to, oh, I mean, their crazy playoff run again.
Yeah, and I mean, like, talking about the growth that they've had to have, you know, Dynamic did say they did struggle with it in that interview that you got to actually have with them after their last win. But I think their growth has been undeniable as a team. You know, I think one thing that it really stands out to me in their most recent wins is I think they do an excellent job now of kind of taking advantage of a lot of mistakes that other teams like to throw against them. I think one of the key factors of this team is that they're so good and quick at reacting and kind of responding as a team, not just individual decision making, but everyone on the team. It feels like they're so in sync. But I do feel like QOR will be the toughest challenge they have had yet since they've been on this upward trajectory. And, you know, D1 today, they will have to be on their A game.
It'll definitely be a real testament to how far they've come in the strategy department, and that can't be overstated by how far Calamity and Style have come across this stage alone. Mikey leading the charge in the previous. You'll see how his IGLing style works on ADG later today, but Calamity taking a slightly different approach with the team that he's stuck with this whole time, and then Style taking on that department as figuring out ways to reflex against these teams and find those punishes, like you said, Emily, that worked so well against previous ones. QOR is definitely a team that has gotten punished often in the past this Swiss. It's only a question of if they've patched up those holes, what mistakes can D1 find in this matchup?
What's been really fun for Division 1 for me is being able to see, you know, the slight changes that they had going into the stage, including Bree bringing back a member that helped them with that premier run that helped them get into stage 2 in the first place. Talking about Beeb. I mean, Beeb, for reasons, couldn't play within stage 2, but as soon as he entered into stage 3, Emily, like, he made sure to do it with a splash.
Yeah, and when I'm thinking of like big key factors in macro department is like controlling the map, I think Beeb is immediately the player I think of. I think he is heavily underrated. I think when he's on that Viper role, he's great at controlling space. You know, I'm thinking back to Split when in his last best of 3, his intuition of kind of when to reposition, when to fight, when to play more up is on point. You know, he doesn't just go for those 1-for-1s. He really prioritizes his life and knows how to play around his team to set himself up for success. And I mean, his Sova, the main role that we see him on, you know, I think it's going to be a key role today for when it comes to the timing of his utility, setting up the rest of his team to try and find those gaps that I was kind of talking about where they find so much success in.
Yeah, how about that clutch factor coming out of nowhere in the late stage of his most recent runs? Like you said, that repositioning that he's been able to do so well. He prioritizes his life in a much different manner responsively compared to his teammates that are just so ready to fly in and deal as much damage as possible. And it's led to a couple of really awesome clips.
I mean, it's been a lot of fun to watch. And I mean, again, for Division 1, this road, the 1-3 to playoffs, has been a road they've traveled before. But on the opposing end, for Core, this is a little bit more of unfamiliar territory. This is a team that stage 1 qualified 4-1, stage, and then won the entire thing. 4-2 for stage number 2. But Teneric being in this spot where it is do or die for elimination just within that regular season is a little bit of a new one for them. And I can't be the only one, I'd say, like, surprised by this as well.
Yeah, I don't think there was a person who was watching North America who wasn't confident in the development of this team, even with its late pickups. Derek, the previous stage, Infiltrator, this stage, such great players to join what was already a fantastically led core. The problem is development can only go on so long, and you have to actually win enough in order to keep it going. And core, the deadline has finally hit them at this point. There have been enough cracks in the armor for teams to get by and thwart their record this much. And it really, I mean, like, every aspect of what the players have learned up to this point, and it has been such a learning season for this team, it really does come down to today. Derek and Infiltrator, we will see how well they fit into this jigsaw puzzle. Sometimes they show out, sometimes they show off, and sometimes you need to be in a little in the middle in order to actually make that work.
Yeah, I think those cracks that you were kind of talking about are more so in the micro, because when you're watching them play, the macro ideas are there. It feels like they're more often than not in that driver's seat. They're controlling the map. They have ideas of how they want to play it, but there's a lot of times where they, you know, tend to lose out on those man advantages, a lot of 5v4s, a lot of 5v3s. And I feel like when teams catch them off guard, that is when they start to struggle. They don't like take into account for a lot of the anomalies that can happen within the game, especially going up against teams that kind of like to play a little bit more ratty, like to go for some of these surprise attacks. So I think as long as, you know, they fix that, I mean, we saw that a lot yesterday against YFT, right? Losing specifically those man advantages. But I think as long as they kind of come together, come today with a clear head, realize that majority of the time they are in control. They have these advantages. They just need to tighten it up a little bit when it comes to playing around each other, when it comes to getting those trades. And I think that is something that we've seen kind of like them struggle with ever since they made a lot of these roster changes, because the chemistry, that takes time to kind of build up and solidify.
And I mean, while we're waiting for those other things to fix up, which hopefully they should just be fixed for today. Again, this is do or die, right? It's going to be the cliche of the day, but it's just oh so true. But I always look at like pillars of the team where we get the experience, where we get the level-headedness, and where we can see someone always get their one there too. I mean, there's a reason for the entire year, Teneric, that the Moose's loose phrase has been spammed. I mean, Moose's impact in the server is incredible. And I think too, for Core Gaming to have success today, like, or not to put it all on one player, because it is a team effort, but like, we need that Moose to be loose.
It feels like we've been saying it more than ever nowadays, haven't we? He really has been on a tear this stage. Just so much positional awareness. That's the thing that sticks out to me more than anything else. An understanding of where people are going to be and when they're going to be there. People in Challengers just don't have that enough right now, and Moose is so ahead of the curve in that department. It's led him to get the drop so often where he shouldn't on other players of this caliber, and it tends to show so often in the kill feed because his aim is just so locked on those angles, man.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of his aim, like just the confidence that you kind of have to push past and really take and go for those timings where he is finding a lot of the success that you were talking about is just insane. And he's also like such a calm and composed player. It's kind of perfect for the roles that he's on, you know, like the Sentinel role, the Viper. And oftentimes he is that last man standing. He is that person that is in a lot of those clutch positions. And that's the perfect person you want for that, or for the side of QOR.
And I mean, you're talking about the cool, calm, collected. We got to talk about a little bit of the opposite for Phillips Norelco head-to-head, because of course, we got to highlight some of the firepower on these teams. Two players as well within their last series, respectively, both had incredible pop-offs. I mean, Dynamic, the amount of praise from the casters, the analysts for his performance was incredible. And Infiltrator, even if it wasn't a win that he was able to get in the last series, it seemed Teneric like it was an Infiltrator that just started feeling so much more comfortable. The fact that there wasn't the win with his performance is shocking. If he plays like that today, whew.
Yeah, I mean, it was an Infiltrator that was doing what he's always done best, more than he's ever gotten to do it. He is that primary duelist. He is that guy that goes in first, gets enabled, and will get you that first blood. He did that the best we've seen this stage against YFT yesterday. It definitely got QOR so far, and I am hoping to see an even higher level of that today, because he is so independent and so mobile when he gets that leash off of him. He is so able to just get intuitive, get in his own mind, and just go to work. I love watching him absolutely work. But Dynamic has been a very different type of firepower. He's been that firepower that's been lurking in the doldrums, finding the right angles, toying with the mentals, getting in the heads of the opponents, and reducing, ISOing these fights so much more consistently than his teammates as well. He's able to find these 3 stacks, 2 pushes, and find ways in which they are just unable to line the crossfires up in time. Again, timing plays such a big role in D1's success.
Yeah, I mean, these players are both like the key players of each roster, right? You know, you're talking about Dynamic and the amount of impact he's had when he's on this jet, when he's opping for his team. You know, he becomes that first kill merchant on defense. And I think one thing that you pointed out was his positioning, especially on that defense. I love how he never fully backs away from a fight when he's getting pressured. And honestly, the fact that he does that, and the fact that instead of being posted on a line, the fact that he like rotates towards where all the chaos is happening, could be a big problem for QOR, because they do struggle when they get surprised, when, you know, you see an op just kind of come out of nowhere after you already cleared it and kind of steer away from that in the macro. But then Infiltrator is much of the same, but I find he's actually a little more team oriented. You know, he plays so well off of his teammates' utility and kind of relies on that to set him up for success. So I would love to see this kind of head-to-head battle between them in the server today, outside of all the utility that will be coming in from all the support players.
I have so many questions for this series ahead, especially too for QOR. Reminder, there are laws, but then to this point was just yesterday. That is a fast turnaround as opposed to, you know, D1 that's had a smidge more time to prepare for this series. But heading into the map picks and bans, this is going to be a crucial one for the teams, because of course now we have a whole split of information gathered to figure out where the teams look good, and D1 are going to be picking up Breeze first. This one, I'm not going to lie, we were talking about this before the show. A little scratcher for me, because we got to see QOR play here. It was a loss, but it was an OT loss. Infiltrator went crazy, and D1, I mean, I know Teneric and third parties, they've been grinding this, but we haven't seen that same level of success replicated here in stage 3, even if this was a really strong map for them in stage 2.
Yeah, their previous stint on it here in Challengers was against Evictix. That was Beeb's debut on the Sova. And on that, I think he looked particularly good, but obviously not everything was strung together yet. I think in the process of this, of the Funhaver tournaments that D1 has been workshopping this map in, and like you said, getting to watch the film from QOR last night, I think Style is confident enough in this pick. He does make these kinds of map picks. He is that confident in both himself and the players. They think they've done the work. On the other side of that, QOR with this Lotus pick, it's been consistently a really solid map for them, and for D1, a little bit of a weaker one due to their lack of mobility compared to other maps. In particular, Boomy stands out as somebody that just can't get as active as he'd like to on a smaller map like Split on his race pick that he goes with on this map. I have less confidence in that, but D1 starting on the defense, I think that's the right pick for them, so they can kind of play with that slight recline and find the momentum from there.
Yeah, I feel like this map pick, like the whole map pick for me kind of just shows that like both of these teams feel confident that they were able to fix a lot of their mistakes from the past games. You know, seeing Breeze being picked by D1 after their 0-4 in that, but feeling confident enough to pick into it against Core just based on their recent showing, and kind of the same thing with Lotus. Core feeling super confident after that win against YFT, and you know, D1, the last time they played it was a few weeks ago, so they could have changed a lot of things up. They could be throwing a curveball in here, but they did lose to YFT. And then going into Split, I think if we get to that point, it's going to be some crazy stuff going on, considering that both of them had a great showing in the, I believe they've each only played it once, so things could obviously always change, but I think this map pool is very competitive for both sides.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see the adaptations for both of these teams with their respective map picks, considering what we've seen just this week. But I want to know, going into our predictions, if the map anything else has kind of swayed your guys' minds a little bit for how we think this series is going to be shaking up. And oh, okay, it's just me for Core. Tenor and Emily, both of you Division 1?
Listen, okay. The first time I predicted against D1, they proved me wrong. The second time I sided with them, they proved me right. Like, actually got a prediction right, which I felt great about, right? And then today, I still feel very confident in their amount of growth. I think they could, if they make those little changes and kind of keep the momentum that they're riding with, that's great. But I will say the one thing for Core that's kind of outstanding for me is they've been on this win-loss pattern. And if that pattern dictates, or if that pattern is true, it kind of shows that they should win today. So I don't know. We will see once we get into the
talent
server.
strat, the checkerboard. You got to make it work.
I love the little wishy-washy there. You know what? I respect it. But it's time to see, getting into our very first map, how this one's going to be shaken up. Of course, Breeze for the very first pick. Time to see as we eye up these Asians if any little changes. But I'm kind of, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're seeing a lot of the same, which makes sense considering how often we've been seeing these.
Yeah, these should be the same comps that both these teams have been working. Obviously, the Harbor sticks out more than anything else. The wall resets that Core is able to get with Kumi's Blaze is actually pretty solid as a sub-in for the Viper that normally has that Swamp Comp double wall fixture that we've seen a lot on these execs. Same thing with Boomy on the fast lane. It's just, you see a lot of surprise stall come out of nowhere with the teams, and I think they'll be able to extend the rounds really well off of that. You know, if there's a case to be made for Core, which MLE and I don't want to make as much of one, it needs to be here, and I would prefer it to be in this starting half, but on the attack side, I feel like they should be a lot better.
No, I completely agree, because I feel like with that defense side, D1 plays it a little bit slower and works the map more with that double controller that they do have. I feel like it could be kind of posing a little bit of a threat, because since they're only running the solo Harbor on the side of Core, as soon as you bait out that wall, it gets a little bit scary. Division 1, they could be doing a lot of push-pull here to try and find openings, to try and find that first pick before resorting into a full exec, because then again, with that delay that they have with the Cypher and with the Harbor, and the fact that, you know, Kumi and Infiltrator tend to like to kind of run it down on these fast floods, it could be a little bit difficult if D1 don't decide to try and play around the map and play a little bit slower.
I mean, at this point, it's two teams that have had playoff success before, but now facing elimination. Only one can make their way through. It's time to see on the very first map of the series who can take that first mark on Breeze. Let's get to it and find out with your casters. Let's send it over to Ash and Gompers.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm excited to get into it, Ash, because, you know, Core in Division 1, obviously differences in, you know, win conditions and whatnot on this map in particular and how they've been winning. But it seems like both of these teams actually suffer a lot when it comes to their defensive half. So we're kind of seeing Core play the same composition and also go on their defensive half, which has been struggling a lot recently.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's also that kind of argument of, okay, if there's a half that maybe has been a little bit more troublesome for you, sometimes you want to start out there because you feel more confident ending on the half that you're actually stronger on, as opposed to trying to rack up those rounds first and then let it slip away if things don't go your way. So not entirely sure if, you know, maybe that is why we saw Core pick into defense for this particular map of Breeze. But to kick things off, we already have a quick fight. I honestly don't even think dynamic some. I don't know if the drone some. I don't know. I was like in the middle of kind of dissecting what could go on in this map, and he's just dead.
It's hard because that was so incredibly aggressive to start. I know Kumi probably wasn't expecting such a harsh push, especially with that one-way placement, but I think we know who D1 is at this point, right? There is no such thing as no harsh pushes, but already a flame coming around. Infiltrator, great information at this point, and also, I mean, a big sandwich that could possibly work out, but unfortunately it doesn't, so that leaves D1 in a very, very good position to kind of take this first round in. I mean, all in all, Derek and Moose could probably fly for something, especially with the damage that we're seeing here, but yeah, not going to be easy, especially now with this workaround from Boomy. So that first round going to D1.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see the slow contact plays here on the side of D1, right? They know that when it comes down to any information that Core are going to have, especially in that pistol, is going to be pretty limited considering Moose is going to be usually anchoring over on B and A is going to be contested a bit earlier on. And honestly, just getting that first pick on Kumi completely opened things up. Unfortunate for the side of Core because they weren't really able to properly contest that A main, but now for Division 1, shifting over towards the left side of the map, Core have a really good read on this with the call from Flya to be stacking over here at B.
Yeah, something I've seen a lot from Core. They're I wouldn't say they're reactive in the sense of like they don't actively participate in reaching out for information, but they're really good at reading into the tendencies of everyone they play against. So I agree. I like this stance, especially now with this slow push up towards mid.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where when you know Moose is typically playing this B site, you're going to try and take advantage of an eco when that site for util is not fully available for that defense.
Now util comes down, so that gives an indicator over to Core to know that this push is in fact coming through, but was the slow work worth it? Now, actually, yeah, it was. D1, they took their time. They played a very, very quiet game. Now they're onto the site, and it works tremendously. Difficult to kind of make this one work out, though, especially now with Flya left alone here on this pistol round for them. Oh, and the flick is actually, I know it's a pistol round, but that was illegal. That was crazy.
That was pretty clean. Yeah, I mean, cut and dry round here for Division 1, right? But I'm kind of curious to see if this is going to be the continued approach, like them looking to very slowly work around the map. I feel like we have definitely seen kind of a difference in identity for this squad of D1 when the calling transitioned from the likes of Dabber over to Calamity here. So now also going to look to revisit these B site, but look at these trips. It's prepped and ready for the dive that Core is expecting out from Dynamic, especially into that pocket on the right side of B, or the typical dash that you see over into default here of Pillar, looking to trip up these entries.
Oh, but such a good read. D1, they're not even diving in through main. They're looking for space in mid. And at this point, it might seemingly work out. The information has been given away to Core, so we are going to see some slight work around here from Fly up towards mid. The timing is really where like that difference matters. Seeming like, I mean, the difference is going to be there. Core Flya actually does manage to get two, and it puts them at such a good advantage here for Core.
It really does. The thing is, though, there's a world where these players can still isolate these ones. You see the fight over in mid here, Beeb trying to get Flya, Derek now looking to play the backup.
Ooh, the TP so good. So all four, yeah, all four has to do, I was going to say, is potentially take that fight with Kumi here, but no, completely shut down. The spike is left alone.
I mean, realistically, Beeb is not getting out of this one. Maybe in a world where Beeb could get a couple of ones, but quick trades come in here. Flya, the IGL on the side of Core, open and closed here for this squad on their anti-eco, getting that 4K. Now, that is huge as well, though. Core on their first buy round, you have Flya just farming these kills and working into a very early reckoning with the buy now coming in here for D1 as well on the other side.
Yeah, more evenly spread out playing field at this point too. I did like that approach that we did see from the defense though. Obviously Core kind of playing that to a T with that win. But now aggression comes through again. This time not a one-way. They're actually completely closing off the angle.
Feeling a little bit more confident in how they're going to be able to hold that and what impact could come through there from the drone and how,
Not yet.
I guess, when you do have the one-way up, the drone could try to go for like a blind tag through like the top of the box, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now forcing the drone out a little bit earlier on. It was a great storm surge to deny that vision.
Oh, and it might be a bit too late now, especially like giving up the space. They're gonna have to refight for it if Core really want this, but is it worth it? Dynamic getting a crazy headshot to really start off the opening here, and Beeb is following up right behind. So the A site open, and maybe a bit too much aggression coming through from Core.
Now plan's going to be secured. Honestly, this is a round where you could definitely see Moose and Derek just going for a straight up save. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case. Like 2v5 situation, you don't want to lose out all of the rifles from this buy up, considering the money situation on the other side. I mean, you do have Flya and Infiltrator, I think, have a bit of cash that they get to carry over, but Kumi wouldn't be able to afford anything, so it's the smartest option here. Overall, though, I think that Division 1, they have a really good understanding of the information that they're really starving Core of in the early round. I feel like right now we're seeing Core not necessarily getting antsy Gomps, but they feel this pressure and need to go and kind of explore the map, push some of these extremities, find that information, because they are trying to save, I think, a lot of Derek's utility for like these retake scenarios and whatnot. And he hasn't been playing towards A for the most part, usually being like that quick rotate there from mid to B. And it requires them to fight forward, you know, with their bodies. They're on the side of Core, and Division 1 they're playing it slow. They're more than happy to allow Core to come to them and kind of edge them out in some of these fights and take those timings.
Yeah, D1 definitely the type of team to try to proactively look for info early so they can play off that. But it's hard when like D1 are way too aggressive, and I wouldn't even say that. They're really good at isolating fights, especially because they're mechanically just so strong, right? So, I mean, potential to kind of see that live here in mid.
I feel like this reaction though. Infiltrator has so much info.
Oh, that's dangerous. All right, Dynamic is somehow still just waiting in spawn, but the read was good. They knew Core would get impatient, try to see what was going on over towards spawn. And now we are going to see that drone come through. Obviously, information given away. Beeb is playing for the team at this point. So is Dynamic. Huge clearing to make sure the site is over and done with. So D1, I mean, even with weapons, right? Core just can't seem to really find that opening.
Dude, that's so awkward here for Core. Like, I feel like we haven't seen the answers that we were looking for the defense side for Core right now. I think that, again, we always see the Cypher setups changing there for Moose on that B side of the map, right? But when it comes down to anyone that isn't the anchor player, it's been a struggle here a bit at A, and it's a lot of like solo fights to start things off, right? I think we saw that second or third round, there was the protocoling with Flya and Kumi playing together, trying to get those trades down over in A main. But like right there, I think Infiltrator finding that mid information was good, but nobody was close enough to trade. There was no support from the rest of the team to help him in that situation. I don't know if that was like more of a communication thing, or just the general game plan maybe from the get-go here for Core to get that early info, but these are things that we need to see tightened up. Like, Gompers, this is the last day of Swiss stage. This is the last opportunity for both of these teams to go to playoffs and keep that opportunity for play-ins for Americas alive.
Yeah, and I guess you could argue maybe that's why, you know, so many mistakes are coming about. I know some teams can't really, they do fold under the pressure. This being the first map, though, you know, I don't feel like it should be too much pressure, especially with there being a little bit more leeway there. But I mean, hey, they've struggled before on the defense. They could get this out of the way, like you said. Maybe there's a bit more opportunity later on.
Yeah, just one of those situations where Core might just be looking to get as many rounds as they can get before they feel a lot more comfortable and confident on the attacking side. A little bit of ebb and flow here, and that timing is really good, honestly, on the drone from Derek for that elbow information. They have the read that area was completely evacuated after Division 1 did show a little bit of that presence there in B main.
Right.
Yeah, D1 have been weirdly infamous for very, very slow takes onto site too, so this worries me. I do like the hold we're seeing from Infiltrator. Noise making its way. They've received that information in mid, so they know this has to be a secure push here, but timing, right? Boomy and Calamity in a very, very good position to play off each other, but the trade doesn't necessarily come through, so it does leave potential here for Core. But they keep fighting for sight, and we've seen it before. It doesn't necessarily work out the way that they plan.
30 seconds left.
No, that's so tough too, because you already have a 3-stack of players on that site though, right? But
yeah.
I think the Reckoning trades were really nicely done by both Harbors to try and clear out that space. Really unfortunate that I think the defensive players here weren't really able to capitalize off the one that Flya did throw out. But at this point, I'm not gonna lie, Gompers, it feels like I'm watching Moose have to save every single round because they're struggling so much. Over at A, over in mid with those early picks in Division 1 have been so good at finding the openings.
They have. It's not even a doubt about it. I mean, we're seeing already 2 players in the first, let's say 15 seconds of the round go away here for Core. And you know, that begs the question, are we still going to play for A site? Is there something that we're doing wrong, or should we just do retake? Because we haven't actually seen a full-blown retake happen on any of these sites. It's really been trying to hold it and then kind of just letting it go.
Yeah, I think they're relying a lot on just the Harbor utility and the Molly from the Phoenix, from Kumi, to be able to slow things down. And I'm not gonna lie, Govers, it's driving me a little bit crazy that both of their info agents are on the same side of the map. Like, I understand what they're doing because they're trying to play like really safe, really anchored there for Moose, and then Derek's trying to keep control of Elbow, but they have nothing to work with over at A, and they're purely relying on the stall. All D1 have to do and understand that they have to do is wait for this util and then go for the hit.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it's the same thing again that we're kind of seeing here, right? Like, information's given away early. They hear that the footsteps are coming, but the fights are being won out, and there's potential there with Infiltrator having that op. But is it going to do enough? At least this time, you know, we do have one more player left alive here, more than last time. But Core, it really, in reality, is just going to be that information that comes through. The timing is off. Dynamic is hitting the shots, especially now with that turnaround with more players here allowing that assistance. So 3K there for Dynamic and another win for D1.
And in a 3v3 scenario, right? Like, sure, you could argue in the other situations there towards that A site, D1 were consistently winning these rounds because they're getting the opening. They're finding that early advantage, but Infiltrator was trying to equalize on that site. But look at how measured D1 are taking these fights today. There's so much care in the timings that they're taking with those micro moments that you can see that is really giving them the edge in these fights. And the conditioning's been said and done now. They're expecting another hit towards that A side of the map, and now Division 1, they're gonna visit B knowing it's weak.
D1 have been cooking. I don't know what's going on, what type of seasoning they're using, but they are looking insanely better than last stage, obviously, than the Breeze that we've seen before. I do feel like it's a bit more coordinated. But nice TP coming through. They've already taken over the B side, but this is good. Ash, this is a retake that we might be able to see come through. If Infiltrator can hit the shots, we need them right now in this moment. And the only unfortunate part, there's only one kunai left. The smoke has been settled down, and everybody's waiting.
Now waiting with bated breath here as Calamity gets the pick onto Kumi. Infiltrator still behind the smoke, separated from the brawl.
Taking too much time, and it's done in seconds.
And that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. A win here, again, for D1, taking up 7-1 on their map pick. Granted though, Gompers, I know we were looking at like that overall veto, so was the desk, and that conversation of, okay, well, D1 like has yet to really find success here on Breeze, but they've always looked the best on the attacking side. Like, the way they slowly work the map has been really hard for a lot of teams to problem solve, because it makes them feel very uncomfortable with the space that they have on defense. And for Division 1, that's where they find their own comfort. But they have historically struggled to close it out once they do swap sides. So we'll have to see if today is going to be a bit of a different story, because the attacking side was definitely not where we had our questions here
Yeah.
for Division 1, but I think that it is concerning for Core to be down so many rounds. They do need definitely at least a couple of more to keep themselves here in Breeze, but I like the adjustment that's come through with having Derek over on A now, and you have the operator also on that B side for Infiltrator to keep an eye on mid.
Yeah, this is good. We needed a bit more information over towards A.
We're parched for info.
Yes, oh my gosh. And now we have it, guys, so it's working out. The unfortunate part is, and it's so frustrating, it's Boomy coming in, you know, with their wall, kind of just migrating the site, dividing it into two, and now I mean, so much space has already been taken, so it's unfortunate. Moose goes down as well. And the retake isn't really working out again as planned, but I will say, I don't know, I do think the outward information coming through from A was good on Core. Just really unfortunate. Now we're kind of playing with these ops here.
Yeah, another hefty investment there from Infiltrator, and unfortunately isn't able to find any purchase. Now, Division 1, I mean, they have so much momentum under their belts. The only round that Core was able to win with a very late timeout, it feels like, coming into this half, was that round 3, where they were playing the anti-eco up against the bonus there from Division 1. And since then, it's been Division 1 all of the way. They feel so firmly in control in this driver's seat right now, and I feel like Core are the ones kind of struggling to find those answers. I'm curious to see what maybe the conversation is right now with the team. I know that generally the vibes on that squad are pretty relaxed, so I'm just curious to see like what they are talking about. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to chat with them if they do end up winning this out. But it is tough. It is really tough for them to find any momentum right now with players who are capable of taking over the server, like we know.
Yeah, oh my gosh. And I mean, I guess in terms of discussion, really I'm not even going to say it's timing or like the fact that D1 are doing better shot-wise. It really just feels like they're kind of using their util so compacted that it feels impossible to hold the site. And then you're also just having so much action go backside so fast because of Boomy that it's become quite difficult. I'm not sure. This is a hard one for sure.
Yeah, Boomy's just so good at creating that space, and then Dynamic is there for the follow-up. Like so quickly attacking from another angle. Like the synergy has just been really nice here from Division 1 on the attack thus far. But those neon walls that you were talking about, Gompers, have been so annoying. It's been such a big problem for Core because even when they are trying to play together, that neon wall keeps those crossfires from really coming to fruition. Division 1 are able to kind of just pick them apart as they please.
Oh no, there's so many here. Yeah, Dynamic's just gonna close it out. And there was a lot of potential there, I won't lie. I mean, given it is unfortunate that we do have a slight save round here for Core, but still getting one, which is big.
They know where Derek is now.
Yeah.
There was a world where Dynamic does fall there, but just a little bit of chip damage to be done. Why is trying to find the timing?
Really is the name of the game, it seems like, today for Core. Just finding the timing and seeing what they can do. But util has been placed. Luckily, I mean, I guess not so luckily for Core, there's not much to use here to really secure at least one more pick. Flya having a Guardian to play with, but already quite impossible to win the round. So Moose is just going to have to fight off this knife if they can from Dynamic. I'm not sure if they're going to play for it, but it seems like they're getting pretty cocky. So
yeah,
first knife of the day, of the week, I think, actually.
Knife, little 4K, 9 rounds on the board here for Division 1. They're starting off the night pretty good. Operator will come back online here for Infiltrator. I think it's been tough because when Infiltrator has been playing a little bit more anchored on site, I think that's when Division 1 has been finding a lot of success as far as just kind of swarming around him. So he has to kind of look in every single direction, and it becomes that much more uncomfortable to find anything with the sniper rifle. So I like this more aggressive take here from Core, the walk down into elbow to get that deeper line down here. Oh, but it doesn't matter because Dynamic's gonna do that.
Yeah.
He's going to be doing that.
It's dynamic against core in reality here, especially in mid. And it's weird because now we're actually seeing Cypher in A. But regardless, I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's posing too much of a threat, especially now spam downs come through. Boomy's not going to care too much about, I mean, what's going on here? Because they just go down anyway. Positioning is crazy. This team is hitting every single shot. And the op is obviously causing problems at this very moment. So, I mean, what else can you do other than really, I mean, utilize everything you have here? Seems like core is slowly diminishing these numbers, though. So, some potential here. Maybe if Beeb can kind of catch out what's happening on the right-hand side. This is where the worry starts. There is a really beautiful crosshold that could work perfectly from Boomy.
Such a nice contact play coming out there from Division 1. They get the double digits early on into this map. And it's the last round before we swap sides here as well. Core need this last round, Gompers, to be able to really, truly keep Breeze an opportunity. It also might be a map where, you know, maybe you just want to go next at this point. But
yeah,
I do like the adjustment that we saw come through. Honestly, it is also one of those moments where it feels like everything's also going right for Division 1 on the day at the same time. Like, not only are they kind of outgunning them right now, but like moments like this, bro, what are you gonna do?
Nothing, literally nothing. And then not only that, you got the high line, I mean, and now you're actually, I mean, fast lane, high line. You got the fast lane coming onto site. You got spams coming through from Boomy. The walls are making it impossible. And it really becomes a point where it's like, okay, how do we even navigate what to do? I do like the ultimate coming through, though. It might change up some things, but dynamics getting better and better every single shot. And just raising that KD. So I don't know, Ash. I 11-1. We're kind of moving off the half here, but you know, is it really going to be so bad for D1 on the defense where they can't get 2 rounds?
Listen, honestly, if Core lose the pistol, it's next map. Like, that is what it is. It is what it is. You have an Omen who hasn't, like, basically hasn't died. Like, Foreign has died a singular time in the server. Dynamic, who's going 18-6 right now. It's just a really tough look here for the side of Core, and I think that a lot of fundamental things that I want to see shifted heading into Lotus will be, honestly, just being able to take a lot of fights together. I feel like most of the multi-swings that we saw coming in from Core were when they were a little bit more aggressive in the space that they wanted to take. Attack, obviously, they'll be grouped up together. So it'd be a bit of a different situation, but on defense, the reactivity to be able to play off of each other was a bit of a struggle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say D1 just did a really good job at. Honestly, it was just the util. It was like impossible to play on site and then impossible to get the retake because you had already expended so much for information. So I do like this, though. I like the silence and patience from Core. Oh, no. But I think it actually is going to work out perfectly. Yeah, D1, they've lost their first. Calamity's going to have to fight this 1v1, and that in itself is lost. So 2-player disadvantage here.
Look at what is going on the map. My spike is in mid door, now trying to cross back over to B while I've inserted my Sova on the other side. And then Division 1 is in the attacker side spawn.
They're just
like, things are getting weird.
They just had decided, you know, we're not working as a team, obviously isn't working out. So let's go solo. Let's figure it out. I do find the approach a little concerning here for D1 because Boomy's about to just enter site by themselves. Full force, maybe not.
I think he is waiting for Foreign to join. But they have all this information now for the side of Core, right? In this post plant, they know they have to be coming in through main. Main or mid.
Well, they needed that.
They did. A flawless 1-2. Gompers, we're taking that. Like, we're so down bad for a flawless round right now. This is tough. Now it's a very slow roll, right? Like, I can't even really say anything about comeback territory because I'm not really going to be a believer until we get to double digits, honestly. On the side of Core, this is still very much so the map here for Division 1 to take, and great opportunity to be able to do it earlier on, still into this series.
Oh, Okay. So we do actually have like one buy, and it's just Dynamic. So I'm assuming they're really hoping Dynamic's going to pull through, but the lack of patience probably is the reason why they're not. So unfortunately so. I mean, Foreign's still going to try to hold down the choke here and allow Dynamic to fight for some sort of pick, which, I mean, an interesting approach to the B side. I think I like it for D1.
I mean, it makes sense. Dynamic has been so cold on the snipers, and being able to just do that 1-on-1 of damage and have the rest of the team follow up with like pot shots with their pistols is enough to make those players fall. The great timing here for Moose to catch Calamity out while he was trying to go for that reposition. Now they know the rest of the players by large were over on that B side of the map, completely free for the taking, but there's a world where that damage can still definitely be done. I don't know if Dynamic was actually spotted there.
Oh gosh, yeah. They were trying so hard to kind of stop that plant too. That unfortunate. But Dynamic goes down, leaving it up to Beeb, who not looking too great, if I'm being honest. Might be a GG go next round for this one.
He just wants to do a little damage. D1, they have the rounds to work with.
Oh, actually goated. You know what? I believe in Beeb. I've seen Beeb do crazy things. I'm just gonna manifestation here. Already actually doing tons of damage, so I know they're not gonna be able to get the plant down, but yeah, damage in itself is doing good.
I mean, that's all you really want there on the side of Division 1 now, right? You got your rifles into this next round. For the side of Core, though, with this bonus, it's looking pretty healthy. You look at what they got to work with now, and you have 3 full rifles on the board. Actually, Infiltrator's gonna go.
Thanks.
Okay, we swap back. It's not that I don't believe in the Infiltrator slow work on the attacking side. It's more so I feel like with the adjustments needed into the attacking side, being able to all kind of play together, I think I prefer the rifles in these situations just for now.
Yeah, it's almost like gambling on the round. Kind of scary, but all in all, D1. You know, all they need is 2 in all reality, right? They're so close they can taste it, but again, their defense also has been struggling quite a lot in recent times.
Very slowly on this default. Again, seeing if D1, very similar to how they were kind of running things on the attack.
Ooh. Yeah, not going to look good, especially losing out in Dynamic that early on. The top frag who's been really contributing to just having more numbers here, but they peaked the same angle. I wonder why. Yeah, that's like a great question.
Why? Great question. Unfortunately, I don't have the answers for you guys at home. But again, what I was like saying before those fights were happening, it very reminiscent of what Division 1 were doing on the attacking side, right? Playing very slow, having a couple players in mid, understanding that the defense is going to want to poke and prod, maybe do a little, force that peek out through mid doors because, you know, they're lacking a bit of that information, and it all pans out well. Now, Division 1 are already in a position where, honestly, unless they find some sort of pick early on, which I don't think they're going to be able to do, they're going to go for a save.
Yeah, probably the best thing too. I mean, there's still potential for the next round for them. And in reality, they're kind of just getting a feel for Core, the way they like to play their attacking half. Obviously, a lot of presence in mid. So I'm assuming we're probably going to see more presence in mid starting off for D1 in the next round.
And it isn't just that. I think that for the side of Division 1, it's not even about necessarily losing the rifles, but I think you also don't want to allow anyone on Core to cycle up faster into their ultimates, like namely being like Kumi in the run it back, right? Or a Derek in the Hunter Sphere. You don't want to feed into that this early on, so they still have a better chance at trying to close things down early. But Core definitely look way more comfortable on the attack up against Division 1 than they did on defense. So tides are turning for sure here on the side of Core. But again, it's still such a long journey up when Division 1 cemented such a tremendous lead in that first half.
Yeah, great for, I mean, just in general, I have to completely agree with you. I think now really is where the mental starts to break down for D1 too. But yeah, timeout comes through, some time to kind of reanalyze. I'm sure a slight discussion about what went wrong that last round with the double peeking and whatnot. But I don't know. It's quite difficult because again, we're running the only difference in all reality. It might be that Kumi's not really playing that very, very rush type of neon, in that sense, but hard way to win.
It is tough. I think what Division 1 were really good at in that first half, comps, is the fact that they're just had really good timing and synergy on making Core feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Not really giving them that breathing room to actually have that opportunity to react. Like, I don't know. Granted, we don't get to see everyone's like point of views, and this is not me like throwing shade at Kumi at all. Like, I don't know how many times I honestly even saw Kumi flash in the first half. And that's not because I don't think Kumi doesn't know how to use his flash.
Yep.
It's more so the fact that Division 1, when they were finally going for those executes, it was so quick and coming from all angles that even pulling out that utility is such a risk, right? Like, you didn't even have the opportunity to do so in many of those fights.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I don't even know either how many flashes they did, but it does seem like already, there's a big entry coming up towards the A site. Fights are happening here. And the big lockdown from Calamity. They're doing their absolute best to keep that choke on hold. But the plant comes down and it becomes even harder now because now we're seeing that retake. And can D1 kind of have a different reaction than we've been seeing from Core? Core obviously suffering on the defense and the retakes, but potential for more. We see a lot of utility coming through. Foreign does still have that paranoia, but they go down. So Core in a very, very good position to play into this 3v1.
Absolutely. There is worlds where this could be winnable. Wyatt is, well, especially with those shots, but Infiltrator to the rescue. Gompers. I got really scared for a second there. That second shot was actually nasty. Yeah, hit the replay. I want to see that one again because, bro.
Oh man, like that's crazy. And I'm assuming maybe that's why D1 peaked mid last time. They thought they could do that same thing, but
they're like, Beeb, do it again. Run it back real quick.
Oh, maybe this time.
Who knows? I do like the fact that, okay, I was gonna say we do have a bit of support here with the little mini crossfire that's being set up into mid.
Yeah, I'm curious though, because I'll say I don't really know if mid was too big of a concern. I'm liking the silence that we're seeing.
Just again, forcing Division 1 into making some sort of mistake, like starved of information. Especially on this round where they're on that eco.
There.
Anticipating some sort of aggression, like thinking that D1 might look the death ball together, especially with that deep mid smoke that came out there as well. So I like the regroup. But look at the read here from Division 1. They have an inkling that it's this A site because of the positioning that you see from Beeb on the other side of the map, fully having that elbow in B main.
Yeah, I love this. This is amazing. And this could potentially be the round that D1 fall through with, but they gotta win the fights. And there's an unnecessary updraft coming through from Dynamic, but the team is playing together. The weapons are able to be picked up, but it's hard. Flya literally just finishes it off. And there was so much potential for them on that save round. But yeah, I guess that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
Numbers, I'm starting to become a believer.
And you needed a couple more.
I still need a couple more to like really believe in it. And yes, that was an eco, but man,
wow.
Like the drought of information for both of these teams on defense, they know exactly which buttons to push, it feels like, for each other to force them into these more aggressive positions that they want to look to punish.
Yeah, I'm also seeing it's so weird. Maybe I'm wrong, but I also do feel like we're trying so hard to play together on the defense, especially when Core was playing, that we're not willing to take the risk of taking a solo fight. Which I honestly think could be slightly beneficial for D1 right now. I mean, these players are mechanically gifted. They're not really taking advantage of that right now.
Well, unfortunately, Foreign did just try to.
Unfortunate.
We were asking for that. It did not work out. Both Jets with those ops, Infiltrator is going to be waiting for one of those peaks. You got Dynamic fully posted on the other side of the map. Rotation to be called here by Division 1. But it is tough. They're just waiting. Again, Core starving D1, getting ready for those pops. They have to run it back to work with into this round here as well.
Yeah, walls come up. Kumi, we've seen the flash. It's come out, and it doesn't work out. Boomy actually kind of working with that on their own. They do hear some sort of noise coming through from Calamity, unfortunately getting stunned out. So now it just leaves Dynamic alone, and yeah, I wouldn't necessarily waste that off, but unfortunately they're going to be caught down in the middle, knowing that Dynamic is going to be Moose to respond.
Really good punish from Moose there too. Being able to take that operator out of the equation for the next round is huge, forcing that save to fully come in for the other squad. No crutch that they can really rely on as far as some sort of heroic weapon to carry over. They do have a couple of ultimates to work with, so there is a world where D1 could absolutely win this round, especially with the hero investment there into Boomy, knowing that would have enough going into the next round regardless for something. But I think really banking on that overdrive to become up and available if it doesn't work out.
Oh no, Infiltrator. The timing on this is unfortunate, but Calamity misses. So potential just completely gone. And again, we're just relying on that, like you said, that Boomy hero rifle to really make the job done, but they're rotating.
Because they know right now, they have an understanding for Core that if Calamity's walked out towards mid from doors here on the side of Division 1, A is likely the weaker site. They're expecting more of that stack over at B because of the aggression on the right side of the map.
Oh, wow. And I like this. The moment noise is made, obviously the peaks are going to come through. Core just trying to play the timing here and make sure they can beat that rotation, but already 2 picks down. This is beautiful. D1 are going to be taken down, though, so now the number's slowly diminishing. Dynamic is working hard. If they can get this round, it could potentially be over. D1 fighting for their lives.
He's running.
He can't make it happen. But the health is so incredibly low. There's so much potential here, right? Boomy's still having that Vandal. We got so much work around for Dynamic. And now we're going to see this 2-player play. Foreign and Boomy holding hands to make sure that there is some trade potential here. 11 seconds left. All they need to do is swing, make the hold work. And there it is. The 12th round there for D1.
Actually insane opener there for D1. Calamity getting that shot off, and then Dynamic being able to clean up a little bit there with that Marshall. The flood back into sight there as well. Really nicely done. First round on the board here for Division 1 on the defense here of Breeze, taking them to map point.
Oh, we needed this so bad. D1 needed this so bad, but it's not over yet. The economy's crazy, Ash, for Core.
It really is. They have so much that they can work with, but they don't have the rounds anymore. They have to be near flawless for the next 5. Like, even though they do have a bit of economy built up, that could also be broken in about like 2 rounds or so if they lose them really hard. Well, actually, if they win them, but they lose a lot of weapons, because if they lose that round, they are losing the damn map. Locking in now for myself, Gompers, as we're watching Core lock in as well. They're trying to put this pressure on A side, and the fake working out quite nicely while the rest of Core look to pump over to B tunnels.
Yeah, we're actually doing what we did the first round on that pistol too, which it worked out good. Although, is it gonna work out again? Unfortunately not. Dynamic with that first shot coming through from Moose in a second to kind of follow up. That's that controller, by the way. So we're missing out on the only controller on this team.
And no cover to be provided, only thing they could really rely on would be the Blaze Wall from Kumi to provide something here.
Oh, but this is great. I mean, I do like the hold we're seeing from Beeb and Calamity. We do still have 2 flashes, by the way, from Kumi. So this is big for Infiltrator to really peek on through. They've heard the noise, though. Now the information's given away. And it's beautiful. The ult comes through, and it actually backs off Kumi into this isolation that they just cannot fight off. 2 players peeking. And D1... they're really just gonna have to see if they can fight Derek. Derek is crazy. The spike is down, but they can't get it. That's that win from D1. That is going to give them the first map of this series.
13-7, both teams looking way more comfortable on the attack, but Division 1, they managed to close it out, Gompers, and I really got to give them a lot of credit for how their attacking side kicked off, being that 11-1 hot start for them, and their utility was just so well measured on those executes, dividing up the players on the side of Core, making it so difficult for the other squad to look to fight back. It was the walls, the paranoias, just really taking advantage, I think, especially of A, of B, and the switches that they saw, the conditioning that they were doing. Credit to Core for trying to bounce back in that second half, but unfortunately didn't have the rounds to work with after how first half went.
No, and I mean, all it takes is a really quick adaptation, even if it's only for 2 rounds, right? It's just insane how well D1 were able to kind of fix things up. I do think the op coming out definitely gave them a bigger advantage, but we're gonna have to see. There is still a second map. This map is not too crazy for both of these teams, actually. So I do feel like this one's gonna be a very, very fun one to watch. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna be right back.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now Forage taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
First map of the series, elimination match, and it's going to be Division 1 picking up Breeze, a map that they haven't had the most success with here in Challengers, but that's going to be rewritten on the day. A near flawless attack half, no room to work with once the sides swapped, and it's going to be a strong closeout, 13-7 to take the first map in the series. I mean, Tenor, you're talking about, yeah, maybe they haven't taken the wins, but like, QOR aren't flawless on this map. You know, D1, they're going to be learning, and they sure did.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a bit of learning when it came to figuring out how exactly to burst through QOR's defensive setup, which obviously was a majority of what got them this win. But a lot of it at the same time was also just playing their own game and not really worrying too much about the play style shifting. When it comes to attacking, D1 just does it better than most other teams. And they had so much confidence in that on a map that favors that sort of style so heavily at the moment. And they let it carry them so far.
I gotta say though, I feel like D1 really wasn't doing anything special on their attack. If anything, they were just waiting, allowing QOR to make the first move and kind of show their initial setup, and then just continuing to walk and pop off of contact or just go for a pop off of their drone. And I felt like QOR weren't doing enough to kind of get a lot of that early info. The only times you really saw it was like Infiltrator walking down mid by himself. And meanwhile, there was no pressure across the map. Like there was no reason to react into it. And even when they got that off online, yes, there was that one good round on A where, you know, Infiltrator was able to kind of pick apart their insect, but you know, D1 still ran away with the win on that one. But then if you look at the next time they got it off online, it was playing a passive angle on B, when I feel like you should be going to try and take a deeper angle, and it doesn't have to be like the deepest angle in the world, but some sort of off angle, because of how D1 are just walk and contacting everywhere. And then when it came to their actual defensive setups, I think D1 did an excellent job utilizing their wall, not just the harbor wall, but the neon wall, to kind of split up those site anchors. And I felt like QOR, no matter what they were doing, they weren't ready. They were getting split up on site, getting picked apart. Anytime they tried to go for like a retake towards A, they were getting caught off guard by D1's just straight up aggression through all of their utility to try and get those numbers before they feel confident enough to fall into that post plan. And I feel like the gears just weren't turning enough for QOR. I felt like they were never ready. And, you know, early on, I saw them be proactive round 3. I was like, maybe they did make some fixes here, but at the end of the day, I just think they were caught off guard by this pick, because you look at D1, they're 0-4 on this map. You know, they weren't having a good time. And, you know, it wasn't a great map for QOR either, but to pick a map that you're 0-4, and I just don't think QOR were ready or expecting this sort of map pool, and I think it showed in that first half.
I mean, especially too, when you're looking at 11-1, when you're getting into the swap, like, yeah, QOR is able to go on their little string of rounds as well, but there's just no room to work with at the end. D1 only have to smarten up for 2 rounds. It's D1. They're more than capable of doing so, right? So we finally get to see a couple of members step up. We get a couple of these plays coming on through, and D1 are able to just close out shortly after. And I mean, Teneric, just looking back at the map too, like for Division 1, it's been a team that even if like they were underdogging in stage 2 and sometimes a little bit within stage 3 too, like they have shooters.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, their aim has never been something to throw into question. They were going to be able to win a lot of the duels that they took from the start. The one thing that really stopped them when QOR actually started winning rounds was just they weren't looking in the right direction. If they were looking in the right direction, whatever gun they were holding, they were usually going to win the fight. I think on that attacking half, I got to say, and M brought this up as well in the green room, we were talking about the turnaround time that QOR had to face when it came to this map in the first place. Facing off against YFT not 24 hours before this, D1 gets to watch that film coming in here. QOR doesn't necessarily feel like they have to workshop this map because D1, they felt like they probably wouldn't pick this after a drought for them for so long. But man, did they show how to screw with the timings of QOR. They saw how committal they had to be and how committal QOR members were willing to be when it came to those dives. And so, especially in those opening 6 rounds, you saw D1 do a great job of juking out the members of QOR, going for some pump fakes and landing a lot of free kills out of QOR, just having to bite, having to chew it, whatever they could grasp in those couple crucial moments.
And I mean, throughout this, big kudos to Dynamic as well, MVP. I mean, we were highlighting top of day, just how strong he was in the last series. And I mean, just continuing that momentum on forward today in such a crucial match for Division 1 is so nice. But even just looking back at Breeze, I mean, Teneric, when we're talking about dynamic, we're talking about the team. There's a particular round 7, that you kind of wanted to break down a little bit into a little bit of the success D1's having.
Yeah, it was very casual, but that's just how dynamic is. But he was put to work in this round. D1 took a bit of a risk going with a fuller swan dive onto a site. They knew that the full buy was potential, so they just sent dynamic to dive in and take that first brunt. D1 really ignore a lot of the other punishment available. They understand they can win the spacing, but Infiltrator getting that double kill with an op requires dynamic to come in and cut through that pyramid as well. And from there, as the spike gets planted, dynamic plays timing. That slight hesitation, surfing across both of these counterparts of the site. The second he hears that noise, he takes that extra bit, that extra mile, goes even further, and just has the extra strength to carry through onto Moose. Again, like every time there was even a slight annoyance or discrepancy in the workload that D1 had to face, they just sent dynamic to go clear. If you will, Sierra, bit of an HM slave in my opinion that round.
All right, we're getting the Pokemon references out here. I get it. I mean, for Division 1, I mean, strong opening into the series, but it's time to see heading into map 2 if they continue that on. As now we're going into Core's map pick. Of course, looking at Lotus, especially looking at recent history, Core have learned from their past mistakes here. It's looked quite strong, but of course, Emily, there is a lot of reps on the side for D1 here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, but I feel like they D1 also have their problems on this map. You know, you're looking at their past timelines, and I feel like even though Lotus is a pretty heavily attack-sided map, they still opt to start on defense. They need to have put the work in this little time that they had to try and fix their attack, because they've been struggling, to be completely honest. They've been struggling to kind of do that push-pull that you love to see on Lotus, so that's going to be a big weak point that I'm hoping that, you know, they fix once we get over to that second half. But I mean, starting on this first, I think Core are blessed to be starting on attack, you know, hoping to carry some of that momentum that they were gaining on that Breeze map over to these first half in Lotus and kind of be in that driver's seat, or have the opportunity to be in that driver's seat once again. I think the biggest thing for them is going to be shutting down dynamic, and wherever the duelists actually want to take that pressure and want to take that space away from Core and try and catch them off guard. I think that's going to be the name of the game here.
Yeah, for the Duelist and Sentinel for Division 1, this is really their discomfort zone when it comes to Lotus. Core have a lot of opportunity to send Infiltrator in and get the momentum running after he was just starting to get the gas going on Breeze. And on this Raze pick, he's going to feel very confident coming into these fights against a D1 that may not be willing to part with that util that they find really precious in the retakes.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Division 1, they made a last-minute comp change here. You know, normally we see them running that solo Raze, but instead we're throwing dynamic back on that Jet. They thought it was too strong from just the past matches that they've had, the amount of impact that he's had, especially when he gets that op online, and that's going to be a big problem for Core. Now, that trade-off is going to be a little bit harder for D1, especially because they do struggle on that attack half, not having that Viper wall to allow for a lot of that lurk pressure towards A. They're going to have to be very confident in their execs here, but I mean, just focusing on this half alone, Core are going to have to be ready to try and push back an op line wherever it might be, and, you know, be prepared for a dynamic to just kind of throw them off their game and surprise them.
Hey, I mean, a little bit of a composition swap on the day to try and maybe catch Core off guard, especially when you have a duelist that has been doing the most in the server. I am definitely a fan. It's time to see up one in the series. If it's going to be enough to get Division 1 over that finish line and get their spot in playoffs, or if this is where Core can equalize that score. Let's get to Lotus and find out. Back to your casters, Ash and Gompers.
Differences, you know, coming through from D1. Last time they played this map, they did have, you know, a different player. Dapper was playing the Viper. It looked really good. So I do think, you know, changes have to come through in order to kind of fit what these players are comfortable with. But I like this. I don't think it's really crazy or severe. I am sad I missed the Viper, but I guess in due time we will see, Ash, how this works out.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because we've seen Viper comps going up against non-Viper comps. There's always the conversation of, okay, when you don't have the Viper, when you're on that attacking side, and not even just on that attacking side, on defense as well, but especially on the attack, you don't have that lurking kind of pressure over at A Rubble with the wall that you're seeing very typically thrown here already by the side of Core. The eye coming out from Derek does clear out the space. So Core do know that right now, Division 1, they're playing a bit more passive here on A. The aggressions on the other side of the map there with Dynamic already shutting Kumi down.
I already feel like D1 definitely did their VOD reviewing because Core are very, very persistent with mid, especially Kumi. So the fact that they had 3 players stacked, they were not missing that at all. They were like, you know what, we're going to get one and it's going to work out. So I do like the initial start to the round. Now they're just going to have to try to figure out for Core how they're going to approach or at least fix whatever was done.
I think it's really just sending Derek on pistol round for like an early fake. Maps just started. We're looking to fake it. Smoke gets sent out there as well. But you saw one player in foreign here. They're walking onto this site. I don't know if any
No, they have not. But foreign is just, I mean, really trying to keep the site under lockdown. Unfortunately, Calamity does get kind of tied back. But I think this is good, right? Leaving some timing for everybody to regather here for D1 and see if they can get themselves onto site. Fly in a very interesting position, is going to be able to respond very quickly in case they want to help Infiltrator out. But right now in this moment, if Infiltrator goes down, at least Fly alone on the site. So this fight of utmost importance here, especially now with Calamity making the flash happen. Fly does manage to get the one, but D1 responding in, and this pistol round looking like it's going to go in favor of Core, which is good because before it was looking rough here on the last map, but at least starting off with the lead.
Yeah, taking that pistol is huge here for Core. You already are now like almost halfway cycled into that Nightfall there for Derek as well, really early on. So something that we can definitely keep our eyes on over the next couple of rounds here for. Overall, it seems like Division 1, with the change in composition, Gompers, the game plan has obviously shifted here as well, with a little bit more of that aggression coming in. What does get interesting is I actually quite like the Sky here for Calamity. I think the Sky, especially up against double controller, is really nice to be able to try and clear past those walls, flash through on a lot of those fast floods. But also now you no longer have like the potency of that raise fade combination either with that Seize, right? Not that I necessarily think these players need it.
No.
You don't expect a second one here, though.
No.
There's no way. Like, Kumi's not even going to walk up any further, but if he did, there's no way you would expect Calamity to be in that left corner.
Oh gosh, but Kumi's so disciplined. They're like, you know what? We have the V site. We're just going to take it. And I like this because even though if that door does go down, you still have, at least at this point, Infiltrator working alongside Derek. There goes Kumi.
Oh.
Crazy shots.
Yeah, that one was clean. Right now for Beeb and Foreign, it's about either denying ult points or trying to do a little bit of damage. See which option they opt for. It is going to seem like the former, but very nicely done.
Blinding.
Kind of just playing the cross to see if they can get one. Foreign does kind of read into Infiltrator steps here. But okay, one is fine. I do think one is a good way to walk away with.
I think now as well, with the fact that Division 1 aren't running that Viper composition, it's changing the game plan a little bit here for Core as well, right? Like you were talking about it previously, Gompers, about how Core really likes to have those mid inserts, like whether it's going to be Kumi, whether it's going to be Moose, they're going to have one of those players lurking in front of B and kind of just waiting to see if they can catch off some sort of rotation. But now that there's no Viper wall to worry about, you're seeing that flex over to the A side of the map because you don't have that deeper toxic screen that's going to cut off that line of sight. This time around, though, it's going to be a brawl.
Oh gosh, and how is the response going to be? This team actually trying to go in. Core, they're looking to make sure that this gets absolutely cut off in the first couple seconds, and that's dangerous, right? You're on a bonus round for Core. Now you've already lost out 3 players for D1.
Operator in hand, like this is just a full save situation for Beeb and Dynamic.
Yeah.
Really nothing that you're going to look to do. And picking up the bonus round is absolutely massive. Going into the next one, Infiltrator just going to be 2 away from that showstopper coming to fruition. But I do kind of wonder, I would love to know from Division 1 if it's more of like a comfort pick with Beeb coming into the roster that they went for this compositional change, or if there is a little bit more of a different intention behind it. Or, you know, like the Dusk was saying, like it could be just one of those days where Dynamic had an absolute pop-off map on that Jet on Breeze and might want to look to reprise that kind of role and tempo for the team. But unfortunately, with that Viper being taken out of the equation, as well as that Vice, that's just so much stall that gets taken out of the arsenal there for Division 1, right?
Yeah.
They have to go for some of those more aggressive fights at times if it isn't the, you know, the site that Beeb is looking to anchor on.
Yeah, there's gonna have to be a big change, I guess, to come through if they don't want to keep losing these rounds either, because I don't know, this one's a difficult. D1 does seem like, I mean, that big sense of explosion's gonna come again this time. Dynamics still having the op, but the smoke has been pretty disruptive, I will say, in regards to how they're gonna be able to play this here for D1, though. No smoke left, and there it is. Okay, Dynamics luckily gotten their own, but already shut down, so it leaves only 2 players left on site here for D1.
Down now a little bit. They know that for the side of Division 1, it's going to be some weird guns on the other end, and they don't know what's going to be waiting in some of these close corners. So it'll be a rotation away. You have Infiltrator with a Showstopper here as well. Might just honestly be a pop Showstopper early and try and just fully take that seaside kind of move here for Core. As much as I was talking about that Sky, though, previously, Gompers, I think there's also that conversation of the trade-off with the Fade. You don't have that scan ability to be able to look past some of these smokes that are being laid down there as well, compared to what Core is able to put down and the information that we've really seen impactful from Derek.
Oh, and I mean, you talk about being able to scan, and I mean, that you have, right? Seeing only Omens on site, actually making their way out. Now, Beeb, not spotted, but unfortunately, he's going to be taken out. And it leaves a tough taste in D1's mouth because Foreign only has the op at this point. So the only thing they can do is really slowly peek the angle. Now the smoke has come through, so very, very difficult for them to play with whatever at this point. I mean, it really just saving the op might be best bet here.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
It seems like that's what's going to happen.
Let's go.
Is he gonna go for more?
I think
He
so.
is.
Oh no, I don't like this. It's scary. But they're crazy. Maybe actually there might be something Foreign can do. And you know what? As risky as it was, I actually do. I like the approach. I like the confidence there.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a tough call because in theory, saving the op is probably the best decision. But at the same time, like,
Remaining.
you're in a 1v3, you're down 0-4, you're going to be able to like buy in general as a team into the next round because it was like a half buy up with the operator that was saved. But then it also starts to feel bad. Like when you're saving rounds and rounds in a row, that's not really the style or kind of team that Division 1 is with the mechanics that the desk was talking about. These are players that like to go for those firefights, and even in those moments where they're not able to take the round away, I do feel like it does kind of feed into that confidence, whether that is a pro or a con, whether that is a pro or a con in that moment.
Oh gosh. Yeah. It's a good thing we kind of are taking a moment here. I mean, obviously it's a hard place to be in, but Core were in that position last time, and I mean, they were able to at least make some sort of comeback. So I'm not going to count D1 out of it. They have such a good performance here on Lotus as well. I will say big bad luck in the fact that the comp has changed. You know, they're working with a very, very different type of play. But, I mean, maybe we'll see something different. 4 players just waiting on A. Maybe flash comes through. Okay, big paranoia coming through from Four, and I like this. But the smoke makes it so much harder. And again, this is, I mean, I love the smoke coming through from Core because it gives them some coverage to give them a big back off here.
They're just really trying to funnel them into Moose's setup and then very quickly rotate on the other side of the map. I do like that they keep one player there. Dynamic still keeps holding that deep line because the presence will be shown here on that seaside, and Beeb is not even going to be able to evacuate. Unfortunately, we'll get sprayed down. Trying to like continue with these like pump fake situations. Just show that presence. Rotate back towards the other side. With Beeb dying too, like look at how much more respect Dynamic started to give that space. He's backed up all the way onto A.
If anyone can hold site, it definitely be Dynamic, especially with performance we've seen. But B site, a very, very safe space for Core if things go bad.
left.
They're just going to have to hold it. And that they might be able to do a good job at. They have a lot of util to play with here. Obviously, some smokes left around. At least Infiltrator having that boom bot to kind of gather information on the outskirts of A. Two players playing here, Kumi and Infiltrator. And you got everybody on the outskirts. Don't know if I like this. Okay, smoke comes down. It gives at least Flya a little bit to work with here, but is the wide swing gonna happen? They know that information is there, and Core, they just follow up on it. So a flawless round.
It's giving Breeze right now.
Yes.
Like, such momentous, streaky starts for both of these teams on their attacking sides, right? Like, for Division 1, it was attack on Breeze to kick things off. Like, very comfortably cementing that kind of lead early on for Core. Now being able to completely flip the script here going into map 2, and again, these players showing how hungry they are to stay in the competition, right? Like, we cannot forget that Core is this team that was previously the stage 1 winners here within Challengers. Had a little bit of a struggle with the meta. Now, like Sierra was saying, finally finding their footing again here in the final stage. And this is a squad that wants to take it all the way. They have players like Derek, like Moose, trying to get back onto that big stage.
Performance-wise, I'd say they're definitely working their tail end off, especially here on this map. I mean, they lost the last one, right? And we talk about how severe winning this series in general is for both these teams. So definitely no mistakes to be made anymore for Core, and that they will not do. Information given away very, very briefly, but it's not even going to be ending over towards the A side. A beautiful fake, but a slight read off here coming through from D1.
Retake situation for the side of D1, looking to just fully flood with the pistols that they have to work with. Dynamic does have the knives to find the mark, and it's gonna find 2.
Yeah, it's looking
good.
This
is doable.
I like it too, especially now with the paranoia that's coming out. Maybe, okay, if D1 can just continue their stride onto the site, and that they will. The shots are working out. Obviously, it's the sheriffs are really just connecting, and this is looking good. That first round finally on the board for D1.
And it's kind of, again, a similar storyline. Like, we were joking about how on Breeze, it was that situation where Division 1 were swarming around Core. And it feels like those first 5 rounds of Lotus were almost similar in a way. Like, they weren't able to, they aren't swarming around in like the same way that Division 1 were on their executions. But again, buying that time, working those picks, and it feels like Division 1 were really struggling with some of their reactions. But now, that's a huge confidence round for these D1 players to work themselves back into this first half, right? Start building, chaining these rounds together, and finding a little bit more of that success because the aggression hasn't been working out in their favor as well as they'd like.
Oh gosh, that's so unfortunate. There was no read off that Prowler, so it just gave a free pick over to Dynamic. And like you said, right, momentum being a big thing here, and D1 definitely following off the back of that right now. Kumi getting completely shut down off timing alone here from Dynamic. And now the op is starting to pose a threat again to Core. Question is, how are they going to be able to really stop this? Because Dynamic doesn't care. Seemingly still won't care, especially now just waiting inside the smoke. The no-scope to take Flya out. And a dash prepared in case Calamity needs that second-hand assistance, but it's going to be a flawless round again in the second time in a row.
Just absolutely insane stuff there. Division 1 very quickly looking to stop that bleeding, not allowing the same kind of momentum to be built as they were able to on our first map. And getting that operator online here for Dynamic has been such a boon for this team. I think we saw it come out earlier on, right? It didn't really work out. They kept having to save it, but he was on a lot more of those more passive lines. Now taking a bit more aggression with those peaks, it works out much better. And a huge opener there for Infiltrator.
Yeah, that's gonna play out super nice, but a big worry is, you know, keeping that post-plant positioning. I know Infiltrator does actually like to play pretty outside, seeing if they can get some sort of isolation to fight. They know that they have the skill for it, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be them today. Instead, it's Moose waiting on the outskirts, looking for Dynamic and seeing them there, and it's unfortunate, right? A beautiful cross hill to be held on both Kumi's and Moose. If they play together, it could work perfectly. Updraft there, no noise from Kumi. Kumi's just watching, not even assisting Moose in that endeavor to make sure that they can keep things tight and back. But the TP leads to their own demise, and it's going back and forth here with QOR fighting for their lives to keep that plank down. Dynamic, I mean, unfortunately, isn't really going to have the time to do anything about it, but a huge, huge round from D1.
Absolutely, especially again, like running away with some of these picks here for Dynamic, just trying to get as many of those weapons out and really whittle down that economy here on the side of QOR. And now for Division 1, you have Operator online, right? You go have a buy into this round still, and you have 4 ultimates online. Like, I think it's tough, obviously, not being able to take this round away there for D1. Very nice, like, ability to recover it on the side of QOR. That is absolutely for certain. But the ultimate economy is huge here for the D1 side. QOR won't really have anything to work with.
No, they don't. This is a good chance for D1 to kind of take back that round. They had lost previously, but with Dynamic slowly working up, I mean, there's not much of a TP that they can aim for here. The only thing really being that dash, hoping that they can get some information. And Derek actually misses out on the most important piece, where Dynamic is, and they're not going to stop. The dash is readily flowing in their blood. And then an insane flick to keep this game going. Kumi does manage to take out Dynamic, but at what cost?
Seekers deployed there from Division 1. Calamity gonna find the information into spawn. Look at that rubble control here for Division 1 as well. You have that high-low setup with Boomy and Foreign. QOR have an understanding that they have to shift over to this B side.
Blinded.
And they have
Really
lost.
good flash timing.
Yeah. Their entry duelist is gone, unfortunate, but they still do have some smokes of paranoia, right? So much information and util to work with here. Calamity sitting on the right-hand side, looking for a trade-off. Not going to happen. The timing, super important. And I mean, Calamity just knows how to play the angles and the game.
We know what
Point,
we're doing.
click,
Trust each other
shoot.
and we'll be fine.
It is what it is. But nicely done. I mean, I can't really say much on that moment because really, that was QOR, honestly, just walking in one by one into Calamity's crosshair. But Dynamic getting away with 2 there is actually crazy. Just his decision making in those moments with the operator in his hand are always so good. Like, he's so good on that jet with being able to avoid that utility that's trying to clear him out, re-peeking at the right time to get the shot off.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dynamic's been a problem on Breeze just in general. Once you see him, you're really not getting away from that situation, and it seems like it's going to be the same thing here, but Kumi now, you know, trying to make some numbers happen on their own. The benefits of having the chamber, being able to TP out, Dynamic now actually putting forth a lot of assistance in the Blade Storm to kind of close things out here on this round. They know the op's not going to be enough, but I mean, all in all, a rotation moving over towards mid.
Yeah, they don't even want to deal with it. And that's why you see Foreign running all the way to that A site, knowing that he does also have the From the Shadows to work with here. And QOR, when they're in these awkward situations, good old reliable. They love to go back and re-clear B main and take this site. And you have the pit to do it here as well, making it that much more difficult for Division 1 to find those re-clears. Honestly, the operator in hand,
yeah,
they are gonna still try and like find something early on, but if they don't get this first pick within the next like 15 seconds, I kind of imagine that they're gonna opt for the save.
Yeah, the time is definitely playing against them right now. It's unfortunate because the Viper Spit poses such a threat for him, though. Okay, making it work, but is this the smart decision? Dynamic, actually, no, very, very rich. So Dynamic can do whatever they please at this very moment. Just looking to see if maybe they can make God happen, but no, it's not going to work. Core taking in that 7th round.
Yeah, really not allowing Division 1 to truly get back in quite yet and chain those rounds together in a way that we were kind of expecting once they started to get that momentum into hand, but a little bit more back and forth now compared to the 5-0 start that we saw from the side of Core. And Division 1, they've been pretty measured when it comes down to these ultimates. Like, it's been like one round for round for the most part being used. With the Showstopper is definitely the one to keep an eye out on here.
Not too much of a push, though, off that paint shell, which is quite new. Maybe just setting up the angle for Dynamic to play against Kumi, knowing Kumi might peek the angle, though Kumi's stronger when it comes to that reaction time, and that's going to cause D1 to have a pretty big problem. They've lost out on the op. Dynamic is gone. Now the retake's going to have to come through, but barely. I mean, much to play with here, especially now with Boomy down. Showstopper not going to be able to be utilized. And so much information here for Core. They have it in the bag. And in reality, too, Derek just absolutely having insane game sense. So, I mean, for Core, they played this absolutely beautifully.
Yeah, really nicely done. A bit of a change in tempo into this round. Previously, when they fought back for that A space, they didn't honestly really go for those full repeaks until pretty late into the round, or they would just be content to give off that rebel control and backtrack over to C and then revisit a little bit later on. So a bit of a change there from Core after all the conditioning that they had done previously with their utility usage towards A, but more passive presence ultimately. Division 1, though, they will revisit. They want to refight into this, expecting Core to opt for this battle here as well, and the read seems pretty good.
Ooh, read is great. Dynamic can't catch the end of it, and I mean, now we've seen the Showstopper come through. Boomy's really just trying to make something happen, but a bit too rushed here. You can see T1 almost losing their sense of patience and teamwork based on how many players they're losing so early on. Luckily enough, I mean, Boomy does get one, but it's not going to be enough. You got already 4 and working themselves up on site by themselves. And here's potential. I actually like this. Does manage to get one. Kind of waiting for that drop off. Loose. Doesn't let it happen. And up to this 1v2, Beeb. Not going to count them out just yet, but you got a lot of util to work with here.
Both players exiting tree, yep. That presence does get shown, and actually, Derek is going to stay inside. No, he's outside.
Yeah.
He's just toying with him, playing with the door a little bit. There's no way Boots is walking away with this one, yeah. Clean around there from Core, 9-3 half, feeling very comfortable. And I think fixing a lot of things that were missing on Breeze. And again, I think we talked about it, the devs talked about it. It wasn't even necessarily that Core weren't trying to play together on that map. It's just that Division 1 made it almost impossible for them to play together on that map, whether it was the utility or just Division 1 flying across the board. But Core, this is what we expect from this squad, right? This is what we want to see from them, and the ability to be a lot more synergized, see that chemistry come to fruition with a lot of these fights, looking a lot more comfortable here on Lotus.
Yeah, pistol round is going to hold itself to the utmost importance here for D1. Core play a very different game, though. I will say here on the defense, does seem like they love their early information, which I do like, because now at this point, right, moving up towards B, able to see what's going on. This big push isn't going to mean too much here with a rotation coming through from Moose. So just trying to get as many as they can here. Down towards the backhand site, Kumi is going to be able to remove themselves from the equation while that 3-person push comes down towards flank. A bit scary.
This is so fast. Like, they're going to be able to full flood retake, but it's just a tap. They want to go for these fights.
Oh,
hell
no. And the flash actually didn't hit, so that should have been a good round coming through from Kumi. But gets taken down almost immediately. A rotation over towards the C site, and he was just trying to really keep that fake.
Yeah, no, I think Beebs is just hoping to stay inserted, get a pick or two on the rotation. Dynamic fighting off a little more than he can chew, and a very fast push back over towards main where it's planted for. Unfortunately, now seeing this plant here, Core on that flank are going to have a very good understanding of where Division 1 are going to be positioned here, especially into Waterfall.
Yeah, and because of dynamic and that information, it almost puts D1 in a weird position where it's false information. They're trying to play off that. You don't really have infiltrator, I mean, not infiltrator, Boomy around you, so now you're playing alone. Core, you managed to really take advantage of that and isolate these fights, and now you kind of take on the pistol round, which is a big detriment here for D1.
Yeah, losing this round is definitely tough for them. Core, again, being able to pick this one up puts them in such a good position to take us to our third map of split early. But you never know. Breeze also just happened. Like I'm getting flashbacks to the first map. So there's a world where Division 1 could like win the eco and just chain a bunch of rounds together. I think overall, though, I do favor the composition on the Core side. And I feel like just generally, again, they do look a little bit more comfortable. And we do give them that grace, Gompers. Like, this is the first time we're seeing Division 1 playing Lotus with Beeb on the roster. Like, every other time, it was when they were with Dapper. It was a completely different kind of, like, look and take on this roster. So it's an adjustment here for this squad as well, that's for certain.
Yeah, and there was such a big change, too, with Dynamic actually playing Vice. So you had a lot more of a hold on your defense round, and then you also had a lot more to play with. So I think it's very, very different. Which, like you said, takes some adjustment. Obviously, D1 know that. They're taking the time out. So, guys, let's hope something good comes out of that one. Oh, a bye.
Yeah, they're forcing it. I mean, it's one of those rounds where they got that plant. You kind of have to. You know, 3 to 10, you don't want to take that risk of it just being like 2 rounds for the map to end. It's high risk, high reward, but if it pans out, it can definitely save that second half for you.
Oh no. losing already 2 off the rip really isn't looking good, and especially with that blind coming through and damage. Yeah, D1, they may have just kind of put themselves in some economic despair. How do you kind of get back from that, right? Oh, Beeb, never mind. Actually, Beeb is like, please shut up. It seems like they're trying to prove me wrong, but at this point, right, all you really need is a 3K here. They do manage to pick up a Spectre. How much impact is that going to have? Now taken in this 1v1, Beeb is not able to hit the shots, and that's another round win for Core.
And a high risk, high reward play that doesn't pan out. Yeah. They gamble on it, and now that could be the reason they completely lose the map. Granted, honestly, I don't even think this is a hot take. No BM to their Stinger gameplay. But you would low-key argue that going for the buy that they have this round with the Sheriffs and the Marshal for Dynamic honestly could have been better. Yeah. On the side of D1 with the shots that I've been seeing him hit on that scope weapon.
And they're listening. They know. They regret their mistakes. They're going in. Full force with the Dynamic Marshal. The hero rifle, I guess we can technically say, because I mean, like, that's insane. Just no scope it and go ahead with the flow, but I don't even know how to feel at this point. It really is just a spam coming through, and there's not much of a response, Ash. It really just feel like the deer and headlight situation where you're gonna have to just fight for a pick, see what you can do. So many players already funneled over towards the A site. We do have a slight workaround though.
Yeah, it looks like they want to maneuver into a B split, but again, this is also so awkward because it's so easy for Core to flood on them.
Oh yeah, and Core are actually, flooding on them, exactly what you said. So what else can you do other than really just wait for the timing to really work in your favor? Dynamic did manage to get there too, but no more than that, unfortunately. We're down to that match point. You know, the economy was kind of looking a little sketchy.
And I think, like, even that round kind of demonstrates how it's a little bit uncomfortable calling with this composition right now for Division 1. Like, you had shown so much of your hand, so much presence over at A. They didn't cut noise. Like, people were reloading, people were still shooting, still showing that presence. So nobody on Core was going to move. And again, it was going to be so quick for them to be able to just turn the tides in that fight and turn that switch on. Now...
Okay. big dash moving forward. Again, it's the same level of aggression that we always see from D1, which I kind of hoped we would have maybe done a little something different here on the attack, especially with the fact that it's not been working, but they still managed to get one out.
Granted, I do think it's one of those comps that honestly is pretty straightforward. Like, it doesn't have as many of those layers as the double controller comps where you can really kind of mess around with the macro. You want to just be able to support your double dive duelist as much as possible, and you hope that you can ensure they get the trades because of that utility.
Yeah. I mean, seems like, oh man, that's unfortunate. Really, Foreign was just trying to see if they could isolate something over towards A very, very quietly. We do actually see Booby down towards the backhand site, but is there going to be enough time for Beeb and Calamity to make it there? And no, they get taken out, and it leaves this 1v3 and not a lot of potential. So 13-3, a scoreline that is way more severe than what we saw on Brace. But this is a very, very strong core map, I will say. They played differently than last time I remember. It definitely was a bit more proactive on the defense and the attack, but all in all, I mean, you could see they adapted to this team, their aggression. I really, really liked their play style here. And they did take advantage of the single controller. So I really liked it.
Yeah, I think that they had a really good understanding, like you're saying, of the win conditions for the side of Core. Just general comfort here on Lotus for the calling coming there from Flya. And overall, honestly, gotta also give kudos to Flya. Like, those paranoias were hitting every single time. It was so hard for Division 1 to get comfortable in a lot of those fights because of the Omen blind that was coming through there, really shaking things up for them. But we're going to Split, baby. I mean, I'm hoping that Split's going to be a little bit closer because we had some very dominant maps to start off our day here for the final day of Swiss.
I'm hoping to be honest. And I guess we're going to have to wait and see. There's not going to be too many changes. I'm hoping, because it does seem like we're hitting some pretty comfortable agents here for both sides. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have the Analyst Desk break down what just happened. And then we're going to get into Split. We'll be right back.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
We go one more time for these two teams as they're fighting for a playoff spot. Heading into map number 2, Core were down, but heading into Lotus, it did not look like it at all. Such a strong attack half, and then closing out so strong, 13-3 in the end. Henrik, whew, that is a statement to make before heading into a decisive map.
Yeah, one attack half for another, I suppose. Core just absolutely plastering this Lotus. D1's response time was just not there, and this comp switch unfortunately just really didn't show as much legs as we were hoping to. A lot more disconnect, a lot less synergy, a lot less ability to be as ubiquitous as Core could be on the sites.
Yeah, I mean, the Core's always been fantastic on this map. They have amazing reads. They know exactly how to manipulate teams and know how teams are going to react to whatever pressure they're putting across the map. But unfortunately, D1 just were never able to get ahead of it. They were always one step behind, always kind of falling for the pressure, falling for the bait. I mean, that first half, I mean, I guess since they only won those 3 rounds and it was on the first half, 2 out of those 3 rounds, it wasn't them doing anything different. It wasn't them finding an answer. It was literally just Dynamic this op round right here, getting away with 2 kills here, and Calamity just closing it out. And then there was another eco round earlier on where Dynamic just got 2 picks crazy from the knives, and like, it just wasn't something that can be like repeated. It's not something you can rely on as an actual fix, just one player going crazy. So it was honestly really tough to see kind of the flip side of what we saw on Breeze, but this time for Core to just be ahead of it all.
I mean, we had highlighted too for not Dynamic. Well, I mean, Dynamic was the player that switched, but for Division 1 that we did see a composition swap going into the day. This is a map that hasn't necessarily been the most comfortable for them in the past. They try and switch it up and just not something that's necessarily working. And that one key piece that they did change, Emily, with that Jet, I mean, was the only person really getting the kills on the team. But when that's the only change up and not really any tangible action within the server, I mean, it's hard to kind of close out from there. But can you also just talk about the first kills on this? Because even, but then that score line?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just because Core did such an excellent job at, even if they were like down numbers, they didn't have the man advantage. They were so good in calling their reads that they kind of manipulated D1 and just found openings for them to even out the numbers and close out the rounds. But yes, that comp change was critical for D1, right? Because whatever they had before on Lotus wasn't working for them. They kind of did like a Hail Mary here with this comp, but they lost out on so much utility, especially on that defense with no Viper, not having that extra little bit of delay. They didn't have the fade to kind of be able to clear out a lot of these angles on their attack. The trade-off wasn't worth it, especially even when Core actually ended up going into the off. Dynamic had those 2 good rounds, but besides that, I think Kumi, even though he went 11 and 10, the amount of times that you see Kumi peeking into Dynamic and getting away and just out-opping, that was like detrimental to D1's whole idea with this comp.
Yeah, it just goes to show how the stats don't mean a thing in games like this. Dynamic getting all 8 of D1's first bloods in the game, being the top fragger in the lobby, and yet D1's dependence on him didn't really do anything great for them, and Kumi ended up being arguably a more threatening defensive player because of it in the few rounds that Core got to play defense on this map. But I mean, yeah, like you said, Dynamic was the singular threat on this map, and D1 almost leaning into that narrative with what seemed like a bit of a band-aid fix on this map that they weren't as prepared for as they were for Breeze.
And I mean, with Lotus being a pretty quick affair, that means we can start eyeing up this 3rd map of the series as we now head into Split. Something that we said at the very top of day was actually pretty even battlegrounds for both of these teams. If we got to this point, and Emily, we sure do. We haven't had the most amount of reps, but both of the teams look coordinated, look clean. So it'll be really interesting to see how they go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, I think this first half specifically is going to be very telling that like who will kind of take the cake on this one. Just considering that when we last saw D1 play their defensive half, it was so good. They were bouncing off of each other so well. Dynamic was having the freedom to move around the entire map with this op and be able to kind of pick apart their last opponents. Whereas on the other side, you have Core starting on their favorite half, starting on that attack where they get to manipulate the map and try and make the team play their game. So it's really just going to be a battle of who can actually get the upper hand here. Can D1 pick apart Core's plans? Can D1 not get manipulated? And for the side of Core, will Core be able to actually maneuver it and make D1 fall for the bait so that they have openings for themselves?
I mean, Tanner, going into this all-decisive map 3, especially too, since we've seen teams so strong on like their respective attacks, how are we kind of feeling going into this, especially to known quantities, different ideologies, and the duelists, how we want to approach this?
Yeah, I mean, we've been playing around both teams' comfort zones across this entire series. We finally get to hit the middle of that Venn diagram when we come to split, in my opinion. These double duelist differences across the two teams. Kumi on the Phoenix and Infiltrator on the Waylay compared to Boomy on the Raze and Dynamic on the Jet. Everybody feels at their best on this map, and arguably on their more comfortable half too. You'll see the invades, you'll see the defensive retakes, you'll see that attack power coming from both of those sides. Hopefully better enabled by Calamity's Sky than it was last map. That was a big hole in that composition in the previous game that they have a lot more stability on for this one.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the duelists that Core are bringing into this map, you know, you're going to have to really rely on those Fade Dogs to get a lot of that info. You're going to have to make sure that you're using Phoenix Flashes to the most of its ability to try and find openings or get people off of lines and have that way, like taking that space, pushing players back and be able to follow through after it.
I mean, for these two teams, Core were your Stage 1 champions. Division 1 had the Cinderella story in Stage 2, making it all the way into the lower finals. Two stories that wouldn't have happened if they couldn't just make it to playoffs. For these two teams, one of their journeys ends here. The other cements their spot in playoffs. It's time to find out, too, as we head to split. Final time for the series with your casters. Back to Ash and Gompers.
All right, you know what? Call me hopeful, because I am very hopeful for D1 in this moment, simply because Kumi Ash has posed a very big threat with the op as well, and I think that was a big reason why Dynamic wasn't able to roam so freely with the op. But we did see Dynamic absolutely destroy on split before, so I think there's a little bit more leeway here.
Yeah, it's also a different story because on this map, if anyone's going to be opping, it's going to be Infiltrator on that Waylay, right? Not Kumi on the Phoenix. So a different kind of threat to face up against as well. I'm not going to lie. I almost had a Van Silly moment when we got the toss and you were like, call me hopeful. I was going to be like, hi, hopeful. And pull an Alex win, but
no. Oh, that actually would have been awesome. Oh no, I'm missing out. But oh gosh, I mean, a great way to start. Good vibes, right? On all ends.
Always.
Curious though, because I mean, everyone's really flooding towards the backside here for Core. They're kind of expecting the spawn to be the point of contact, but obviously not. Boomy still does have that pain shell, so I do think they could, yeah, isolate some of these corners, allow that entry to come in a little bit more flawlessly here. They know that it's cleared. And are they going to push themselves up? Paranoia comes out to maybe stop this push from coming through. Actually, no, the smoke. So Foreign does close the angle out. And Core, they're working with it. But at this point, D1, I mean, it's not really too scary of a difference here. The only unfortunate thing, you know, that defuse isn't going to be able to come through in time.
Yeah, it took such a long time. I think a bit too much hesitation from Division 1 on that retake from the ramp side. There was so little information they were being given. They weren't quite certain where Core were posted up, and I really liked how they took all of that spawn space. Kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie, that Foreign was able to get away with 2 in that 1v3 there in screens, but regardless, really great information there in the post plant for Core. Great crossfires that were set up there as well. All players being able to essentially peek off of each other and allowing them to feel comfortable. This is a team, Gompers, that wants to, again, not just make playoffs, but for 4 of the players on Core, they want to make it back to that big stage. 4 of these players, Flya, Moose, Infiltrator, Derek, they've all played within VCT, and it's so much more than just the Swiss stage game for them. Meanwhile, Division 1, they want to get there too, but they don't have that same kind of pressure of already being there in the past, riding on their shoulders, I think.
Yeah, big pleasure to you know, have Kumi, a factor that hasn't actually been on that stage yet, but they think they're just like that missing puzzle piece as well. So really cool to see in action, I will say. But yeah, I mean, stakes are different for both of these teams. Core definitely wanting it a bit more right now, it seems, especially now with the playstyle kind of giving them that advantage player-wise. They're rushing it over towards the A site, and I mean, being a given that D1 are going to have a pretty hard time trying to get this one back.
You can hear all of these players that are landing on that A site here as well. But then you have Flya, like, still lurking in mid, waiting to cut off some sort of rotation or go for some sort of late Vents backstab as well.
Yeah, already making way. But for D1, I mean, if Foreign goes down, pretty much you could consider it to be over. It does seem like it's already over with the needing to get themselves onto site and potentially find something more. But yeah, I mean, it's hard because Core winning out that last one was a blessing for them. You know, kind of giving themselves an extra way to push themselves to that playoff stage. But it's scary. It's a hard place to be in, knowing that this is potentially the last game you're ever going to play.
Yeah, for the season, right? It's definitely tough in that kind of regard. But again, experience on the table of Core, they're not really players that I feel like feel that pressure to that extent. I do think that it likely weighs somewhat, but with the experience and veterancy that they have on their roster, I feel like it's something where they're able to talk through it kind of as a team and focus more on the day. Like one of those squads that's definitely like one step at a time, as much as they would like to look forward as well. It's the best way to be able to really stay focused here on match day.
That they do need to kind of keep that mentality pretty stabilized. But I'm liking this Infiltrator taking some proactivity here over towards a Heaven, and it's a clearing that is needed. They know Dog is coming out, so that means that, I mean, Calamity's gonna have to try to clear that as well. Space is clear.
Solo anchor on the site too. Calamity's trying to get out to help Dynamic, but after eating that pot shot from the Marshall, it's not gonna happen, bro.
No, it's not going to happen for anyone, it seems like. And a third round again in a row for Core to win is so bad for D1. I mean, you can't let it happen again.
No, like, this is going to be a flawless bonus round. That's crazy to start things off on a split where we're all hyping up how much closer we're expecting this map to be. And I'm not going to try to get ahead of myself, like, too much. Like, yes, it is only 3 rounds. But this is a very powerful bonus for Core to be picking up here. That is something that cannot be understated considering the stakes of this game.
I mean, guys, when we're in our ranked games and we're going 0-3, you know, you kind of lose a little bit of, of that mentality of that, you know, just saneness in general. And it also kind of opens up the discussion of like, okay, now we're going to have to start testing things out and seeing how we're going to be able to pick things back up, reading into Core. So it's a whole other challenge of now readjusting.
I think what I kind of favor a little bit more in these compositions, I think the guest was talking and kind of just comparing the double duelist Core has versus Division 1. And while I like the double dive there for Division 1, I just think Infiltrator's Waylay is really good. And not just that, I think Waylay as an agent is so good at disrupting these double controller setups, right? Just being able to push past it, refract back out if you need to. You have, you know, your dashes in as well to just be able to cut past those smokes completely while the rest of the team follows up. There's so many opportunities to play that disruption, make it a bit more uncomfortable and change that pacing and catch them off guard there. And on a day that Infiltrator is also playing well, that does become all that much more daunting. And I think it's also tough when they talked about how for Division 1, that operator is so important for Dynamic, right? And being down 0-3, they don't have an opportunity to get that online anytime soon.
No. Oh, absolutely not. I mean, now at this point with Dynamic going down again, there's the chance is getting slimmer and slimmer every day. But for Core, losing out on some of these players is not going to be a blessing for them. But regardless, they have 43 seconds left. They're going to have to get themselves onto site somehow. And a Paranoia is readily available here for Foreign. So, you know, unless a big change comes through or that funnel comes in, it's going to be hard. I'm not going to lie, but maybe that wasn't the play. Calamity looking for information on the outskirts, looking to make something happen. And it really is just not here for D1, unfortunately. So, but yeah, I agree. I think Op really is going to be that saving grace Dynamic, obviously fragging out the other day. But just gets harder and harder as Core continues to win these rounds.
Yeah, like just kind of struggling for now. I think we saw a little glimpse of kind of the approach that Division 1 wants to take with how Dynamic had fully walked out into attacker side spawn. They're trying to play that like push and pull, but again, just not feeling quite as comfortable compared to how Core has been able to maneuver around the map, especially when the lurks are so good from Core, right? Like you have three players on that team that have crazy just lurk understandings, like that IQ for it. You got Moose. You also have Flya, who's being super annoying on that Omen. And then you also have the fact that, well, I say three. Mainly it is Moose and Flya for this map, but Kumi also has a really good understanding of those timings too, right? Like when he's going to get a little bit more aggressive, or if you need someone who's going to look to double back against another lane and whatnot. And just like the heads up understanding of where Division 1's looking to push out is been such a boon here for Core, and this timeout is where D1 needs to find these answers before the map gets away from them.
Oh, yeah, as quickly as possible, too, guys, because we also have those convergent paths that are readily available for Infiltrator that is once again going to pose such a huge threat to this round. You know, just breaking the economy is going to be the goal, but all in all, Kumi was actually a leading factor last time they played this map into why they were winning so many attacking rounds, and the fact that we're kind of seeing Kumi go 7-1 again doesn't feel great. It does give me that sense of, okay, maybe, you know, Kumi's going to be on that same kind of path that they were before and really continue to win these rounds.
Yeah, and for Kumi to be heating up late into this best of 3 as well on that Phoenix, where he's already used one run it back thus far and is continuing to look to cycle that up as often as possible. That's what you want to see out of your Phoenix player. But again, look at how Division 1 are now postured up after that timeout. We've seen them go for some of that aggression, right? Now they're going the complete opposite direction. They're playing fully bunkered off of these sites, trying to play those full retakes.
Ooh, and a spray through that actually played out pretty well here. So Calamity, only one kill or potentially one orb off of getting that ultimate. Might be able to see the Seekers pull through and give a bit more information here, but it doesn't matter. The wraparound happens. It is going to be Flya just waiting up towards heaven, but the timing is on their side. And so is the aim, even more to play with here for Core. And they've done the numbers. Now at this point, it really is up to Core to keep the sight. It's going to be hard. A flash comes through. Kumi manages to at least make the timing work, but isn't enough. Already taking out Dynamic. Moose has the upper hand with the spike being planted. Actually, not even closely towards them. They need to take the shots, but there is nothing. Defusal comes through from Foreign, and off chance, it's that first round for D1.
And it's that shout out of those Seekers there for Calamity as well. The information that was garnered, the fact that Calamity was able to get those picks and the refrags coming in after Flya started to flip things. And it was tough. You called out the convergent paths too. Unfortunately, did not hit a single player on Division 1 because nobody was retaking from that screens or elbows side of things. Overall, much needed round win there for Division 1. It was expensive though at the end of the day.
Oh gosh, a good read off D1 too. I mean, they sat off the site. They knew what was going to happen playing the retake game. So they're being a little more diligent now with their spacing.
And playing very passive here, Division 1, favoring a little bit more of that retake play. I say that, but they've actually repostured themselves over at A. Infiltrator actually going to take B down, though.
You said Infiltrator was going to pose a different threat with the op, but maybe a stronger one, because it seems like it's working out exactly as planned. Looking for the second one to come in, and that's not looking so great. So 2 players already down. D1, they just got that first round.
They have to give up that A main control because they know that front is incoming.
Oof, and actually isn't able to refract back in time. Calamity somehow makes the 3K happen. So it opens up something for Dynamic. And you know, again, Dynamic's not a bad player. They played crazy before, and Foreign is there to play that teamwork game. So, okay, great recovery.
Huge recovery, all thanks to Calamity. Covers, these rounds that Division 1 are able to pick up are thanks to those heroics from the Sky player. if Calamity doesn't get that 2K in A main, it's a completely different story of how that round ends up panning out.
Yeah.
Like, Division 1, they're starting to come back into this, but again, it's about the comfort of these rounds, right? The first 4 rounds we saw, those core wins were more than comfortable. These Division 1 round wins are still coming down to the wire.
Yeah, a little too close. They are getting an inkling of how exactly Core have been playing, especially with now we're seeing dynamic in mid with the ops, some smokes left over. But something different now from Core. And actually, Kumi finally collected their ultimate, so they're going to be able to get themselves onto the site. The flash comes out. They haven't cleared the angle, and the only shot that mattered, Foreign was able to get it. So Infiltrator down.
And every single time now that Kumi has used that run it back, it's only been twice, but he's good for like 2 every single time minimum. Like just being able to take those players down and then also clear out so much space for the team. This Viper's pit makes it feel near impossible for Division 1 to go for a retake, especially with that operator in hand there for Dynamic. I think all 3 players going for the save would be much preferred in this situation.
Yeah, the save is good.
And you know, Division 1, they're not going to go for a save without taking a little bit of a risk. A little bit of a risk with that peak there from Dynamic. It wouldn't be them without doing so, that's for sure.
Dynamic is very fluid. Very fluid. It's a little scary sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, but they always make it work somehow. Obviously right now they might be able to make it work with a slight pick. Don't die, please. It's not worth it.
You and me both, girl. You and me both. Calamity too, probably, honestly. Like, comms in chat were probably like, no, please. Save the opponent to the next round. But man, Division 1. Force up alongside that operator. See Foreign in that very same spot, this time with a Sheriff. Actually, not on the top box, though. Giving away a hit.
Oh, every time. I mean, that's such a particular spot for Foreign, too. They've been hiding there over and over again. Obviously, that's going to be something to catch out.
You don't have anyone on the team looking to support that, that position either.
No, not much support from Dynamics End too. I mean, luckily enough, a heal. There are a couple flashes to play with here, but this is where it gets scary, right? There's not really any smokes that you can use. Veeb has kind of set theirs down, so they're all the way over on the A side. They're running onto site. It's literally just deathmatch at this point. They're not really utilizing anything to their own power, but they're still somehow running away with it. Dynamic still has the op, right? So there's not much support going through for Veeb right now, sitting on the outskirts. Dynamic can't even play with this, but 2 players just on the extremities. They need this, but they can't get it.
I honestly didn't think that was a round that they were necessarily going to go for in the first place. It does end up being close, Gomps, but man, that is tough. Different situation, I think, if Fly actually goes down to that snake bite, like coming down to 3 HP, I think, left over. Definitely tough looks there. Honestly, expected the knives to be popped on from the side of Dynamic if they were really truly going for it. But timeout to be called here. Maybe players weren't 100% on the same page for that one. But again, you shouted out Kumi being on a heater. The Phoenix has been such a big part of the success that Core has had thus far here on split Gompers, and you gotta give Kumi all the credit that he deserves.
Oh yeah, Kumi is 13-4, guys. Come on, like credit is definitely given where it's due. Kumi on the attacking side has been very beneficial. Obviously picking up the orbs too, as we've seen very proactively, which I love that they're giving Kumi the space to do that.
Got that working out. The flashes are hitting too. Like when he's going for those fights, it's just everything's going right for Core right now. And for Division 1, I don't know. Again, I see the vision with the operator, but it's kind of similar to calling back to Breeze, and it was Core who was guilty of it that time around with Infiltrator playing really passive on the op on defense, but it's kind of the same look now from Division 1 heading into splits. We've been seeing it Dynamic,
Yeah.
Just playing a little bit further back, a little bit more passive, not going for those deep lines.
Oh gosh.
I don't like
This
it.
is no, it's such a far push, and the dash is gone. Okay, okay. I thought they were gonna keep it, but no, they've heard dynamic. The aggression coming forth. Moose actually giving away a lot of information here, but maybe a bit too soon on that re-peek, especially with the lack of info. Move themselves over towards the A site. They don't even know who's hiding up in heaven. Beeb is able to retrieve one, and this is gonna work out well. Only difference is now they're gonna have to try to fight close by.
But the thing is, core, these players aren't going to overextend in this round. They know that they want to take those long duels.
Oh, okay. I like this. Boomy actually somehow manages to make their way over towards the back of site with that paranoia, but the teamwork, it's not going to be enough. Yep, Infiltrator, again, a big threat with the op.
Impeccable timing there for core. Great information that Moose was able to relay to the team too as they're rotating back towards that A site. He heard Calamity, all the steps that were being made there in A main. I think not quite the support that was needed or the firepower either, weaponry into that round to be facing up against essentially the entire squad there of core on that double peak that we saw coming out from Division 1. But I do like that we're seeing a variety of ideas that are being thrown out, right? Like trying to support dynamic and different maneuvers around the map and getting aggressive, getting those deeper lines. Now, posted up over at B main makes it a lot more comfortable, I think, for the rest of the squad here to focus in on this mid hold.
Yeah. Oh, right before the smoke comes up, Kumi is on it.
Dude, he
Just
can't
kind
miss.
of. Yeah, I don't think anyone's missing, being honest.
See, normally he would say that and then we'd watch someone like immediately whiff on the broadcast, but everyone paused that time around, like making us wait with bated breath, dude.
Oh gosh, and Dynamic's looking pretty good now, but it's pretty unfortunate, the sandwich that we've seen come through from Core. Wow, and they're just so good. Honestly, it's seeming like it's getting really good with the mid takes, with the just space taking. I don't know. This is a hard one.
I think that, well, for Core, 8-2 right now, and just the way they've been working the map, the macro, they've been fully in control. There really hasn't been around, even when Division 1 has pushed out a little bit more aggressively, that they have looked like they were in control of the tempo of that round. Again, those 2 rounds that Division 1 have been able to pick up came down to heroics from Calamity. It wasn't because they had the upper hand. And again, I think reminiscent of Lotus, it does feel like D1 have been a little bit just one step behind the play here from what Core is doing.
Oh, okay, this is different. I think the aggression is a little less forthcoming here for Core. It doesn't seem like they're actually playing together as coordinated as they were. It's still managing to get some of those refrags. So down towards the back side, it's planted in the same position, but this time D1, they have won on certain occasions here in this 3v3. And there's a lot of potential with the slow workup. Of course, the unfortunate part is going to be those stinkers, but there still is a paranoia from Foreign. So if Boomy can coordinate again with that paint shell, with the paranoia, with the smokes coming through, it's going to work out perfectly. Moose is down towards the backside. Foreign and Boomy working together to make it happen. And now Kumi only having a pop flash to utilize, but they don't use it. They're peeking full front forward. And actually, Defusal comes through, but Kumi's hitting the shots. It was close, but an 8-3, I mean, that's good enough, right?
Right down to the wire. 8-3, not too bad. I think, especially considering how confident both of these teams are on the attacking side, right? I think that was a really big highlight of what the desk had been talking about ahead of our final map was just, okay, granted, both these teams are going to have good stats on both sides because they won split one time each quite comfortably. So I'm not like investing crazy into these numbers or anything for anybody who is listening. But the attack was definitely, I think, was definitely the focus. I feel like that a lot of us had for both of these squads here and where they were showing their best looks on this map.
Yeah, and top players from the last 2 games are definitely dwindling a bit. So just having to kind of get that firepower back, I'd say. Oh, that's beautiful. But okay, Convergent Paths, a paranoia. Still though, Beeb is having a good time up in mid. Unfortunately, they do go down, and everybody on the side of core, they have exploded in mid. They've taken everybody out.
Now this becomes so awkward for Dynamic with how far pushed up he was in A main, knowing that mid is open. Opts for reposition over at ramp, but core, they're just fully cutting noise. They don't know the space that D1 has to work with right now. And I like that Dynamic is trying to reposition for something a little bit safer. Because right now, there is no way really for him to group up with Foreign aside from Foreign hitting that from the shadow.
Face your fear!
That Nightfall, actually, he's going to be able to get away with it. Just into the corner. Dodging the haunt here as well.
Oh, but now they're gonna be.
No, they bought it as a fake.
No, you're kidding.
10 seconds left.
Oh my gosh, and they have
Wait,
it.
Nah. Core Derek is in their head right now. Core Derek is in their heads right now. Nightfall, haunt, no push. They just assumed it was the other side of the map.
Oh, and they don't know how many players are here. Luckily enough, actually not lucky at all. It's not lucky at all. Core just really shut it down. 2 headshots to follow through, and a switched side to 9-3. That's a hard one. It was again a very, very good opening from Core. They took out B, took out the only ult that they had placed down in a hot minute. So yeah, kind of difficult there.
I think the other thing that we haven't really touched on here, Gompers, is we've talked so much about how experienced Core is as a roster. And when Division 1 first entered Challengers, we kind of talked about them as this new blood mixed with veterancy, right? With a lot of young, new players. And then players like, okay, Dynamic is still quite young, but him and Dapper, they were the ones that were looking to bring that experience to the table here for Division 1. But now with Beeb in and Dapper out, Dynamic's still very... Wait, I'm going to hold my breath for a second because... Unfortunately, Flya is going to be annihilated. That's a very important pick here for Division 1 on a much-needed pistol round.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, much-needed pistol for Core, too, I guess. It seems like they are not letting this team really take that first pick in and really punishing them for it. So the smoke up actually should have been a big indicator for Core to... I mean, not Core, D1 to honestly have a lot more space there. It's kind of surprising that they lost it so quickly.
Oh my god.
Boomy. Okay, honestly, 2 headshots. And it's not going to happen. I should really stop guessing what's going to happen because the opposite happens. And I'm really messing it up for them. I feel like it's my fault now.
No, you're locked in. You're locked in. That was a bandit moment. That was a bandit from a distance moment. I'm telling you. Bandit from a distance moment. But overall, I think Core now at double digits.
Yeah.
Looking to cement their spot here at playoffs. We haven't really seen any life of Division 1. And kind of going back to what I was trying to say earlier is this team is so young. Even though Dynamic has that experience previously, he took a break from competing before coming back and is still a very young player here as well. So I do kind of wonder maybe if Lotus got under their skin a bit, like they were put onto a map that they're uncomfortable with. The comp didn't work out for them. I do have concerns about whether or not Division 1 in Split have lost a bit of their confidence.
I'd say they did, yeah. I mean, how can you really regain some confidence when you're going 10-3? Core are absolutely annihilating you every single second. And you've bought into this? So even then, you've lost out on so many weapons. And now the economy as well. So you're giving Core an extra step to be able to win another round against you. But, I mean, hey, time will tell. Maybe Beeb can do something about this, taking in the headshots, isolating some of the fights, and that is a big maybe. But Flya, they have that smoke down. They've got the reposition. They have the spike.
I really like the spot that Flya is in right now, though. Able to really, I think, fairly comfortably cover both of those angles. Not...
30
You know
seconds
what?
left.
I said that. I wasn't really expecting Beeb to run this way, and he can hear him.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I think I'm gonna assume that Beeb just believed that Flya probably stayed in like male or vents.
Yeah.
Because he definitely knew that both of them were there and that the spike was down.
Yeah.
So just little things, but again, these new blood players not having that experience, it definitely can be harder to, I think, stay measured and composed in these kinds of moments, in these kinds of games, and not be able to have that mental reset you're looking for.
Yeah. Someone's really got to start picking it up. And not even that, but oh, okay. Teamwork makes the dream work. I am liking this. Of course, this back and forth does continue between Core and D1, but I'm trusting it, right? There's a couple weapons down for pickup here. Dynamic and Boomy are going to be able to take some Spectres in.
A world where they can make it work. Formation will be given up, though.
Mm-hmm.
You already have Flya waiting on an off angle there in B Heaven as well.
Oh no. And Flya's in a pretty good spot with that paranoia, is able to TP themselves away, but they've heard it. They know that they're on the other side. And now they have to recover, trying to take out Moose. Dynamic is down and the spike has been picked up, but where is Boomy going to aim for here?
Was expecting Derek to still be towards A so he could fake that step into sewers, but Core so patient, have the read and the upper hand in this scenario.
Yeah, they did see. Yep, they saw Boomy. They're going to make sure that they can at least take them down. But again, Ash, it was another buy that really didn't work out in favor for them. Now they're not going to be able to invest too fully in shields and weaponry. It's going to be a very, very scattered cost.
That was another measured risk that they felt like they had to take. Very similar to Lotus. Just when you're down that many rounds, you try to take that fight and take that round on a little bit more even footing instead of being more willing to just let it go. It's tough here because right now for Division 1, they're one round away from saying goodbye to them for the remainder of Challengers, and for Core, one round away from being able to close things out and secure that spot here in playoffs.
They need it. This is the time to do it. T1, they cannot lose this if they want to keep themselves in the game. But again, you said Core are hungry. They want to get back to that spot they were in before, and they're not going to give it up that easily. Already taken out Calamity, so that Initiator util is gone.
I think the male smoke for the cross here. But Moose is gonna... I have a feeling he might... Okay. There's a world where I thought Moose was gonna walk through that smoke because he's the type of player to do that, to take those timings to try and catch the other team off guard.
Okay, taking a bit of a patient and quiet play here. I'm taking a moment to kind of breathe, let the space breathe, but they don't know how many players are here. The information is lacking. They don't really have many players to really allow them that info, but here it goes. Kumi 5 health, and that's going to be a beautiful, beautiful way in for Boomy to make sure the space is cleared. And right back they go. So Infiltrator Convergent Paths is readily available to close this round for Core. They can either use it or save it for the next round, or they can go in completely on it. Both players have been hit. Can they push themselves to the limit here and take the win? Core, they've destroyed this game with a huge, huge win. It's 2 wins in a row. Of course, the first one, unfortunate, but I mean, listen, this is what it's about, you know, kind of just saying, okay, GG, go next and on to the next one. So that was great.
Yeah, with this Core, they qualify themselves into playoffs. It was a crazy reverse sweep, honestly, coming in from Core, like back-to-back 13-3 wins coming in for them. And overall, this team looked so good. I think it was definitely tough here for Division 1. A little bit of that conversation we're having, Gompers, during Split. It is difficult to be going into the middle of a Swiss stage with a change in leadership. That is no shade to Calamity. Like any player, I think anybody would really agree with you that changing leadership, even if it's someone who you've already been playing with, is going to be different. It's going to be difficult. It can throw a wrench in things, plus a new player in as well with Phoebe as well. I think that for Division 1, a lot of things were kind of working against them mid-Swiss stage, and they didn't have the time to make those adjustments to really see the form that we know that they can be in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen D1 come through with, honestly, a better performance than today, and it does really mess the mental when, you're coming off a win, you're really feeling confident, you're starting to take these fights. The fights just aren't working out anymore, and the aim is slowly diminishing. So, all in all, big congratulations to QOR for being able to pull through off of a very, very difficult first map. So, yeah, I'm kind of excited to see what the analyst desk is going to say to break this down. But guys, we have our second series coming up in an interview, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
And congratulations to Core for securing their spot in playoffs after an incredible map 2 and 3. I mean, after that first map was done, I mean, Tendrick, this was just a team revitalized. They just look so much more coordinated. They just kind of seem to step ahead of Division 1 and therefore eliminate them from the competition.
Yeah, 10 steps ahead at some points. Core were just, they had such a read on the problem the entire time and busted that door down every single round. It just didn't feel like D1 had a proper response at any given moment. It felt like headless chickens a lot of this time. And also, intention was such a big issue for a lot of this retake game. We saw a lot of times in Lotus where with the composition that D1 picked, they sort of had a bullhorn when it came to their identity. They knew exactly what they were doing, and so did Core, and D1 were going to try and ego their way through it in the pack fights. I felt like we were going to see a lot less of that on Split, but if anything, I feel like we saw even more of that, and it was just a real testament to the lack of confidence that showed by the end of this map. Core were just, yeah, like you said, levels ahead.
I gotta say, I don't even think it's like a comp difference or something like that. It just really felt like this was, yeah, no, it just really felt like D1 was not playing how they should have. They were hesitating a lot on those retakes. They weren't taking space as aggressively on that first half or even getting any of those deep lines or aggressive peaks with the op like we love to see Dynamic do. And ultimately what won them that last split game, the only time we ever saw that happen was on those eco rounds that they were able to secure by disrespecting Core, catching them off guard. And that's been Core's biggest weakness. And I think going into this map, it should have been a lot more even given how well D1 have played on it, how disruptive they were last time, how that's that's how like Core's biggest downfall is when they get caught off guard, when something gets disrupted in their execs, when, you know, there's no hesitation coming in from the side of D1, but unfortunately there are so many of that. I mean, even just like the mind games, I think from Lotus carried over into this map because there were rounds like that. I think it was like a 2v3 where there was 15 seconds left on the clock. There was a fade IA. We are sitting in spawn. My Omen is rotating over and we decide to go B because we think it's a fake with 15 seconds left on the clock. Like at that point, you just commit and like pray that it's A because either way, you're going to be playing retake on that B. Like it just felt like D1 were not in sync with each other and also were playing to not lose.
And I mean, just at this point of the competition, I mean, I know it's a D1 that has heavily had to restructure their compositions, how they operate as a team. They lost their IGL coming into this stage, right? But ultimately, when you're going up against a team with the tenure that Core has, even when Core has had their own changes, they've been bringing on some really experienced talent, right? Playing to just not lose isn't going to be enough. I mean, Core, once they kind of got the ground under them, once they actually were able to pick themselves up, it was a Core that, I mean, this is a little bit more reminiscent of what I would expect coming out from Core Tendrick, which I think too is going to be a very welcome boon for them going into playoffs.
100%. Wow, we were confident in this double duelist for a reason. Infiltrator and Kumi had such a good buddy system going, and when that wasn't happening, Infiltrator was diving in and getting so many easy first bloods. But yeah, the follow-up ability for Core here was so drastically better than D1's ability to try to carry into things. And I think the reason that we're so disappointed in the performance, even from the IGLing from Calamity, is that things were looking so up in the previous games and the game plan was so well formulated. I think we can all agree, like, this is not the D1 we expected to see coming into this game. This is not the D1 that we've seen on this map or as a whole across this stage even before Beeb came in. And like you said, playing more preventative than provocative, just playing to extend the rounds rather than actually win them. And again, that comes down to a lack of confidence so hard.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't really blame them. The pressure is on. This was one of the toughest opponents they've had yet in this split. And also that being the one to make or break your run, like you're bound to feel it. You're bound to feel that pressure. And unfortunately, they couldn't shake it off. But I mean, Core, one thing that they did best about that was take advantage of that. I think they knew that they got in their head. I think they were confident in all the reads that they were making. I mean, even when they made the wrong call and were going into those sacks, they were able to just play off of each other so well. Use a lot of that utility to make sure that there was no gaps that D1 could really take advantage of. And honestly, moving forward for Core, if they can continue on that path and continue improving that and not allowing like little micro mistakes to get in their way like we've seen in the past, like we've seen yesterday, then they have an upward trajectory ahead of them.
I mean, the cliche that all the teams that say that, like, oh, you learn from losing, right? So hopefully for Core, the fact that, I mean, they did take the loss yesterday. We obviously got to see the turnaround going into today. I feel like back-to-back 13 threes is a pretty strong statement in itself, but they do have a couple of days before playoffs too, so they definitely got their reps in. We've gotten to see a little bit of that learning going into today, and hopefully they can look to try and replicate a little bit of their past playoff success with this upcoming playoff spot. But I mean, the competition has been so tough throughout. Like, Corey, like, this was just the first hurdle for them, Tenric. It's really just not going to get easier.
Oh, no, certainly not. Core has such a long road ahead of them, and yeah, being the lower seed in the bracket, it's not going to be one of the easier paths. It's funny, Core are the only team left in Challengers, apart from M80 and Shopify, that still can place in the LCQ on points. It's a long shot, but it's still a shot, and that I feel is representative of the kind of thing Core is going to be going for this stage. It is definitely a long shot, but it is a shot that they still have.
It's a shot that's still true and alive. But for now, congratulations to Core. I want to get some insight from the team. We have Coach Cody on the line for a Phillips Norelco interview to get a little bit of that. You definitely bring it right down to the wire. The last possible opportunity to qualify, but you and the team do it. How do you feel?
It feels pretty good. I mean, the last game was pretty rough. I really wanted that comeback on Breeze to come true, but the team definitely was able to pull it through, especially after map 1, and map 2 and 3 I think went pretty clean for us, so I'm happy.
I mean, for the team too, the fact that it was that loss yesterday that then sent you into having to be in this do or die situation to like today, like, especially as a coach, like, what work did you have to put in to make sure mistakes from yesterday are not going to be replicated going into today?
Mostly going over what we did wrong and what we think and know we did wrong. So looking over like a few of the rounds after and that. And we didn't want to feel like we were bringing yesterday's loss into today. So we're all really close. Like, I love my teammates, and we basically just hang out together, play some games, and we don't want to bring any of the negative energy. So I think that definitely helped us a lot today.
I love to hear that. And something that we were discussing in the green room a little bit was like the comms for Core, especially to like during a couple of the rougher runs like yesterday, but then even today. And I'd love a little bit of insight for like, especially when you're talking about how close the team is. Like, is it just like, okay, we're having fun in the server, we can chill, or does things get serious when it's, you know, situations like this?
I think a little bit of both. I think that's really good for a team in general to be able to like joke around with your teammates, be a little bit like, what's the word? Like joking around, and then being able to lock in at times, especially during the rounds.
I mean, with this lock in today, I mean, I want to talk about kind of the past successes of Core and this situation now. Did you feel the extra pressure? Like, do you feel extra pressure now going into playoffs, knowing that it was a 4-3 to get there, or?
I don't think I really feel extra pressure going in. I think that just means we need to work harder, especially whatever seed we end up with being having to go against some of the top teams. I just think we need to work hard, play our own game, but I think we'll be fine in the end.
I mean, we've had a whole split now for you to be able to scope out the competition. How are you feeling about your chances up against these top teams?
I don't think there's any game right now that's unwinnable. I never thought that, even coming into like my first split in Challengers, but I'm really excited to play a couple teams during playoffs.
Any which ones in particular you're super excited for?
I really want to play M80.
Yeah?
Yeah, I really want to play M80.
Just sort of the gotta beat the best to be the best sort of mentality, or?
Yeah, I guess that would kind of be it. I also have a few teams I want to get my revenge match on, so like Shopify and Nightblood.
So no matter who you're going up against, we're gonna have some fun little storylines here for Core and yourself. I love that.
Yep.
All right. Well, I mean, it has been a series today. You guys got to close out the last 2 maps pretty fast, so I'll let you go enjoy your rest. But best of luck in playoffs, and I'm hoping to see one of those matchups that you're looking forward to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for chatting. As for us, I mean, that is the Core finding their spot in the playoffs in Division 1 eliminated. Of course, there's still one more elimination match on the day. Kylo, you gotta wake up back there. It's gonna be an awesome one. It's gonna be ADG going up against Evil Genius after this short break. Stay tuned.
Phillips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Phillips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
And it's our final match of the regular season here of Valorant Challengers North America. ADG going up against Evil Geniuses Academy, trying to claim the very final playoff spot here. Emily, no better way to be ending off our regular season.
No, not at all, especially when we're looking at two teams that have really been in a trial and error since the start of this season, trying different rosters, experimenting with different players to try and find the success story that, you know, both of these teams have been working towards. And this one kind of dictates how it will play out for them.
I mean, for these teams, sitting at the 3-3, the pressure is there, but you talked about changes and etc. And I want to start with that as we looked at ADG's roster. I mean, when we're at this point of the stage and things aren't working out, you kind of just have to throw anything and everything at the wall, kind of see what will fit, what is going to be going through and into today. I mean, Fluorescent was one of those switches that we got to see as of just 2 series ago here, Emily. So definitely looking for her impact and how she meshes in with the rest of the team to carry us through into today.
I mean, I'm honestly not worried. The only way that I can, or the only word that I can use to describe this roster is it is involved, okay? When we're looking at the individualistic aspect of it, the firepower that this roster has is unreal. You know, you have Vic, who is kind of like a saving grace for C9 in tier 1. He has the aim to do it. You have Fluorescent, again, another one of those players that is just known for getting highlight reels and Twitter clips, and same thing with Ion. And then on top of that, you have all the experience that they bring for this team. You know, Vic having that tier 1 experience. You have Fluorescent being or competing.
There we go.
Sorry, there you go. Competing in GC and even having a little stint in tier 1 and finding success there at an individual level. Like, this roster is just unreal. Like, it's insane to see that this is like a tier 2 challengers roster.
Yeah, I mean, coming off the jump when this team was announced, it was kind of terrifying. Ion, of course, being that Ascension winner coming out of this, Vic returning from C9 after he had announced that he wanted a bit more of a lax playing environment, and then Sacred being that original core of this ADG team that was able to get so far with Chaotic and Bones before, and then Mikey coming over from Division 1 after unretiring to lead them. You get these new young guns in front of him, and he's been able to do a lot with it. Chaotic recently shifted out for Fluorescent, as we saw a couple matches ago, and she looked decent, but in the previous matchup that ADG had against the other Academy team, NRG, Ion was banned from the game right before their match started. So he was out for map 1, and then he got unbanned before map 2 started. So he wasn't
we are
warned
addressing
for that.
the elephant in the room.
It was such a strange, like, I mean, only for Ion, right? Like, that sort of thing could only happen to a player like him, who just has so much attention on him, so many eyes, and probably a lot of spam reports. I can't lie. But seeing, you know, the team fully fledged for the second time this stage with this new duelist core, it should be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even though they haven't been together long and they, you know, in some scenarios might be lacking that immediate chemistry, I really just feel like the experience that they have makes up for that. And you can't really tell that these players or this variation of the roster haven't been playing together this whole split. Like, I feel like they know, they're so aware of like how to play a bunch of different scenarios just by all the experience that they built up in past matches and past like tiers. I just feel like even though they made these last minute changes, I just feel like they're in such a good spot to push forward here.
I mean, when a team's making changes or not, like when you're making the changes that they are and you have the caliber of players that they have, it's going to be changes that work out well, especially too, talking about one of the changes coming into this stage, we have to talk about Vic, because obviously what Vic has been able to accomplish before this team is just incredible. And Tenric, he's not someone who has missed it. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of team's around him. Like, he's not going to miss a beat, but I feel like he has been meshing in well too. He wants to be able to support his teammates. He's trying to adapt to their style, make them look good. And in return, he's been able to get kills and look good in himself.
Yeah, you don't see the VCT player buff apply too heavily in Challengers, but for Vic, it's been in spades. And like you said, he's adjusted his playstyle ever so slightly. He's played a couple tighter corners, closer to his smokes a little more often, and a bit more on that supportive role to let the leash be a little farther for these insanely cracked aimers on his team. And even so, he stands out as one of the best players in this split of Challengers on an individual level as well. He can hold his own for fights, and he's been able to extend a lot of fights due to his play with smokes that lets him get so active in the long run, and of course the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, back when I was watching him in Tier 1 this entire year, and even last year, like, his playstyle, well, I think it has changed a little bit. I think he's been let loose more. Like, I think he's more willing to take a lot of these fights and get a lot of these multi-kills that we're used to seeing him do on Cloud9. Like I said before, he was kind of the saving grace. There were so many rounds that he would just turn around when they shouldn't be winning. And a lot of times he was the reason why they stayed in the game for so long. And I think bringing that onto a roster that has multiple other players that can do the exact same and that have done the exact same, it's just insane to see. And it's also fun to see him kind of just activate and not have to worry as much. There's not as much pressure as there was on him before.
Yeah, and I mean, for the team, maybe even if that pressure isn't quite as much on him, it's still pressure on the team to try and get a qualifying spot into playoffs. But of course, the opposing team could say just the same with Evil Genius's Academy. Though, talking to PL Darkus yesterday, he was saying there's no pressure, no nerves. He's just excited to play more Valorant, excited for another run with the squad, which was just fantastic to hear after a quite lengthy series yesterday. So it's a team, at least, that's being led by someone who's excited to just get back into the server. And I'm hoping that vibes and just the overall skill with the team, Emily, like, that should be enough to carry them through today.
Oh, for sure. I think vibes is going to be a great thing to kind of keep this team locked in. But I also think people sometimes underestimate the experience and firepower coming from this roster, too. You know, you have Recoil and B-Dog, who have previously played for TSM. I think Data actually even coached that roster at some point. And on top, you have Moves and Jakey, who they might not have that much of, like, org experience. I just think that they still have so much, like, in-game experience because they've been playing for so long. And I think that's going to be the name of the game today, is how well and how much chemistry this team has built over top of their opponents today, and if they'll be able to kind of shut down a lot of that firepower we were talking about.
I mean, especially too, if we're highlighting just what one player is able to accomplish over on the one side of ADG, I want to make sure we can do the same for EJ and talk about, I think, one of our favorite players to be talking about, Jakey. I said this yesterday when we talked about Jakey. Oh my gosh, we love talking about Jakey because he's so good. And Tenric, we're going to talk about him a little bit more today because, again, he's just always good for his ones, his twos, and is so good for this team to be able to win rounds that they, frankly, sometimes have no business winning.
Yeah, man, this series has two great controllers really showing off in this. I'm so excited to watch both these guys perform. And Jakey, I mean, he's been performing in Challengers for years at this stage. He has always been one of the most active smokers in the game. And in the advent of that being the meta, he is still one of the best guys to do it. His timing has been absolutely superb in order to let the more stationary members of EGA get so much more value out of their spots. And he finds a couple cheeky ones of his own with the help of the TPs. Yeah, one of the best omens in this split so far. One of the most active, one of the most frag happy. It's been a joy watching him play.
I mean, outside of the individual plays that he's able to get away with, I just also feel like he's such a good bridge for his team, right? You see a lot of the duelists taking space on this roster of EGA, but then he's kind of the one to kind of mesh it all together, make sure that, you know, people are getting traded out, that, you know, there aren't just solo plays happening ever. He's always there to kind of be like this cleanup crew, which I think EGA sometimes really needs.
I mean, when we're looking too at, I mean, those are just the stands for the team. I want to talk about those ones that are on the front lines to get those kills and talk about our Phillips Norelco head to head. Because for one team, I mean, a lot of pressure on B-Dog to get a lot of this done himself. But for Larson, of course, was someone that there was a lot of anticipation for her joining into this roster and playing into these matches. And someone that, I mean, Emily, we know is more than capable of holding her own and more within a server.
Yeah, I mean, the things that she's able to get away with and make happen, and no matter what tier she's in, no matter what game or what opponent she's facing, it's just unreal. But I think B-Dog has that same potential. I just don't think we've seen it fully fleshed out yet. There was a time back in the day when he was first signed to TSM where there was this whole thing about B-Dog supremacy because he was the jet GOAT of his time. And I think, you know, he's still finding his footing with this roster. He's had to kind of build up chemistry with these new players. There's been a little bit of swap ups on the side of EGA, but I think we can't count this head to head out because it could be some of the most insane jet games we've had.
Yeah, it's time to stop sleeping on B-Dog. You've had an excuse to for long enough. He's been underperforming compared to his previous streaks, but those days are over. He's been up and alive as the insert for EGA lately, and it's really good to see him back in his prime. Shout out We Did for keeping the word out and making sure everybody, you know, stayed positive for this man. I'm so glad he's back.
I mean, there's a reason that he was being called B-God instead of B-Dog, okay? That's all I'm saying. But as we look to the series ahead, hopefully we can see some of those maps for a little bit of that Jet gameplay and get to see a B-Dog that is absolutely unleashed. Going up against two very correct, very young duelists on the side here of ADG. Getting into the server, it's going to be split as that very first map picked up by EG. And I mean, if you're looking for a little bit of B-Dog, I mean, Emily, I got some good news from the back.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're going to be making any sort of comp changes. I know last time, I believe it was Myrna saying, oh, I hate the deadlock comp, I hate deadlock, but I mean, it worked out for them. And I think that's going to be something that I'm looking forward to here, especially going up against ADG, because they have some weird double duelist comps. They like to kind of play more towards their comfort picks, which makes sense when you have these players that can just turn the game around or turn rounds into wins when they shouldn't be. But I think EG, I feel like their win condition for this entire series is making sure that they can play as a team and shut down a lot of these like superstar players. You don't want to let them get like individual momentum. You don't want to let them kind of just go for kills and not getting traded out, because once that starts to happen, I feel like that's when ADG really start building up this confidence. They really start just kind of running with the momentum that they're gaining, and it feels unstoppable at that point.
Yeah, I feel like a potential of an ADG snowball within a map is just absolutely incredible. So EGA, a lot of pressure to be shutting that down right away. Map is almost ready though. Quick little hit on the predictions. It's just me and Tendrick against the world, predicting ADG up against, you know, this world of EGA.
World is so cold.
Tendrick. Oh, we got this though, we got this.
No, I absolutely believe in that ADG snowball to come out of the coldness that is EGA. I agree, this first map is going to be a toughie. It's possible that ADG is going to have to shake it off, but if there's any team that has to prove they have the mentality to rise above, and if there's any time to do it, it is here and now for ADG. I'm confident in the duelist duo. I bet Ion is going to be pissed after missing that last match. He's going to be hungry to get in the action, but yeah, against this deadlock comp, it's going to be so tough.
Yeah, and we are getting a bit of a comp change here for ADG, right? We're getting that Jet Raze duo instead of, I believe they had the Neon Raze or something like that.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah, which I honestly really don't mind, because then that gives me the Jet head-to-head. But I think a big name in the game here is, I like that they're sticking with the Raze. I think that nade will provide so much advantage for them, especially going against a lot of that annoying deadlock trips and deadlock utility that could catch them off guard, especially if they are planning to play at that fast tempo.
I mean, for myself, being able to see this composition swap come out from ADG, I think just makes so much more sense. I think Fluorescent on the Jet is just insane. Ion, the impact he can make with this Raze, this is just a match made in heaven. But it's time to see what the composition clip coming out, if it's going to be enough to take down this composition from EGA, and who's going to be taking the first map in an oh so important series. It's time to find out with your casters. Back over to Ash and Gompers.
All right, thank you guys so much for the fantastic breakdown. I'm kind of excited because EG, they've had so much success with this composition, Ash, in previous iterations playing on Split, and now we're going to be able to see it again, but actually against a very, very different comp from ADG.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these changes work for the side of ADG. Maybe, honestly, like, Floor is just so comfortable on that Jet. Not that she's, you know, ever a slouch on the Neon either, but expecting the operator come out at times here as well. I think the Jet is just a little bit more natural feeling in that kind of regard. But it's going to be interesting to see how this ends up panning out for both these squads. I'm super stoked, considering it's our last matchup of the Swiss stage, to find who's going to be taking that final spot in playoffs.
And that's exciting. And it feels like just 2 seconds ago we were on Split, but with a different team, which technically we were.
We're
going to see different play styles though, which is kind of exciting because we got the deadlocks locked in. Right now we have a difference here with a Sky, which is pretty interesting. It does seem like ADG getting their own type of spacing, gonna have to try to recollect something here, but the pistol round important for both of these teams, right? Just seeing where the momentum's gonna go. Obviously, seemingly like it's going to be very, very hard for the take on to sight with moves wrapping themselves around to the extremities in EG. They've taken out a majority, leaving Vic alone with the frenzy that B-Dog has, doing the absolute most. So that flawless first round for EG.
Yeah, and I think that this round was also a really good just demonstration of what we're expecting from EG on the attacking side, just to set the tone for Split in general, right? Because I think most people, if you missed some of their past games, the last 2 games that they played with this deadlock composition, you might look and be like, okay, they're cooking. Defense is going to be really tough to like break through, but it's the post plants that you have to be worried about, because Evil Geniuses Academy, they do not have a problem getting onto that site, making that space. They had so much success starting on attack versus Alliance Guardians, and looking to very much so repeat that here today.
Absolutely. The seeming like a big victory there for ADG, though, off that first pick on moves, and the B site completely cleared out. So, you know, just off that rotation alone, looking to make some of that work happen, but it's quite exciting, you know, to kind of see ADG looking for something new with the comp that they're running. Again, it takes time as well to really put this into like a comp perspective where it's not, you're not scrimming, you know, you're in an actual tournament and running this now.
Yeah, you have to make those adaptations so quickly, but you also know that Evil Geniuses are going to be very creative with those post-plant setups. Look at how annoying, like, Darkus is already being. You see those traps in Hell for the drops from Rafter there as well. Again, continuous things that we want to kind of shout out so you guys can keep an eye out for it, because it's what we're expecting from Evil Geniuses. That deadlock utility is such a hindrance to the defenders when they're trying to go for these retakes.
Okay. I mean, again, huge picks coming through from ADG. At the end of the day, that's really all you can do on a save round. But we're now reaching a more even playing field, right? Some Vandals on the board for both sides. EG not really feeling like they're taking the advantage over.
Nah, that's just typical Valorant things, you know? You win the pistol, you win the next round. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. But very least, Outlaw there for B-Dog is going to be potent, still up against 2 players on the side of ADG, with Mikey and Vic having that refresh shield that they get to work into. Only 25 shield health for them. And let's make that 3 players who are now vulnerable to that Outlaw.
They know they've at least done some damage in mid, and you can see them curious as to, you know, was there some repositioning happening here, which it is going to, in fact, be that Ion trading off spaces here with Sacred.
Enemy killed.
Yeah, just playing that little push and pull. Evil Geniuses is feeling out how ADG want to handle these defensive rounds when they have rifles finally in hand. B-Dog is going to go down in mid here. This changes things a little bit. Now, with a minute on the clock, Evil Geniuses, they're going to continue to move at this kind of slower pace because they don't have that dive. The moves lurk was so important to the game plan here on this default. But the presence that Jake is showing on the other side of the map just might be the answer that Evil Geniuses was looking for to find that open A site.
And open it will be, but with the silence there, you know, you're going to have to start to get a little curious. Taking their time. I like this. Dark is kind of proactively placing their utility to make sure that this post plant does not go dry. But there are 5 players here, Ash, and that somewhat concerns me because there's a lot of util to use for ADG. So this retake, it's not going to be that bad. Just going to have to wait and see. There is some information that we can see come through from Recoil. Hoping that maybe the peak doesn't come out too far-fetched, but it does seem like at least one has been taken out, looking for another and diminishing some of those numbers to allow Darkest to play with this. But the wall is still up, and they do manage to use the ultimate to give themselves more leeway. And it's unfortunate. The util was perfect, but I guess ADG's approach was even better.
I saw the vision there, but getting a little too lost in the sauce. I feel like pulling out the grab was a little bit greedy there from Darkus, but I respect the heroics in the attempts that he had to try and take that round over the line there for Evil Geniuses. Like, just keep in mind that it was, what was it, like a 2v4 situation here, and they bring it down to a 1v2. A lot of damage done there from EG. ADG, they're still going to be able to muster a buy into this round. Ion just one away from that showstopper.
Smokes are set down a bit too late, and it does leave Fluorescent having to back themselves out and give that space away. And a beautiful paranoia, actually. So they leave both of these players having to fight solo and isolate some of these fights for that rotation to come in. But the information as well is still coming over to the B site with moves proactively searching. And there it goes. Okay, Vic does manage to actually close that one off with the space taken up towards heaven. So, I mean, the real danger is, how are EG going to be able to kind of rotate through this, especially with Ion secretly waiting, but it works out.
Dude, and now you have what? The deadlock barrier, the wall just completely cutting off Mikey from the rotation. So now Vic is on a complete island on his own. He's still able to get one, but not anything else. ADG 2v3. Post plant set up here. Both flashes still available though for Mike.
Didn't see the flashes too much last time. You know, kind of hoping they do come out a bit more. Fluorescent is not even close though. And timing is of the essence here. So if they're planning on pushing this for Mikey, they gotta go in quick and they gotta go and sure of themselves. Right now, that flash does come through, trying to gather information for that heaven smoke. I mean, for that heaven flash here coming through. Fluorescent slowly trying to make their way. They know that Mikey's there. Nobody knows what's going on in heaven. Fluorescent is a bit too late to clear the angle. And now they don't even have the time. The defusal can't come through in enough time. Darkus doesn't even know what's going on at this very moment, especially with no noise. So the round win given over to EG, and there's nothing ADG can do.
Another day, another darkest deadlock post planned. Like, do you see how much respect that ADG has to give that utility? Mikey is trying to get the flashes out for Fluorescent to walk out from heaven, right? But then at the same time, he hears that trip just on the other side of the wall and knows that he can't actually go and assist for a trade. And it just becomes that much more awkward. 3-1 here for Evil Geniuses on their map pick to kick things off. ADG, they go for the aggressive peek into B main. That lack of presence is going to give them the answer they're looking for. See the full rotation for the most part coming through here. Aside from Vic, who's waiting to see if there's a lurk.
Same type of trip we're seeing come through from Darkus, and I'm sure that that's going to be a big read for ADG, especially now with Fluorescent looking for that space in heaven. And there's a lot of players here, Ash, that it's really worrying me on the outskirts. EG don't have any information as to what is going on onto the site. They have to re-clear it, and that's going to be a big problem of its own. No ultimates, barely any utility other than maybe the paranoia that can assist here, and ADG watching heaven, making sure that they can at least keep this defusal down with a body block, but they continue the spray. Is it enough time? Is it enough for Vic to do something with this information? But it's not.
It isn't. I really liked what EG did there. They had an understanding that Ion had that showstopper available. There was a world where they would go for that flood retake, hope that the showstopper would connect with at least one person and make the rest scatter so that ADG could take advantage of the chaos. And EG said, no, we're not going to play on site. Let's fully back off into main. They're not going to expect that. We planted for heaven. They fully take ramps control back as an entire team. Very nicely called up against that eco there from ADG. Operator up here for Fluorescent.
Oh, this is so good. At least one for the taking, and is able to back themselves away from that angle, but not a lot of utility kind of pushed down to stop that aggression coming through from EG. So it doesn't really allow, you know, too much to be played with. ADG, though, doing a really, really good job at trying to reopen things up with Fluorescent now picking up this Phantom, so they can play more fluidly with the team. This is dangerous.
I'm just trying to buy time for Vic right now. He's on the flank from B main. Nightfall goes out.
Yeah, I like the Nightfall. Vic is not playing around, and neither is Fluorescent. I mean, Fluorescent's been in the scene for a long time, so we know that they're absolutely insane with their aim. I'm not very surprised, to be honest, that they can take these 1v1s very, very fluently.
Yeah, it's definitely the return of her. That is for certain. But a big round for ADG to pick up here as well. Operator gets picked back up to carry over. And a much needed round win for ADG to just stop that bleeding. It starts with this operator shot on Jake. No smokes made the retake that much more comfortable there for the side of ADG with no cover to provide for those choke points. It's just a very quick blood situation with the backstab incoming from Vic. Now it's about stabilizing. Shirt starting to claw themselves back into this game, but ADG, they also want to be chaining rounds together here on the defense. Especially, I think, when this is the side they've historically been better on.
Yeah. Definitely for ADG. It's taken a bit of time, you know, but I think it's quite difficult, especially with the changes made. Although they're finding that pacing. They've done some transitions. We're seeing Floor a little more proactively on B. You know, and some of that space not being given over too lightly here on mid.
This time around, Sacred going for the contact play, trying to bait Bryon.
Yeah, moving in. Looking for some sort of fight in mid. Of course, there's two players watching, and the Spike is sitting just behind, waiting for everybody to make that sort of impact. But Darkest is good. They've managed to take out Ion, and that's going to be a huge addition here for EG to try to make their way up towards mid. But I like this. The space has been taken up. It's going to have to be something for ADG to really contemplate on.
I mean, it gets a little bit awkward here, though, because if there's any sort of stop to this push on A, it's going to change the pace.
Kill confirmed.
Yeah, now it's up to the A site. I do see a lot of proactivity coming through from Mikey, of course, trying to keep the site under wraps, but ADG, they're having a bit of trouble when it comes to kind of stopping that very, very aggressive play going back over towards the A site. Wasn't necessarily expecting, you know, that movement to come through, especially with the majority of fights won out in mid. All in all, though, you know, Sacred very, very low, could potentially just be looking to save this. Everyone is hunting, though, for this player and is not looking to let it go.
Nah, definitely not. I mean, they have some of that cash to spare. You're trying to cycle back into a couple of those ultimates there as well. You mind as well. Big annihilation to open things up there for Evil Genius's Academy coming up from Darkest. And overall, I think we've talked about how quickly, you know, this team is going to need to adapt in this series, especially, you know, running a bit of a slightly altered composition on the side of ADG. But the other thing, too, is it is not often that you go up a composition like Evil Geniuses on split in this current meta. And I think that's the other thing is you can go back, you can go look at the VODs, you can have an understanding of how EG want to play it, but actually facing it head on in the server is such a different experience at times. And depending on how they're playing on the day, it's not necessarily going to be running the exact same protocols either.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of utility, I think, with the deadlock that really changes, again, the pacing here for ADG, how proactive Darkest is also being with that utility as well to set up Evil Genius Academy for success in those fights, whether it's setting himself up or finding an opportunity for B-Dog to look to dash in on somebody who's been hit by the grab net or throwing the wall down to cut off those rotations. It's just making maneuvering the map, I think, really uncomfortable here for ADG, and also makes it a little hard, I think, for them to feel like they want to be proactive at times because... You know what? You might peek through a main. Darkest is ready. Grabnet on the other side. You might just get caught out. It just becomes really awkward.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just in general, especially if you know how to play with your util, which I do believe Darkest is doing pretty well in regards to like having the post plant and putting their sonic sensors down to make sure if somebody does swing and tries to play that, it makes it a bit harder. So I am liking what I'm seeing.
A slower approach this time around. The ADG, they want to go search for that info. B-Dog's just waiting here with the blades. 3 players that he's faced up against. And he gets out.
Yeah, brutal for Mikey to go down that way. Especially with, I mean, worst case scenario, I think Mikey staying alive would have been good for that ultimate. But unfortunate, things go the way they do. EG now looking for B-Dog to kind of make some space happen, open up over towards the B side. Jake is great with their paranoia to really keep things clear. So up to 2 more players. ADG is struggling a lot with retaking and just keeping these sites.
And again, like trying to retake up against a deadlock post plant paired with, you know, Moves, who usually has a snake bite online into the post too. It's just so difficult, especially when you have a lot of these trips placed for those drop positions that you can't necessarily clear out, especially when that nade for Ion is being utilized early into the round for the earlier fights, right? And not being saved for those post plants to try and break up that utility. And it's another round, Gompers, where you look at the mini map, and again, both of those trips completely undisrupted there by ADG.
Just that opening in general there coming through from B-Dog was a lot to take in. It's the timing really for this team. I think EG is really just playing into the information they're given. They know that ADG get impatient from time to time. Kind of like it.
And forcing their opponent into a bit more of an uncomfortable position where they feel that need to find the information. Again, those quick scopes for Floor are always so clean to take a recoil out of the picture.
Oh yeah, exactly what we need to see in the opening rounds, taking that first pick. And listen, recoil's down, so they had to go into sight, barely any information given. They can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in. And you can see they're actively having to isolate these fights now. They do have some smokes left over here for Vic. Actually, apologies, in 9 seconds they're gonna have a smoke that they can maybe cut out some of these corners with, but they're working themselves up. They know at least one's sitting behind signs, but EG, they're playing an impossible game to get by. The Viper's pit is down for Moves, and Fluorescent having the op is pretty much a go say for keeping it.
And I think that this is something for Evil Geniuses. Maybe there were questions previously after seeing that Alliance Guardians game of whether or not, you know, this kind of success was going to be replicatable, right? As far as being able to break into these sites and actually get that plant down so that the post plant can be as potent as you know that it is. And they're so consistent with it. The highlight between B-Dog and Fluorescent, granted, we haven't seen that many firefights between the two of them, but I feel like B-Dog today has been a little bit more explosive in the early rounds. A lot of the time, we tend to see him kind of slowly working, you know, a pick before actually like going in full diving onto that site. But the synergy is here. Like him and Recoil are in sync when it comes down to those dash into the cloudburst plays, following up the haunt to clear out that space, and it's all working out very nicely here for EG.
Yeah, they've practiced this. They're obviously showing a lot of improvement with their own timings, but yeah, Fluorescent, they're a little more aware of Fluorescent's proactivity and trying to get those first picks. So I do like the early engagements with some of this util. Slowly working themselves up. That smoke goes up. They know that there's going to be a majority waiting right behind it, but this is huge. ADG, they throw the paint shells. They get a big majority of damage, and those sprays do pressure them back.
Yeah, the shot over the box, I think. Pretty sure that's just B-Dog jump spotting there. He absolutely gets his head taken off.
Yeah.
But look at Moobs right now. He's walked through the entirety of the A site. And it gets kind of weird because they saw ramps in Heaven control. And it's all about the timing. Jake's trying to wait for Moobs to be close enough so they could take this fight together.
30 seconds
Okay,
left.
this is huge. And I do like the silence in it. They know exactly where Iron is going to be. Unfortunately, though, not enough time. So Iron does get that third pick and diminishes those numbers just a bit. But the 3v2 ADG having the numbers advantage, you'd think to yourself, you know, hey, this is a bit more winnable, especially now with Vic having a big moment here. That smoke hasn't necessarily diminished just yet, but in time, Fluorescent does work themselves around the back, and the defense defense is looking even better. And even better, they will look for, I mean, at least that 3 to 7 to come through.
Ooh, a much needed round again, but still ADG, the real test is going to be able to chain these rounds together. Slowly working back into this defensive half. A couple rounds left to work with here. Taking a look at that ultimate economy. You do have Viper's Pit available for Sacred. Not really anything on the side of EG, aside from maybe a Nightfall that could come online into this round. Though, because a lot of this defense for ADG has been kind of reliant on either Floor finding those earlier picks, or in the last one, the heroics from Ion and his showstopper.
Yeah, heavily relying on like these really star moments from these players, which is a problem. And man, that this instantly, like this Viper's Pit goes down, so it becomes harder. Fluorescent is there to follow up, luckily enough, so we do get another one here. So it's going to be that 3v4. That gives ADG something to work with. They have the information. They know that they're at least within mid, possibly slowly working themselves up towards A in the back off. They're a little unsure of themselves.
Where are you?
Mid splits here have been successful for EG in the past. No ramps control for ADG this time around, but a lot of presence shown makes EG feel a little uncomfortable from taking that heaven control.
Fluorescent is not uncomfortable. Fluorescent's actually very comfortable right now, which is nice to see, especially in the midst of all this chaos. So it's difficult. They know the op is hiding somewhere. They haven't cleared A site, so there is a bit unsurety there for EG. Luckily enough, Jakey is going to try to make sure that they have some sort of backup. This is hard. You got a Paranoia still readily available from Vic. 2 smokes, a flash from Mikey, you know, 2 blast packs, right? This is worst case scenario coming through from EG. They really have to play together here if they want something to happen. And there it goes. All right, the Paranoia's followed through. The smokes are set down. They're trying to close out these angles. And Jakey's the last one alive. Can they make it work? And they tried it, but it didn't.
Not able to make it happen, but a perfect Paranoia that you shouted out from Vic to find that success. The timing from Recoil Seas was great as well for slowing that down. But ADG now in these rounds, they're finding themselves with those earlier numbers advantages before that post plant comes to fruition, when these rounds where Darkest's deadlock utility is no longer like a factor in the post plant are the ones where ADG are finding that comfort, finding that success into these retakes.
Definitely been improving upon that too. It's just same mid thing again. You know, so much presence here. I do like the holds we are seeing, though. I think even though Sacred occasionally does miss out on or lose out on these fights, they are still always at least picking one off or really holding back this push.
Adjustment. You talked about how they're looking to clear out those angles earlier on. Floor's playing all the way back down.
Oh, and this is not good. They're going to know where Floor is. At this point, all Floor can do really is just, either dash themselves away or try to get the one. The one might have been better, unfortunately, as they do go down. But EG, they are on the site, and they are not letting it go, with Darkest taking in a 3K and making sure this team is not going to see the light of day. With Mikey, the only one left alive. So actually, I spoke way too soon. Mikey is no longer alive. I lied.
And that's okay. Annihilation, 8-4 half. We're resetting here for ADG, right? Yeah. Heading into the attacking side. It's side where they've been relatively successful on. I think, again, we did see a lot more of that success on defense. That's where they've been able to come back in some of these maps on split here as well. But People Geniuses now, they've had quite a successful initial half. I think I respect the adjustments that ADG were able to make. Now I'm curious to see how they're going to look to problem solve up against this very, honestly, annoying composition here. to go up against on the attack. A lot of pressure, I think, on Ion for those nades to find their mark to take down the trips there from Darkest.
All right, here it goes. Now we've switched the sides. Again, mid control being a very, very big thing on a map like Split, but it does seem like first fight won out by Ion in rotation. I mean, a reposition that happens out from moves, which is good. At least getting some information and ground there. But unfortunately so, yeah, doesn't work out for ADG. They do lose out on their own set of smokes here over towards the A site.
Though might not necessarily be ready for the repush from all 4 players of ADG with knowing that Sacred is that lurking presence.
Darkest does actually, yeah, I was going to say, still has a lot of their util there, but they're not able to play it. The push comes out way too hard, way too proactively, and now the aggression from Fluorescent trying to get themselves in the smoke, it works out for them. So all they have to do is hold the site. They lost out on some of that util that could potentially have been placed by Darkest. Now they're just going to have to play with what they have, which is themselves and that paranoia from Jakey.
Here.
Paranoia, though, has a great line for backside.
Oh, that's beautiful. Oh no, but they wait too long. They know where at least some of these players are, but Fluorescent and Ion peeking off each other, playing the contact game.
Yeah, a bit too hesitant there from Evil Geniuses on that retake. You mentioned it, waiting a little too long after the paranoia has subsided when they could have taken that opportunity to isolate Floor. Granted, it's not like EG knew that all of those players were on site, and maybe we're hoping for someone else to kind of pop out as to swing off of it and try to buy a bit of that time, but then it didn't happen, and then the moment passes. But a huge pistol round here for ADG to pick up to set themselves up for a bit of that earlier success here on the attack.
Just one peek. Okay, beautiful. A second one given away. A potential third. Sacred is fighting for their life. I mean, either way, yeah, EG are in a pretty decent spot. I'm not too worried. I mean, their gameplay so far has been pretty good. Missing out on the pistol rounds isn't too much of a concern of theirs, but for EG, it's kind of the same case scenario, right? Like, we're really fighting to the death to see if we can continue our stride, not really get eliminated out of this bracket. So even though these mistakes are happening this early on, they cannot continue. So they're going to take their leave.
JP wants to do as much damage as he possibly can. I mean, it's still technically a very winnable round for him. The high-low, though, going to be too much to deal with. And it's going to be a solid ADG recovery into this. Losing a couple weapons in the process of it, as EG continue to keep it a little bit closer. But overall, when you look at their buy that they're able to muster together, they're more than happy, especially with Ion being 2 away from that showstopper. Definitely a world where we see that come to fruition into the post plant for certain if he's alive, and even if not, a world where it could come up before that spike is even planted and open things up here for ADG to steal a bonus round away.
It's interesting because the boombot was thrown pretty early over towards B, but now this movement up in mid, Moves is catching out on Fluorescent. Now they're actually getting a ton of util thrown at them. This could be bad, right? They've expended so much at this point when they're trying to get some ground over towards A. They're just gonna have to fight this firepower game. But even then, Paranoia is making it really, really hard to see what they can do up towards heaven. This is good off EG, right? They're playing patiently, waiting to get at least one round on the board on this half in particular. But, you know, ADG, they're proactively looking and playing very, very safe with the spike just settling down with them. Ion, unfortunately, goes down, and the spike is still theirs here for EG.
Dude, that got so scary. Yeah. Like, you had half the team on ADG just sitting inside vents, and I'm watching 4 players walk over to A heaven just holding that smoke. This is such an important fight for Darkest to be able to win up against Sacred. But Jakey,
1 enemy remaining. 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 1 enemy remaining
Gonna close that door there for ADG. Get that 9th round on the board here for Evil Geniuses Academy. Things got weird.
Yeah.
But again, look at how much respect. They didn't even try shooting the deadlock wall. They just walked into vents, sat inside of it, got stalled out by the molly coming in there from moves. And it's just things like that where you have to keep in mind that you got to break that wall. It does, like, that barrier mesh has got to go down. You have to have like some opportunity to leave those options open for rotation, even if you don't want to rotate. Just apply a little bit more of that pressure on other areas of the map to threaten ADG's defense.
Yeah. Still going up in mid. This time there's not too much attention there, which is interesting.
Timing here. That barrier mesh is constantly so good from Darkest. Like, ADG just trying to play contact play. He doesn't throw it off at the on rip at the beginning of the round, knowing that ADG are trying to poke around the map, see where the setup is sitting. And Floor.
Oh, wow. Okay, B-Dog is lucky. So beyond lucky, but also crazy that Ion couldn't take a rip off of that showstopper, which is insane. Now I guess they're just moving around in mid, which is interesting because they were mid previously, kind of like migrating back over. Not a lot of information over towards B, especially with that first-hand loss, but 14 seconds left. B-Dog has now taken out Sacred, but B site is pretty heavily contested.
Yeah, they have the entirety of site, but honestly not that much to work with into the post plant. Waiting on a smoke refresh here from Vic, but no flashes available. Fully relying on these crossfires, on these contact plays here for ADG. But for Evil Geniuses Academy, they also don't have much to work with either.
No, there's not much. I mean, what can you do other than Fluorescent's really just trying to clear out the back of sight? Yeah, but Jakey's like, all right. Like, I feel like at that point there isn't much you can do other than save, right? You've lost out on the only other person who could help you.
No util, time is ticking, like really nothing that you can do there for Jakey, but ADG, they continue to find success here on the attacking side, and right now these deadlock setups not proving to be nearly as troublesome as you would expect at first. And I think the ability for ADG to be calling these plays where Mikey wants them to poke into B main, get a little bit of that information, apply a little bit of that pressure, then work back over towards mid, again trying to just draw out that deadlock utility early enough into a round. But a shoulder peek there from Jakey. Unbeknownst to him, Floor is on the other side.
There hasn't been, and I'm assuming it's because there's so much pressure coming through from Darkest. They know Darkest has their ultimate, that there's not a lot of attraction to pushing onto site. It's just always hitting mid. Like always finding mid, trying to find these picks, which becomes way too slow at a point.
This tough, Darkest. Staring in the barrel with this Guardian gonna peek through. And a nice attempt to stall, but he's gonna be spammed out past the smoke. Playing a little bit too forward, a bit greedy there.
Yeah, greedy. I guess actually a great way to really describe how they're playing here for EG, especially too. I do feel like ADG a bit more on the quiet side, but then disruptive, you know, once the rounds have reached half point. It's getting difficult. Like, I mean, the holds for ADG haven't necessarily been the best as we've seen. It's been struggling quite a bit. So in all reality, right, these cross holds, they need to work. Sacred peaking when they shouldn't be. and just looking for something. But all in all, like there's 3 players left on site who are struggling to try to play together at this point. A wraparound that might be able to help, but that's the beauty of it. I guess the timing really is the name of the game here for ADG.
Yeah, it is. And I think just, again, making it a bit uncomfortable here for Evil Geniuses. The setups have been interesting. I feel like we've seen quite a variety from Darkus being on the B side, Darkus being on A, Darkus focusing a little bit more on mid, while maybe his trips are elsewhere. The problem with, I think, why Darkus felt the need to play so forward on that A side was because he didn't have any support from the rest of the team, right? You just have those trips. Otherwise, was looking for a bit of that early info. Can't fully play like completely anchored on site because there's a concern of, okay, what if they get that timing, they walk past the trip, they walk up on you.
Yeah.
And it was just an awkward, I think, defensive round that we just saw from Evil Geniuses, where the map control wasn't quite what they wanted or needed for the kind of setup that they were looking at. But ever since swapping sides, Gompers, ADG, they look so much more comfortable dealing, I think, with these setups. And we've seen a lot of that success from Ion, either breaking up, you know, that deadlock utility there, or honestly, the team just finding an opportunity to either pick Darkest apart or find another hole there in mid.
Darkest has posed the biggest threat, I will say. Very hard for ADG. It's super difficult because it does seem like they're really just trying to get a read on where Darkest might be, how they can execute off of that. Not a lot of util though, luckily enough in this round, so I do feel like ADG, they're put in a better position than they were last time. Yeah, and already off the rip, just taking out majority of these players up in heaven. At least looking for it too, because now they've backed off. Wait, there was no read. Actually, Moves just got scot-free away from the boom bot. I don't know what's going on with these sensors here. We've seen this so many times happen, but it's okay. At least some information. They know where everybody is. They're able to take out Jakey here. I mean, yeah, the trade-off definitely coming through.
Able to find the one. That's all up to B-Dog and Moves. And Floors, again, going for that re-wrap over at ramps.
One enemy remaining.
And not even needed to close the round out there. 9-9, ADG managed to tie things up after an 8-4 half in favor for Evil Geniuses. EG, they are cycling into quite a few ultimates though, so this next round is honestly so important for them if they don't want ADG to find the advantage, especially when you're looking at how much ADG have invested in the last couple of rounds as well. I think they did a great job with their ultimate economy cycling to ensure that they could play for those win conditions.
Get out of my way.
A big takes up in mid again. Kind of like a repetition we've seen, but I'm curious as to how EG are going to respond to this. Doesn't seem like they're going to respond at all. Just let him take the space here. And Moves now backing themselves up. ADG, the flash, but Mikey almost did not get away scratch-free. That's super unfortunate for EG to be playing in a position like that one, but it really is up to at least 3 players now. But I do think the player advantage is big. The only unfortunate part is Fluorescent has been absolutely destroying with the angles, with the timing, and B-Dog just completely proved me wrong. And now finally, like a turnaround for EG. A huge clutch potential, but it's still, Ash, it's way too close. We're losing way too many players way too early on.
Yeah, it's still not comfortable right now on defense for EG when it comes down to these round wins that we've seen from them. And it relied on 2 ultimates being expended into that round here from Evil Geniuses as well. That Nightfall, as well as the Annihilation and the Knives on top of that. Very expensive. Granted, a good investment because they're able to pick it up, but ADG now the ones to call their last time out of regulation. You do have a Viper's Pit here for Evil Geniuses. Moves might look to just pop that out in mid, as it's an avenue that ADG have been quite successful with after showing those initial looks either in B main or over at A main. The repush into mid has for the most part, I think almost yielded them around like every single time, and a pick to be able to open up those opportunities for them.
Yeah, mid has been looking pretty attractive for ADG. I do like the addition of the op that we're seeing here from B-Dog again. I don't know if it's too crazy for me because ADG have been like really exploding onto site when they feel like they're ready for it. Kind of hoping we can play a little more outward to get that first pick because that's kind of what we're missing here. ADG are always finding that first engagement.
Yeah, the ability to just open up the rounds, waiting for evil geniuses to overextend a little bit if needed, and it's just completely denied. ADG were expecting this to happen though, right? That's why you have them leaning over towards that B side of the map. I think some presence was shown in the form of a flash, if my ears did not deceive me. No, it did not actually. My ears did deceive me. I'm like looking over on the left-hand side now, and I'm like, no, Mikey has both of his flashes, girl. What are you talking about? Regardless, though, there's something had to have happened to pull all of that attention over towards the B side, right? And just allow B-Dog to play solo posted up with that operator on A.
Oh, gosh. They're re-rotating with Spike. The lack of information, I do think, is kind of overwhelming for ADG. They did dog onto A, and I'm sure they got that information from B-Dog, kind of destroying that. So not wanting to reach over too much to that side, instead feeling like maybe B's the play. But I like this because the op has actually forced them to go to where Darkest is. And Darkest is in a position where they can actually play with their own set of utilities. So the lockdown happens. Jakey's kind of playing with this to make sure Fluorescent goes down. And the information down towards backside is given away. But EG, they're getting pretty good shots coming through here on that entry. And they completely destroyed them on that choke point. So the spike is down. It leaves Sacred in a really, really tough spot. And, you know, EG, it does feel like now we're seeing a bit more momentum kind of pick up.
We definitely are, but I still have my hesitations, right? Yeah. It's the fact that they win this round, honestly, off the Viper's pit in a way. That's not to discredit, you know, the shots being fired, the other utility that was being used, but ADG had to really change their game plan with that pit being in mid. They didn't even bother with that area of the map. I think they tried to apply a very similar pressure by rotating over at A, getting that insert into ramps, but it still wasn't quite enough. And the amount of time it took gave Evil Geniuses that read and understanding for Darkest to make the call to have the rotations pulled back. But look how aggressive he's getting. Now this round, Darkest is walking out B main while this mid presence is being shown once again by ADG.
They've been mostly playing for Heaven at this point, which I think is smarter. Just too much to really focus on with two duelists trying to push up mid. Of course, I mean, two forms of dogs, I guess you can say, looking for information here.
It's just weird now because you also have these A players who run a little bit of an island on ramps. Jakey and B-Dog playing together, but they're about to get crunched from mid and the lurk in A, but it's a bit of a bait just to pull that attention over.
Yeah. Recoil isn't playing with Moves anymore. So Moves is alone in Heaven. Best thing they can do is really just be patient, see if they could take a couple picks off, because the moment they drop down, I mean, they could recollect themselves, but they have so much space right now, especially with like the util still settled down on the B site. Doesn't matter. They're actually gonna push this rotation over towards the other side of site, so they don't even care about B. They're just making a lot of noise. But this is bad. They've waited so long that they're actually giving EG a reason to really peek these fights and make sure that they don't get this plant down. And all they need to do is peek Heaven. They've taken out Vic. They need to try to make their way over towards the back of site. Darkest hitting their utility. And Mikey's pushing for something with the util. And it's unfortunate Sacred waiting to try to get past Moves, but Moves is proactively stopping them from peeking the angle. And it allows that match point to come through from EG.
And not even planted for main either. That snake bite that Moves had thrown down won that round into the retake, keeping Sacred completely separate from that post-plant play. Really nicely done here. EG coming back into this second half where it looked like ADG were fully in command in that driver's seat. 5-1 once they were on the attacking side. Evil Geniuses. Really good adjustments that you shouted out over in B Heaven, just trying to play a little bit more in a comfortable area where they could trade off of each other.
This is so interesting. Oh. It's like, it's so different because we have not pushed up mid yet. And this is the way we decide to do it.
It's one of those things where I think you kind of go, do they necessarily expect it? Who's just trying to catch somebody off guard, trying to break that wall, but no one's going to take a visit.
Oh,
What?
and the ult is gone. Whoa. Darkest? Got some pretty good damage there, actually. One more spray through the wall, and that might be the life of Sacred. Yup, and it's over and done with. So very, very good shots taking out the Viper. So the A site, definitely not the site to hit. And huge off Ion to try to move themselves over towards the backside to clear things. And I mean, the showstopper was supposed to be that extra insurance, but it didn't do anything in the amount of time that it should have. Unfortunately, Fake is left alone, and the spike isn't even there next to them. They have to fight for that space.
Yeah, they definitely do. It's going to be so hard to do so, though. Even though the paranoia is available, there's just too many angles for Vic to look to clear. The paranoia will be utilized just to get that spike in hand. There is a smoke for him to plant in if he so desires.
10 seconds
B-Dog's just going to walk up behind him.
Oh no, and they don't know. Vic is in such a tough spot because the moment they try for that plant, yep, it's completely over. Guns thrown, and actually guns blazing. EG. That was good. It was harsh in the beginning. Obviously, adaptations came through in just enough time to really settle things down there. But that first map going in favor of EG.
Yeah, a comfortable win here for Evil Geniuses Academy thanks to the lead that they found in that first half. I think a lot of credit to ADG and how their attacking side looked, the way that they really had an understanding of their win conditions, trying to bypass Darkest's utility, and if not bypassing it, just trying to brute force, meet it head on with a lot of that raise util. But for Evil Geniuses Academy, Gompers, this is a squad where I think we talked a lot about Darkest the util because of all like the deadlock setups that we were seeing. But honestly, not just him and B-Dog were showing up in this map, every single player on Evil Geniuses were. And I want to give a really good shout out to Recoil as well. Like the utility he was throwing for B-Dog on those entries, and a lot of the picks he was getting too were so impactful when it came down to those trades that were coming in. And it's something that we didn't honestly get to catch, I feel like, that often on our screens, but it was absolutely felt on the server.
Oh, for sure. And this was only like the map pick of EG, right? We still have a map pick going over for, oh my gosh, why am I literally blanking on this? That was their ADG. For some reason, we just saw them, but for ADG, we still have their map pick. So it's not over just yet. We could potentially go over to that third map, guys. So depending on how things go in that second map, of course, don't go anywhere because I know you're going to want to see what happens. Is EG going to make it, or is ADG going to take it to that third map? We'll be right back.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds, and now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
In a do or die series between Evil Geniuses and ADG, it was split to be kicking off the series. Getting into the map, EGA, the stronger start. They don't let ADG get any momentum, and they're able to close out a decently comfortable 13-9 to take the first in the series. I mean, Tenor, when we started off, we said you can't let ADG get this momentum. You got to make sure to stuff that out. And I mean, EGA, fantastic way to be kicking off this series.
Yeah, Buck had to stop here to start things out, and EGA, I think they did exactly what we wanted them to do for a majority of this. Didn't change too much of the game plan, and they didn't really have to. ADG failed to door bust a lot of the time, and felt like EGA was very ahead of the game plan, very cerebral stuff. And I mean, on this attack side, I can't overstate enough just how unprepared a lot of these teams are for this unorthodox comp and play style that they have on this map. It really, it's a pleasure to see it work out this well.
Yeah, I mean, EGA, that first half, it felt like they were always so in control, especially when they were playing a lot of those slow rounds and not really allowing ADG to go any of those, or go for, or even get any of those first picks. If anything, they were kind of punishing that. And I think the only time ADG found a lot of success on that defensive half is when EG were just speeding up a little bit too much, getting a little too antsy, trying to go for a straight up exec and not really like waiting for some utility. And ADG did take advantage of that to secure those few rounds on that first half. And then you stop over that second and it starts getting close. I think EG really started to find their footing when they were a lot more willing to gamble and kind of call ADG's bluffs. And when EG started really pressuring those solo players and not allowing them to gain any space or create any chaos for them. And that's one thing I really got to give props to EG for, is they were so disciplined and so willing to kind of sit in their setups and be in uncomfortable positions because they had the awareness. They knew what was open. They were willing to leave it open because it's not a problem unless someone is actually there. And a lot of the times people weren't. And it just, at the end there, you could really tell ADG were pulling at straws, trying to just disrupt EGA, cause them to move, cause them to shift, cause them to doubt a little bit. But EG was just so disciplined in the end. And ultimately, they just felt confident in their little pairs and their little duos that they had in their setups.
Yeah, the defense was really procedurally generated. You could tell they learned a lot in very few rounds based off of how ADG started to approach them. And once they got their finger on the pulse, it felt once again so certain. They started psyching ADG out to the point where they started psyching themselves out. We were talking a lot about how ADG was going for a lot of unnecessary tempo shifts that EGA was just not falling for. They had so much confidence in where they were, where they're going to be planted, how much they could get out of it, and too much defaulting from ADG in the meantime led to a lot of easy oneers. Maybe not the first frags, but Sacred, those lurks were kind of a 50-50 a lot of the time, and unfortunately, 50% of that 50 that went well couldn't enable a round by the time that ADG actually got onto a site. So the game plan just not fully fleshing together for ADG, but that's more what we expected from them. This was meant to be EGA's map, and they took it with grace.
And I mean, the fact that it did get kind of close at one point, but like we get a timeout and we get an EGA that just closes out flawless from there, I think really just is able to show like the leadership for this team and how well they're able to just kind of like, put their finger on what ADG is doing and make sure they can absolutely shut it down. And not just, you know, leaders outside the server, but leaders within the server. We need to talk about Darkest and his impact, because not only is just Kali just like absolutely fantastic, but I mean, there's been conversations about this deadlock, right? And what we kind of expect from deadlock over on Split. And Darkest is here to make sure that the haters know that deadlock on Split is apparently OP. I mean, I at least think she's OP, Teneric, after what I just witnessed.
Oh, yeah, I mean, she definitely always has her place in the meta somewhere, usually the off meta, but I mean, the players that pick her up, and Darkest is no stranger to doing that in trying times for this Senti, have been really exciting to watch. Love the post-plant setup, especially in that last round from the clip we just saw. That double sonic sensor was such a dagger in the mental of ADG specifically. We saw so much come out of that play, and I mean, in the meantime, all that frontlining that he still managed to do and just get away with, because he's kind of just that guy. Not many IGLs that we consider to be at that level, but he's been that way for as long as I can remember at this point in NA.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I think the one thing that could improve a little when it comes to deadlock is the geometry on those ults slightly, you know, still got theirs, but at the end of the day, some of those were a little bit off. But you see, I'm more on Athena's side, where I'm not a big deadlock lover, but when it comes to playing in challengers, especially going up against a team like ADG, it was honestly the perfect pick. The amount of times that the double duelists tried going out and having each other's back and creating an opening and just getting stunned over and over just gave EGA so much time to kind of flood into sight, time to get those picks and not really allow a full exec to happen. And that's something that I kind of want to see continuing on to Ascend, is just a lot of disruption, a lot of not allowing space and just disrespect.
I mean, and now for EGA, they have the opportunity to try and close this out in two, but we're heading into ADG's map pick of Ascent. Of course, for EGA, I mean, this isn't the most winningest map for them, but it has been super, super close. We get the OTs, or we get a 13-11 loss. So it's definitely something they're comfortable with, but it's how, Emily, on the day, you can go up against this very aggressive ADG and be able to continue to shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they haven't made any comp changes, they run a double innie, which will deny a lot of ADG's early aggression and bait setups that we've seen them run in the past. I think, yes, they will be continuing with that. I think the biggest thing for ADG is finding that timing on when to get aggressive. You can't do it early on because EGA are more than aware and more than ready, and they have the utility to deny that. You have to do it when they're starting to group up, when they're starting to shift. Even if you don't get a pick, at least you get that info so you can start stacking towards the other side and be ready. We can't just be sitting back or going too early and get punished like we did on Split.
The one weakness that we've seen EGA flaunt on this map the most is their inability to maintain a level of confidence that doesn't peak into aggression and ego. They have often gone into mid too often when they have those legs up and lost some crucial leads because of it. I think after that previous map, we know that's not going to be the case for something like this. ADG, like Em said, the timing window is going to be short, but it needs to be found in order to get the edge in.
I mean, for Evil Geniuses, a win here on Ascent would put them into playoffs. But of course, this is ADG's map pick. It's time to see if it's going to be enough to take them into a map 3. Let's get to it with your casters. Back over to Ash and Gompers.
All right, this could be the potential last map, Ash, for Evil Geniuses, or we could see ADG really pull through. This is their map pick, as a reminder for you guys, for Azure Dragon Gaming. So theoretically, this should be a pretty comfortable game for ADG.
It should be, in theory. I think I think what I'm interested in is the fact that this map pick for ADG, Evil Geniuses, they pick into the attacking side knowing how good the defense has been from ADG, but it also does rely on, you know, some of that aggression that you're going to expect to come through from Ion, from Floor, trying to get some of those deep lines, look for that contention. You know, the retakes were working out really nicely for ADG as well. So that kind of tells me that Evil Geniuses Academy, they must have been cooking something in the background to feel like they are more confident on this attacking side. Maybe it is an opportunity to try and build some momentum for themselves, but I'm really thinking more towards them trying to anti-strat some of these defensive sided plays here from ADG, where they look to get a little bit more aggressive, and it seems like EG probably feel confident in taking those fights.
Yeah, I'd say they do too, especially with, I mean, mechanic-wise, I do feel like they do tend to win out a lot of their 1v1 fights. I mean, coming through here, obviously not, guys. I don't know what's going on, but B-Dog's struggling. EG, they are looking to try to redeem themselves. Recoil does have a shock dart to really use, but the timing here might actually work out in favor, right? You do see moves slowly working themselves around to the B site. The wraparound and spawn is going to happen.
Yeah. The problem is, will Recoil be able to group up safely? And with the pace that ADG are taking it at, the slow crawl and the walk on over, it absolutely will. You got to plant for stairs here as well, so very open. Allows moves to play that more aggressive angle initially here. Looking into CT.
Ooh. That was detrimental, I'm not gonna lie. If Moobs had gotten that pick, it would have made things a lot smoother, especially with Mikey being so low. Just a body shot was really all they needed. They do have a slow just waiting down lane though, so is it going to be too much of an issue? Yup, posing a very big threat. Mikey just completely just denies everything, which is insane. If Mikey had gone down originally with that pick, this could have gone a very different way.
Yeah, it really could have. And now off the back of a pistol round, what, 4 points into a Hunter's Fury? That is huge early ult economy here for ADG. Man, what a way to bring that round back here for Azure Dragon Gaming. Now, Evil Geniuses, again, they opt to stay outside of V main, looking to play that deathball kind of approach. ADG, they're gonna have Outlaw here for floor. Can't imagine that anyone's gonna want to peek over at tiles. We're gonna be honest.
Oh, okay, no, that's bad. B-Dog does have a bit of time to kind of take that one away. But running off a loss for ADG, this is feeling pretty good, I will say. You know, kind of looking like the first 2 rounds are working in favor. The momentum's starting to pick up a bit. You know, it's really all you can go off of to make sure that your mentality is kind of working out further on in the rounds.
Like he's 2 away from the Hunter's Fury at this point with these picks that came through. Like, you really couldn't ask for more here for the side of ADG for what they wanted into that anti-eco.
Right here.
The Genius Academy, though, now with the buy in hand, things shift a little bit. Looking at more of that mid-focused default play. Constantly the same lineup to put that pressure here on B main thanks to Moobs and his lurk. While the rest of the team looks at Group A.
Here.
Oh, the smoke is so dangerous because now that it's gone and the information was given away, they actually don't even know that Jakey's there. They're not going to check the top side, waiting on that moment. And knowing that Vic was there previously, because you did hear the TP. So it's just going to see if they can catch something else out of that. Unfortunately not, but do know that if they handle tree, they have the information as to who is where. They've caught out the rotation. They're coming through from Ion as well.
Really nicely done here. EG, again, just waiting for those opportunities. It's basically just like Emily kind of called, right? Having that understanding that Evil Geniuses want to wait on those timings where ADG is trying to regroup together when they're looking for those rotation shifts. And catching them out perfectly in that kind of regard. Here, a flawless round for the anti-eco of Evil Geniuses against that flawless bonus that had come in previously from ADG. Now, though, that operator is online here for Fluorescent. You've got the Odin for Mikey as well. This is where things change a little bit, Gompers, with how this approach has to look.
Yeah. Yeah, it's concerning. I mean, they kind of controlled the map there, to be honest. It didn't feel like ADG stood a chance with the positioning.
Right here.
Start just to reveal if anyone had crossed over to the side or was taking an off angle here. A bit more aggressive into B main. And Evil Geniuses, they're kind of waiting for that aggression that you expect from this composition, from ADG, right? The double duelist, looking to poke and prod, take those deeper lines. But ADG, they've done a good job in adjusting in response to understanding the expectation from Evil Geniuses, right? Like, there are times where Floor will go for some of those more aggressive deep line peaks, but in this round, playing a little bit safer, anticipating that Evil Geniuses are waiting for her to overpeak to try and take control of one of those lanes.
30 seconds. Waiting for that 30-second mark, potentially waiting for the rotation from B-Dog, and this is where it gets dangerous because there are 3 players on the A site. Yes, they've smoked off, but they know all they need to do is hold this, right? In all reality, I mean, ADG, if they hold this, they will be able to try to stop that plant from coming down, but everyone has been down. There was an unfortunate player advantage there for ADG, but they did lose out on that one. Now leaves only Mikey left alive to try to play with the Odin, and the whiffs unfortunately come through, so it's gonna be that 3K that B-Dog allows EG to take that 2-2.
A nice timing there on the attack from Evil Geniuses Academy. ADG, again, they're kind of being information starved, you know, in the mid rounds right now. In the early to mid rounds, you get the same conditioned 0 point over in B main that they've been doing since Pistol. Moobs lurking on that side of the map. You get the dark cover over at bottom arches for mid there, and just default contact plays across the rest of the map, making it really uncomfortable for ADG. That's kind of what they talked about previously on the desk too.
Oh, I did like that. Okay, Ion. I mean, listen, you do what you gotta do. You try your best to kind of recover the round with the economy that you're given.
But
I don't even know.
No.
Oh, this cross ult is so solid.
I'm gonna need Vic to not. Dude, that timing.
Here.
Oh, this is important. See if Vic sees this. I'm pretty sure Moves is kind of understanding of the situation. Like, one person that they see, they're going to have to expect the other to really come full swing. I think that's where the worry resides, though Vic is just not letting them win the fight.
That's a huge thrifty round. Like, the first time we're really seeing that aggression out from ADG, even though Evil Geniuses had been playing a little bit slower, they still weren't 100% prepared for that. Granted, that was a massive paranoia coming out from Vic. Like, the only reason why that play ends up working out for Ion and dashing forward and Floor is because of the paranoia. Just completely denying that lane, and Darkus could not do enough in that moment to react as quickly as would have been needed.
Get out of my way.
Oh gosh, Fluorescent is in such a bad spot, and they still do have that dash, which the smoke kind of allows them to back themselves away, but Sacred is playing within their own smoke, and Fluorescent goes down with B-Dog working over towards the extremities now. So, I mean, obviously posing a very, very big threat. They've taken out the threat of Fluorescent and Sacred holding down the B site. Now just working towards the extremities with the ultimate that allows Recoil to play alongside B-Dog for the refrag. And nobody knows! Oh my gosh, I thought JK was actually going to just continue to... I think it would have worked out if they really just kept it.
It would have been too high risk, though, leaving it Recoil on site by himself. I respect why he didn't go for it. I think it's also just to buy a little bit of time so ADG don't feel as confident going back and pushing back into the site here on the retake.
Hopefully not. I think the Odin is a little bit scary here for EG to peek this, but Jakey's ready to make sure that they can maybe get a spray down, but the peek is perfect. The timing is great here for EG.
Yeah, really nice communication there for Evil Geniuses Academy into the post plant to ensure that those trades happen as needed. This is crazy, though. Honestly, I gotta give a lot of respect to B-Dog for saving this round here for Evil Geniuses Academy, because things were falling apart a little bit. Sacred being in that smoke, being able to get those picks. You got a couple people falling as they were making the entry onto site, and B-Dog being able to get the trades that were necessary, really bring it back into EG's favor. Now, ADG eco round, last time we saw them having to save, they did get aggro. Not going to be the same kind of look as last time, but it will be a stack here at B main.
Oh gosh, so much information. Yeah, the stack worked out last time, so kind of just assuming that it might work out again. Information is being given away by Jakey, so not Jakey, apologies, Vic.
You're the drone here, drawing the attention of the entire rotation, right? You do have obviously the main trip and the camera to keep an eye on. Feels like evil geniuses are just trying to toy with the minds of ADG a little bit while Moobs makes his presence known here towards the B side.
Oh gosh, there's so much mid presence coming through from Darkest, so
they're just doing a really good job of I wouldn't say selling this
30
fake
seconds left.
necessarily. It will be a full rotation here over towards the B side. It does actually end up being a total fake with B-Dog going in over on that A side of the map, but I think there was such a good understanding from evil geniuses that ADG would still just assume that Moobs is trying to play distraction.
yeah. Yeah, I do agree. I think the push onto site definitely allowed them to have a bit more time to kind of wait for the retake to come through. Now, though, the angle has been closed off by Darkest, which is in fact making it harder for ADG because the pressure has been set on by Jakey to make it almost seem like, you know, there is potential for someone to be coming around the back. So it gives that feeling to Fluorescent that they have to be a little bit more hyper aware of their surroundings. But with 2 kunais left, it becomes almost difficult to get themselves onto the site, finally refreshing it. But Moves is ready.
Yeah, shutting that down here, Evil Geniuses Academy. Hefty enough investment into that round. I think that something else the Death shouted out was just how disciplined Evil Geniuses Academy have been. And I don't even, it's not just discipline, they're showing a lot of respect for ADG as well. Like, it was a bit of a scuffed buy that ADG had going into that round. Fluorescent had to pop knives. They managed to pick up a couple rifles there as well. But really trying to get every round advantage as possible, not looking to hold on to that KO
want to
ultimate.
play? Let's play.
Just so they could ensure that they secure the bag. Ooh, that drone will... Okay, now has spotted out 4. She will have to back off. That means it's free real estate for Moves to take.
Yeah, off that noise. Oh, I love this. The flash to make Fluorescent stay over towards tree.
Not just that, look how good the conditioning's been with that B main presence. They're playing so far back on B, not even contesting main, because they believe that Moves is likely there, holding with the operator.
I do like to catch out this rotation too. I'm assuming someone might stay mid to make sure nothing goes wrong. And potentially not. Again, they're split up in this moment, but they don't know that there's still a lot of util heavily placed towards B. So this is where the issue starts, right? Once they try to get themselves on, they're going to get completely tagged out with the Odin now waiting and watching Sacred, not knowing what to do, as there has been a big movement over towards the B side. So for EG right now, you know, they've done the hardest part.
4v3 ADG at a disadvantage heading into this retake. There is the convergent path, though, for Ion to rip into this round. Fluorescent, though, has an operator in hand, and considering the money situation on the side of ADG, they're going to opt for the save, not look to risk it, ensure that they can carry these weapons over, and just prioritize that going into the next one. But really nicely done there by Evil Geniuses. Taking a bit of a different look into that round, thanks to the conditioning that they had done previously. Great calls there coming out from Darkest.
Darkest themselves have said that they always believe they can do it. There's never a doubt in their mind. So I like the ego. I like the confidence. You can obviously see it in EG. You know, the confidence behind the IG yelling as well.
I got things to do.
But looking good so far. I mean, it's pretty enjoyable. I think the KO in general is making it really hard for ADG to respond as well.
I do think that that's also part of why we're not seeing as much aggression out from ADG, because with Darkus, that KO knife that he's constantly throwing over at B main, like whether it's Ion or Floor who wants to get aggro and use the tailwind or the refract to try and get out, Darkus is going to be there. That 0 point is putting so much pressure on those pieces of utility for the duelists where they can't get as aggro unless they're going for one of those set plays that we saw on that eco round in round 5 where they're actually able to take it away. So ADG now, it's back to the drawing board for them. It might be a 3-5 scoreline, Gompers, but really it feels more like a 5-1 because 2 of those rounds were the pistol and the anti-eco. And since weapons have come out for both sides, Evil Geniuses has been on top the entire time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, EG, it doesn't feel like there's much of a struggle. I mean, we could see that with the 10-5 B-Dog is pulling out. they're definitely working with the team. And it's been a lot easier because the double initiator setup, I think, is more comfortable. So, yeah, it's obviously looking very, very promising on the attacking half for EG.
And I think using that conditioning bit to their advantage, they're stacking outside of B, continuing to set up this narrative that moves that lurking presence around the other side of the map from the rest of the team, who's usually more focused in mid.
Cage triggered.
Yeah, that bottom arches smoke that goes on too, the same kind of conditioning for what we see into some of those tree presence splits there at A. Said it's going to be all 5 players here waiting in B main. But look at the trips. They're perfectly poised here for a B-Dog's entry.
Oh gosh, yeah. B-Dog's already also hyper aware of where the util has been set up, so there isn't too much concern surrounding it. I mean, at this point now looking for the op play here, Fluorescent does manage to get one, and this is going to be good for ADG, especially now just kind of playing around that util and making sure that they're stopping that push right before it happens, which I definitely do like. They've gotten way too many fakes coming through
30 seconds
from
left.
ADG, so I feel like now is the time where those adaptations are really starting to hit here.
Yeah. Like a generally good understanding, but again, I think the setup there from Sacred, especially having a bit of a heavier mid presence there from ADG, makes these rotations for any quick floods that much easier for them to pull off. I think I much prefer that double presence over mid-market as opposed to over on that A side of the map. Just allows for much faster pivots across the board. Much needed round here for ADG to bring things closer to a tie. Again, second round since these weapons have come out, and that operator also looking to find the impact that you're looking for here for ADG as well. But EG, they've been so diligent in either avoiding that op into one of their splits or being so keen on clearing it out and making Fluorescent uncomfortable in a lot of those moments.
Oh no. Ion is actually pushed up a bit further this time. But even given that, they did hear some noise. They're not necessarily quite sure what's going to happen here for ADG, so they're just waiting for that response from EG. Are they pushing the A side? Is that plant going down?
Just waiting for that fast blood retake to come in. Drone comes out here for Mikey. Clears out that cyber cage so that blood can come through.
Ooh, and that's unfortunate. Sacred actually does catch out that mistake of waiting a bit too long here. And there's too many players now getting into this retake and moves. Having the op makes it a lot harder to try to fight this. So ADG, I think they figured it out, right? The way to play the game.
And again, some of these retake scenarios is where ADG has really thrived. I feel like it does make sense for them to want to opt into this if they don't feel like confident in some of the more aggressive plays that we've seen out from them because of the utility that Evil Geniuses can react with that KO. And the answer is to go for more of these retakes. Contest whichever area of the map you want to retake from. They maintain that tree control there so the flood can come in so much faster. And one of the few rounds that Gompers, we actually got to see ADG like playing together and fragging together when it came down to those fights, as opposed to these rounds where previously Evil Geniuses were kind of working their way around the map and isolating those players however they like.
Oh gosh, yeah, a lot more cohesion. Moves especially, kind of like knowing that Moves is such a lurker at this point. I mean, I'm sure there's not really too much fear in Ion's mind as to whether or not they're going to be able to take that pick, obviously. Now there is, of course, the Odin making sure the damage is there, but Darkest is pushing themselves in very, very dangerous waters. And Fluorescent's there to fight. Everybody from ADG are here, and they're just not leaving. They're continuing to stay here, allowing this pressure to really put them in. But not only that, Jakey's not even peeking Heaven to make sure some of that space has been cleared. They're kind of just waiting on the site, not allowing that extra hand assistance. And they died. So funneling themselves inside of Tree and then really just taking it, like they just took it.
Just Odin things in a smoke. Apparently, bullets untraceable at times. What are you gonna do? Like, we've all been there in those moments where the Odin is just mowing you down. I do think that there was a world where we could have expected EG to look to evacuate, maybe a little bit tunnel visioned on the kind of split that they wanted to manage there on that A side. I like how ADG also, when that KO isn't being shown right off the gate, they are not getting that same respect that they did previously.
Oh, such a good dash up as well, though, from Ion. And positioning kind of just very different for EG. Instead of going mid, taking that space, they really are looking for something different here. Really willing to take these aggressive fights from B-Dog, but I don't know how, if pushing up that far was really a good say, right? Like, information is being given away at this point, which is great for EG and ADG, but, you know, when it comes to it, Mikey's been very, very detrimental on that Odin. And we have the two weirdest weapons in the game right now standing for ADG, so I do think that they have the upper hand, right? You got the information coming through. Unfortunately for Recoil, actually not so unfortunate, they got info. They are able to take out the one, but the wraparound up towards Heaven for Fluorescent makes this harder. 7 bullets. Once they reload, they're going to have their location given away. So at this point, they're just going to have to play with what they have. Maybe a drop down to make this work with 7 bullets and a dream. And even then, Recoil clutches up the game for EG to keep things 6-6.
That's a huge 1v2 for Recoil to pick up there for Evil Geniuses Academy, especially after the heroics that we witnessed from Vic. I don't even know how he got the second pick. I'm not gonna lie, I did not expect that to come through on the kill feed. Overall, I think ADG, they managed to make the adjustments that they needed on defense. For those last couple of rounds, they stopped giving Evil Geniuses as much respect as needed, and a lot of it was in response to the lack of presence from that 0 point that was causing them so many issues in the first portion of the initial half that we just saw. And now it's anybody's game. Like, this pistol round really sways how the second half is going to go, especially for Evil Geniuses, who definitely want to get that operator online a little early.
Ooh. Aggressive push outside of B, though, to start things up. Yeah, I'm liking the picks we're seeing. EG, they really did not come here to play on the defensive round. They're like, we're going to get the early info. We're going to make sure we're playing together here and taking this pistol round. Because it really is important, right? EG, they've won the last game. So, in all reality, they cannot lose this round. If they want that lead and they want a pretty flawless victory, this is very important.
Yeah, for their opportunity to try and take it in 2 maps. Meanwhile, ADG want to stay alive for the third. And Ion's trigger discipline is perfect here for 2.
Not even clearing the angle. And that in itself gives a big punishment underway for ADG.
Really nicely done there by ADG. And a huge pistol round to pick up. Both pistols now picked up here on Ascent by Azure Dragon Gaming. I think, you know, it was a cool idea that we saw from Evil Geniuses with a push out through B. A great reaction from ADG. Mikey calling that flood onto the A site after their player lurking at B ends up being punished. Now Evil Geniuses They opt for the stack over at A.
Scanning ahead.
ADG don't even really want to bother with the mains, knowing that something aggressive could be coming to fruition.
Gosh, yeah, this is where it comes in. I'm really just waiting for that to happen. And I like that. Darkest shuts it down. No info for you.
There. Shadows traveling.
And even then, moving themselves over towards mid is going to be a big problem because Darkest, they don't actually know that Darkest is peeking this, but timing is really going to be what makes this count, right? For ADG, they do have like a really big advantage just having these weapons in general. Big workaround over towards mid, though, coming through from Darkest with 2 flashes and a molly, right? So at this point, unfortunately, there for B-Dog, it's not working out the way that they had planned. Yeah, regardless, a flawless round coming through from ADG.
Just the way the cookie crumbles. ADG itching to take us to Haven, trying to find and muster as much lead as possible. Especially coming in and coming back after the last half, where it felt like Evil Genius had such a good grasp of that map control. It's also the side of the map where, although ADG has found so much success on defense historically, it's where we really want to see that double duelist shine, right? Like Floor and Ion working in tandem on the entries.
Dashing themselves out of the way. For Ion, though, I mean, a big support system kind of coming in behind them. And now leaving Recoil alone on site. They don't have a lot to work with here. They can't even really expend some of that utility to give that information away, because it would give their location away and also leave them to their own demise. But upon that entry is a huge round win for ADG.
That is actually crazy. I have to take a beat for a second to kind of digest what just happened here. It was such a quick entry from Ion. And again, the team's so good at closing that gap, following up on that space. But then 3v5 situation, you have guns in hand. That was your buy round for the side of Evil Genius's Academy. And they just opt to jump through the CT smoke. Holding hands?
Yeah.
Question mark?
The power of friendship.
Fortunately, friendship did not prevail today.
They weren't good enough friends. I think that was the big issue at hand. Yeah.
Gompers doesn't mean that, guys. We're just trolling on the broadcast. Please take that with a grain of salt. We don't mean anything by it, but unfortunately, Moobs is going to be taken out of the equation here. Evil Genius Academy having to now make that mad dash over towards the side. Recoil trying to get a little bit more, but not quite able to.
Oh, I thought that might have been a good way for, you know, a pick to kind of come through with Ion overextending, but either way, this is pretty difficult to win. Oh gosh. Yeah, just kind of ending that one off. ADG. They've been looking really good. And again, this is their map pick, so there wasn't a doubt in my mind that there would have been an advantage for them at some point. I am just surprised, right? Like, you have a KO. I think the KO should be able to shut down a lot of these entries that we're seeing. I think we're getting maybe a little bit too proactive here on the defense. It's quite odd, but I don't know.
See the adjustment here for Evil Geniuses. I feel like at this point, okay, I was like, I feel like at this point it's time for a timeout, but thank you for answering my prayers. EG, call timeout after losing 4 in a row here on defense. Moobs does finally have the operator online here, though, for Evil Genius's Academy. It does look like he is going to go for that more aggressive peek over towards B main. I want to see that support from the rest of the team, though, ensuring that that camera from Sacred does get just thrown out of the picture right off the gate. Shoot that so, you know, Moobs can comfortably be posted up. Otherwise, as far as game plans across the rest of the map, we're gonna have to wait to see how the rest of the team looks to post up.
Super difficult. Because once ADG put their mind to a site, it is very much... It is difficult, because I do think there's so much forgiveness with Ion playing onto the Waylay. But I want to see a bit more from Darkest, you know, playing into their own utility, allowing this team to kind of play off that information that they're receiving. It is quite hard, though, I will say, because then Recoil, you know, has to be able to kind of feed into that and how they're going to be able to use that later on in the rounds.
In control instead here. Or moves posted up. That barrel is seen. That's a long barrel that is being watched right now.
I actually don't think they saw it originally. That's my...
No, we definitely saw it.
Oh my gosh, ADG. Man, and they already instantly took it. So Jakey's out of the way. And here's the thing, we still have 2 flashes left here from Darkest. There's so much potential. In all reality, the only thing this team should be doing is playing with that utility. The Molly has come down to isolate at least some of these angles, but then again, ADG responding, picking these players off left and right, and Moves now losing out on the op here. And the right click does not come through, so EG, they are put down.
11-6 here for ADG. Evil Geniuses, again, still not able to find anything. That's off the back of a timeout that was called here for the squad as well. They change up the setup, try to shift a bit more for that mid control with the operator, the trip for market there as well if Moves has to fall off of the angle. And it all gets caught out, right? Because the second Moves is spotted by that camera from Sacred, I think ADG felt pretty confident that that A site was weak, which is why we saw such like a fast hit coming through.
In theory, they should be able to get one off of the way that they're playing right now. His first contact's going to come through from Recoil. Going to give that information away. Hopefully they break it. Yeah, okay, beautiful. But that, yeah, sure, they knew that somebody might have been hiding on the outskirts there. It does seem like at least one is being given away. Fluorescent managing to make things work. And EG, they're trying their absolute best to keep themselves in the game. So at this point, you know, they're really just hoping to get some of these numbers. It's beautiful off B-Dog and EG. They have somehow recovered with B-Dog alone.
Yeah, and Darkest throwing the craziest flashes that were hitting from CT. Like, that is actually crazy. And Emily was hyping it up so much in the pre-show before this matchup, the B-Dog versus Fluorescent head-to-head, and how it might be us getting to see like OG B-Dog back in the server with how the meta has been, how he's found a little bit more confidence over time with this squad of Evil Geniuses that he has been playing with as well. And I feel like these games, Gompers, has been like the closest to like OG B-Dog Jet that we've gotten in a while stylistically, and how he's able to take over the server here in the past couple. He's been such a hero across Split and Ascent in moments for Evil Geniuses.
Absolutely. Off that play alone, like, that's just insane. And I like the support that we did see them receiving, because I do feel like that had been an issue in previous times where it was like a deer in headlight situation. But look at this, already support coming through from Darkest too, making that pop flash come out, unfortunately flashing themselves. So that could actually be like a leading factor as to ADG potentially running away with this one, but unfortunately Sacred is going to be taken down a little bit too close there with the timing. But with this rotation over towards mid, right, the information given away as to where B-Dog might be repositioning themselves. And now, I mean, not really too much to do. It seems like EG, they know how to respond to this aggression coming up towards mid, and it's up to Ion to potentially just take Moves out and fight the rest. But in this high pressure environment, is it going to work out for them? No, it's not.
Not when you have 3 players holding like a staggered high-low in front of you. It's not gonna... You're asking a lot from Ion in that moment. But dude, honestly, going from round 18 into that round 19, you could feel like a shift in how Evil Geniuses were playing. It feels like during that 18th round where B-Dog got that 4K off the back of the utility from Darkus, things clicked back into place there for Evil Geniuses Academy. It felt like they were, I think, a little off kilter on defense thus far, not quite able to find their groove, but that play really felt like a changer there for Evil Geniuses. And ADG, they want to put that fire out as soon as possible. They don't actually, they just want to put out the flame. They don't even want it to grow into a fire at this point with the lead that they have, trying to push us to a third map.
Yeah, just having to keep this consistency. Oh gosh, and even looking at it here, right, like Convergent Paths is almost readily available for ADG. I think it really is just the prep to get to Darkest and allowing them to take that null command, kind of really proactively trying to deny anything in the future. Because I think right now, EG, once they win this round, economy's not going to look so great for ADG. I mean, already it seems like Sacred's very poor. So maybe if they can at least pick off something in mid.
Really just 2 rounds. Try and break that economy there for ADG. Really get back into Ascent.
Cage triggered.
Angle here for moves. Over in mid.
Cover going.
Still have a dart there for Mikey.
Yeah, big smoke for prevention too. Oh gosh, moves. Not a lot of damage there. Ion is taken down though by Darkus, so this is a huge opening over in mid. You know, at least they've taken out the one player who has actually been causing a lot of chaos here in regards to trying to get onto the site. Jakey, knowing Vic is always standing just on top of that box, so does catch them out in enough time to make things work. You know, the spike has been now isolated away from this group of ADG. And information coming through. But in due time, maybe Darkus can pop flash their way in. Yup, the timing is perfect, but Fluorescent is even better. Reaction time, actually, giving themselves some time and working together. Beautiful. Fluorescent fully ready for any bad scenario that could have happened, and they were prepared. So now it's up to these 3 players to play this 3v3. Disadvantage now going over to the side of EG, and they're just gonna have to keep getting these picks. Fluorescent fighting for their life and knowing that they're better.
That plant down here for ADG. Fluorescent could be the one who has single-handedly earned this map point for ADG with those picks, with that entry, divvying up the players on that A site from Tree. All up to Recoil with a plant spot. Honestly, it feels essentially impossible for him to win in this situation. There is not much that he can do other than hoping that ADG will make some grand mistakes.
Oh gosh, Fluorescent jump peek in the angle did scare me. I'm not gonna lie, but even then, like 2 players just jiggle peeking the angle for you. Oh, quite dangerous now, actually. Surprised that Recoil isn't really trying too much to move themselves on the extremities, but either way, I mean, valiant effort coming through from Recoil. ADG played that very, very smart.
Really nicely done there. Match point here for ADG. 1 round to take us to Haven, 4 for Evil Geniuses to take us to an overtime. Funny situation, they'll be able to scrape together a buy since the Blade Storm is available for B-Dog into this round here as well. Command on top of that. Honestly, considering the buy, the ultimates that are available at Evil Geniuses, they should have a very solid shot at taking this round home.
Already, man, the fight commences. Darkest has not been down yet. I think there's a lot of potential here. Flash is now coming out. Ion does manage to get them down, but the null command is out, right? B-Dog could actually try for something, but I think the aggression was not really... was not needed. And at this point, I mean, in a matter of seconds, ADG taking in the win for this 13-8. And they've run away with it, right? It felt almost like we kind of lost the plot halfway through. It did feel like we were adapting pretty good, right? So unfortunate on their end, but ADG, I mean, they just come back stronger.
Honestly, the way I see it, the first half and the second half of Ascent did not feel like the same game, to be honest. Like, it did not feel like the same map. How back and forth that first half was, how much more comfortable Evil Geniuses did look on that attacking side, but on defense, things got really awkward for them. I feel like we saw moments where they were trying to play those games as far as taking some of that extremity control, giving up a little bit of that space. But ADG were so quick to react that it didn't even give Evil Geniuses the opportunity to work the macro on defense the way that they really wanted to. And I think as far as pacing goes and just any information that they were denying when they were playing more of those like kind of slower default rounds there for ADG, they had just such a good understanding of what Evil Geniuses wanted to do and how to deny them the success in their win con.
Yeah, very adaptive. And I mean, for them, listen, they knew they needed this map to give themselves a lead and potentially take the entire series, right? So guys, stakes are high. It really is do or die. So maybe we'll get to see who is running away with that victory. So please do not go anywhere. The analyst desk is going to break it down, and then we're heading over to that third map.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds. And now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it.
one more map between these two teams to find out who is going to be making their way into playoffs. There would not be a more fitting way to be ending off our last day of our regular season. I mean, heading into the second map of the series of Ascend, it was a pretty even game up until the half, but ADG, we had talked about the momentum they can have, the firepower they can have, and once they get going. And on the attack side, there wasn't really too much to stop them in the end. That's going to be a 13-8 for them to take the victory. And Emily, take us into a third map. That is, oh my gosh, this has been so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, a third map that I'm hyped for, but looking at this one, it really looked like it was going to be a little bit more competitive. You know, at first you see EG having such good calling on their attacking half, playing slow, allowing ADG to peek into them, like I kind of mentioned previously, and kind of doing a lot of conditioning towards the mains to give them more room to work with in the later rounds. But then ADG started to speed things up a little bit, not go for these early peaks, but more so just not allow ADG to set up for these post plants, applying pressure, you know, as soon as they got on site and never really letting EG feel comfortable. But then when you swap over to that attack half, the momentum just kept on going. ADG's Ezdex looked so clean with that double dash after the Omen Blind. One person always breaking the dart, allowing the rest of the team to flood out. Personally, I didn't even think they really needed to do a lot of that mid pressure that they were doing. Their execs were just so overwhelming, and I think EG had a really hard time deciphering how to play or how to just anchor a site. I think I liked when you saw them kind of start taking space towards either a main or keeping hold of tree, but eventually ADG just were so overwhelming and just started fighting through all of that and still ending up on the upper hand when EGA were able to take that space.
Yeah, it was a continuous ascension, barely any reset needed on the half. By the end of the first one, they knew what they were going to be all about when it came time to attack. And yeah, that immense, overwhelming firepower that just ended up leading to them being able to walk through rather than around the greatest threats was what made them so much better by the end of this game. It wasn't even a lack of confidence from EGA. It was a lack of opportunity. They were flat out of options halfway through so many of these rounds because of either the way they primarily positioned themselves to where ADG adjusted and trapped, or the way that ADG just waited until they found a better spot to start from. They springboarded every single time. It looked momentous.
I mean, for ADG as well, when we were looking over the rosters, we were talking about the two duelists and like how fast they were in all of this, right? And how sometimes the team had to adapt to, I mean, just keeping up with them. And I felt like for those site executes, we really got to see that in action. I mean, the amount of space Ion was able to open up with, Fluorescent soon to follow, and then the rest of the team having their back. I mean, it was so well coordinated, and be able to see the team play to that degree. It's no wonder that we're looking at these 15 first kills. It's no wonder we're looking at such a dominant attack half that leaves them with that game win. I mean, I feel like that was just so well done, and something too, Emily, that in the third map, like, I'll have to watch out for, because like you can't have an Ion cooking like this.
No, you can't. But I mean, it wasn't even just Ion. It was the entire team, the way they kind of exec as a unit. It's very familiar in a way when I'm watching like a team like NRG play. It feels like they had no gaps open. They were always constantly getting trades. Everyone, they just felt in sync. Anytime you saw them going for B, for example, it's like everyone was always posted on market. Everyone was posted on site. Everyone was ready to kind of follow up our duelists and go for those trades. And that's something that we didn't really get to see the first map, but that awoke in them in this second. And that's something that they're going to have to carry over into this third map, because it's Haven. Things can get really messy really fast. That is a map where you can do a lot of that push pulling that EG has been kind of known to do.
And looking at this third map in the series, I'm so intrigued with a lot of this, right? Because of course, this is elimination for whoever loses out on here first. It's going to be ADG starting on the defense. But for ADG, their most recent showing of this map wasn't a reflection of what they can actually do. Ion was out, Coach Kimmy was in, and I mean, that's just a situation you have to bear through, right? So I'm curious if on the day we've seen duelist compositions like swap up a little bit, Emily, if that's something we're going to see yet again, and then for EGA, how they're going to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what kind of comp ADG try and pull out here, whether they're going to stick with something that they played in the past or whatnot, I really feel like it's all going to come down to the mind games. Because if EGA are going to be doing a lot of that push pulling, since they're starting on that attack half, making ADG kind of play into them, that's a big red flag for ADG, considering that's kind of what we saw on Split. They're going to have to be aware of that. They're going to have to be willing to gamble a lot more, willing to stack and play retake towards one side and trust that they they can do it as a team, even though they might not have as many reps as, and their record hasn't been that great. Like you said, when they played against NRG, they had that stuff, but when they played against SRB, they were all there and they still couldn't find a way to close it out. Whereas EG, they found a little bit more of that success in their most recent match, but a lot of improvements could have been made since then. You can't really count either of these teams out based on their previous record.
I mean, especially a loss to SRB. I feel like that one's understandable too. I don't know, SRB, they're pretty damn good at the video game. But Teneric, looking at this all-decisive map number 3 as we get ready to head into Haven, what are you looking for with these teams, especially to how this best of 3 has been going?
Just the map knowledge and prep work. It seemed to be the striking factor of every game we've seen today. You've had this quick turnaround time between these 3 rounds of the Swiss that we've been playing in the finality of the stage, and Azure Dragon and EGA have been subjected to some of the most brutal matches in that tunnel. So they've really had to dig deep for this. And yeah, Evil Geniuses Academy, I'm really curious to see if they've developed any further on this map, if they've been able to extract any more value out of their setups, because ADG, they're at the point where they're squeezing blood from stones. And at this rate, it doesn't really matter if they have a plan. They just have a W key. They have a dream. They're going to win.
Well, it's going to be EGA cooking. I was expecting this on the side of ADG, but Emily, a close for Jakey?
You know, I don't mind it. I like that they're willing to change things up last minute, especially when they had like an iffy 50-50 record on this map. But I'm just excited to see the battle of the duelists. I'm excited to see both teams starting to disrespect each other, and you know, hopefully EG being a lot more aggressive than we saw and kind of not allowing ADG to just kind of take space on their own, especially now that they're back on that Phoenix comp. They're gonna have a lot of flashes to work with. They're gonna have a lot of retake potential here, and I think EGA are just trying to combat that, trying to not even let them get to that point.
Yeah, giving Darkus the flashes, giving Jakey the freedom to have that agency on that duelist proxy for Clove. This is EGA having so much confidence in their players' ability to frag back. They know they can beat these guys. They know they can go toe-to-toe, even in the isolated duels. But I'm sure we're not going to see too many of them. It's going to be a lot of full-blown pack fights that Azure Dragon Gaming is going to try and come out on top of.
I mean, ADG with the little swap as well, but not even the most interesting in the grand scheme of it. We have highlighted throughout the series that is ADG with this firepower and aggression. Evil Geniuses looking to clap back, though, in this all-decisive map 3. It's time to see, heading into Haven, which team will stamp their ticket to playoffs and which one will be eliminated. Let's get to it for the final time today. It's Ash and Gompers.
You know what? For this being the final time today, I'm just gonna say I'm loving whatever AG are thinking. I don't even know where to start, Ash.
Dude, at this point, I don't care how my prediction goes, because I know that we're gonna have a fun map to end our day on. I think that for me, the Darkest Phoenix, bro, this is like,
yeah.
This is, okay, dude, hold on, give me a second. This is like classic, this is a classic Darkest moment where team has their backs against the wall and Darkest goes, don't worry guys, I got us. Like, I've seen him pull this stuff playing the Breach on the Phoenix. He's gonna feel even more enabled. I think that this is a great change here for the side of Evil Geniuses Academy. The pace change that they need up against a team like ADG, who have been so quick to react, have a very different kind of like play style. And I think that it's going to blend very nicely to them being able to kind of take those fights to them in that sense there for Evil Geniuses.
It's crazy because we've kind of gotten rid of the general meta of having the Viper, right? The fakes over towards A. They were just like, okay, let's just run with the Clove, which in itself is so incredibly interesting. I mean, Jakey on this map in particular has been absolutely insane. Let's not forget fragging out. So I think this is definitely the best case scenario for EG. Unfortunately, though, the pistol round is not going in favor of them unless Recoil has something to say about it. But regardless, I mean, it's that first round, right? We're kind of settling into this new composition, and it's the pistol. So something could happen.
And it gives you a really good idea of what we're kind of expecting, honestly, with the comp change, just like how generally more brawly of a style that we are assuming that Evil Geniuses is going to be leaning into with this compositional adjustment here. I think, obviously, seeing them now finally leaning into that Phoenix composition as well is definitely huge for the side of Evil Geniuses. I think they're running the Phoenix list comp with the Viper previously, but somehow Darkus has barely taken any damage and is dealing a whole hell of a lot himself with those Marshall shots.
You know, in the last series, we saw a Marshall and 4 sheriffs, but we're just seeing 2 Marshals and 1 sheriff, which could be yeah, very dangerous, guys. I don't know. The sheriffs, the Marshals have been very, very dangerous thus far. Of course, now spams. I don't know how far that's gonna get us. It seems like it's not necessarily working out, but Darkus, a dream. The pop flash coming through. There is a response coming through from Recoil. Maybe Darkus luring these players in, but
what was that plot armor though? How did he get out?
The main character, it's main character syndrome. It's crazy. 4v4 though, still EG. They're fighting for their lives here, by the way, on a thrifty round, and they still somehow manage to get a majority. So
Spike planted.
I don't know.
No, that round's not supposed to go that way. Like, Darkus is not supposed to live like 2-3 times where he is definitely meant to die. And now Evil Geniuses have this opportunity to like thrifty. I guess I don't know if it'll actually count as a thrifty because of the Marshall. The floor in a 1v4, that's the player you want.
Oh yeah, I mean already the crazy shots coming through. I would say the oh my gosh, there's no way. Listen, I know that wasn't a round win, but that was not okay. That was like actually that was crazy.
No, because you're in a 4v1. Why are we relying on Jakey, who is going for the backstab wrap around B main? That shot on B-Dog was disgusting. Wow. Well, what a round for Evil Geniuses to pick up regardless. B-Dog now has the Outlaw in hands. Everyone on ADG is going to be very vulnerable to that one shot. They're just waiting to see if ADG are going to make any mistakes right now on defense, especially with Darkus just fully sending that run it back here in the seat.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Brawly, I guess, is really the name of the game, to be honest. Already a 3K coming in, given this team has to save of ADG. But this is amazing. I love the way EG are playing. It is completely different from the pace of play we've been seeing, right? The repetitions going back and forth, not knowing what to do. The deer in headlight situation, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like they know the only way they can play is literally by winning these fights.
It's a really nice fresh look, I think, from the last 2 maps. And that's not to, you know, take anything away from Evil Geniuses, and you know, they found their success on map 1 of Split. The Deadlock comp looks good. At Ascent, I think things got definitely tough on that defensive side for them. But this change in tempo, and I think this flexibility when it comes down to how they're maneuvering around the map instead of really relying on these very lurky compositions that they tend to favor with like the double sentinel or the double smoke, is doing wonders for them up against a team like ADG, where you have such aggressive players like Ion and Floor.
Here.
Difference in positioning here when it comes to the utility. Sacred is seeming like they're not actually even playing with the util either. I mean, the only thing that I guess they could potentially play for is really that trip coming down over towards the edge of that C corner, but Fake does take out moves. ADG having a good advantage.
Spike planted.
Moves taken out as well. It's an opportunity to go for a flank. Not going to opt for it though.
No, just silently waiting for Fluorescent. I wonder. They're kind of just curious if someone else is going to go for it instead. B-Dog, okay, well, we're really just killing it with the Outlaw, to be honest. Doesn't matter what happens. Fluorescent there to respond, but this 3v2v3 now is looking a bit dangerous. The Odin is still readily available for Mikey. Maybe they can pull through with something, but Fluorescent left alive. The only one here, the one that has been pulling through with potential clutches. And the Shock Dart does no damage, but it's a big peek off recoil.
And I think we're seeing just so much more confidence in these fights from Evil Geniuses now on Haven. The way they're taking a couple more measured risks, not, you know, quite as safe as they were playing things on Ascent. Really finding their groove once again here. It was quite the round. It really felt like it could have gone either way with how that post plant was flowing. The retake that was coming in here as well.
One enemy.
Man, Evil Geniuses. They're finding this lead off the back of so much momentum from stealing that second round away.
Already pushing themselves onto the site. I like this. A lot of big distraction over towards A. You can see there's like a really, really big rotation with this pick coming through from B-Dog. 2 of them. It's actually going to force them to feel a lot more pressure. And they backed off entirely from the B site, losing out on Sacred as well. And it's looking pretty difficult, I'm not going to lie. ADG not knowing how to respond. They thought maybe, you know, playing with the util was going to work, but it doesn't because you got so many players literally just wrapping themselves around. B-Dog absolutely killing it on the jet.
I feel like I've been transported back to 2022 watching B-Dog today. It's bringing me back. It, like, man, B-Dog back in full B-Dog form, honestly. In his duelist roots. ADG, though, Glass Cannon Operator here for Fluorescent. Moves has constantly been lurking, putting that pressure here in A main. Able to catch that out. Op will not be revealed. Here's stacking over at C.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They know how aggressive this team is going to get. So Ion kind of pulling through with that run it back. It does get denied. So unfortunate, but Ion really is fighting for it down in garage. They know the spike is there. ADG, they're doing everything right. They're shutting things down. That exposure isn't working as well as they thought it would. And it's up to moves now.
On the clock. The Vic's timing honestly could be impeccable here.
Yeah. Oh gosh, and Moves actually isn't even understanding it. Yeah, unfortunate, but just the way the cookie crumbles. I like it though. ADG, something different to look at.
I really gotta respect, I think, the information seeking. This was a great play from Ion with the run it back. Just really trying to find out how many players were grouped up in there in garage. The flashes so potent through the window there as well. Really nicely done. Just cycling right back up into that run it back once again. And that operator, I don't think was even revealed in that last round either. Evil Genius is going for an A split this time around.
Yeah, splitting themselves up. Okay, Darkest for the 3rd time, by the way. I believe the run it back coming back over, but it gives information, right? They see Ion is here. They've actually gotten some sort of sight on Vic too. So 3 players residing on the site now. The big rotation. This is scary. Yep, wraparound coming through from Vic, actually still holding this crosshold, and they're still executing on it, which is questionable. They've seen how many players are there. Yeah, like this should not be the site to push.
Will Jakey be able to do anything here?
One enemy
That's the
remaining.
question. Nope. Shut down. Moves. I mean, Redemption Arc maybe? They were stuck in a 1v4 last time. Can they do it again? Seems like headshots are clicking and hitting. But an ace actually going over to Vic, the holder of the A site.
He's been so impactful across every single map. Again, his growth as a player, man, like, he's been so annoying, honestly. Like, I feel like that's the best way I can put it. Watching him on Ascent and, well, on Split as well, but on Ascent in particular, like, there are times where he's taking some of those upper angles and really just catching Evil Geniuses off guard with some of that positioning and those sprays through the smoke. It's been definitely an annoying style of gameplay, but very well done by
Standing ahead.
And I know, like, we're going a bit aggressive here for EG. It's a new type of pace, but I do feel like sometimes it's almost as though they're not quite sure, you know, how to redeem themselves after losing so many players, hoping that the A site looks a bit better this time around.
Yeah, they've swapped the setup though. With that exploration towards mid, you have the Cypher setup here on A now instead.
Oh. I'm assuming they actually know that there is a trip there. Yep, the dash coming forward. And luckily enough, actually having the op watching, there isn't a lot of damage that comes through from that. Actually, yes, there is. Sacred, low enough to the point where, I mean, they're not going to be too much of a concern right now, but the op still, they smoked it off. Unfortunately, Fluorescent's not going to be able to do much on that entry in. But this is good. The post plant has been set up. EG just kind of waiting.
Going up.
Dark is trying to stall as much as possible with his utility here in CT.
Yeah, just spamming it through. Maybe they can get Fluorescent down. Fluorescent is not posing too much of a threat, especially with the damage that's been put forward. And they know they're gonna have to come through this choke point. How is it gonna work out? Ion doesn't have any flashes. It's really up to Vic to hit these shots, and there it is. EG holding it down for another win.
And a lot of that thanks to the time that was bought there by Darkus. You have him cycling those flashes into the owl drone so it can't get the information, can't get that tag off, ensures that it gets destroyed while blind. Then you have the blaze wall going in, another flash going in, just continuously trying to delay that push back through, especially after that off sightline was lost there by B-Dog thanks to the cage, just to provide that additional cover so he could look to reposition. It was Darkus for the stall there, which was really nicely done, and the rest of the team doing a great job following up on the trade.
Playing a partnership type of game. I do like a slower approach here. I mean, they've pretty much conditioned this team to feel like they need early info. So taking out Fake is going to be huge.
Changing things up from the conditioning that they had done. That's the first time I think we've seen them walk through the cyber cage over in a lobby, just completely catching Vic off guard.
Watch your eyes.
Oh, there it goes. Oh!
That's a rare miss from Floor.
Yeah, that looked honestly like, that's another rare miss from Floor. I don't know what's going on right now, but it seems like the timing really did offset Fluorescent. And now she's pushed all the way back over towards Elbow. It's become an awkward situation where, you know, they're trying to peek out and get this pick that they so desperately need, but B-Dog is waiting for them, just sitting inside of Garage. And this is where it becomes hard, right? The information's gonna come through. Sacred's gonna be able to identify where these players are, but it's a 2v3. B-Dog still has the operator. Mikey's still waiting to see if this team is going to push them out into the extremities, but B-Dog is there waiting for this pick to come through. All they need is one. The damage through the wall has been made, and it's really just over for them. ADG, they lose out again on an opportunity for a win.
Evil Geniuses hitting their stride here on the attacking side. ADG, they managed to get 2 rounds during the 6th and the 7th, but is still not able to do much more off the back of that. Now though, just taking a look at the general like ultimate economy at that last round, with the foresight that we saw coming through there for ADG means that their pockets will continue to be hurting for a while. I feel like they're giving them too much respect, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, the lines that Floor is holding with the operator are so passive right now. And we do see some contention for that A main control. But other than that, like some of that like very light bricks control, they were previously playing that pretty passive as well when Moves was looking to lurk as well. So it's kind of tough to say. Because I feel like we've seen those rounds, Gompers, where we've seen like the walks out towards mid. You get a little bit of information. But again, the respect of looking to fall back, try to be a little bit more disciplined. But when it comes down to a lot of these rounds too, they're just getting overwhelmed on these sites right now from EG.
Yeah, I mean, you play 2 games of this play style that EG have been repetitively giving you, and all of a sudden it's explosive. So it's so weird. It's like now you have to readjust to almost an entirely new team. B-Dog's absolutely killing it on the jet. It's difficult.
He's having a crazy series.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
Like genuinely, even though the KD looks crazy right now, but in some of the other matches, the KD wasn't anything like absolutely out of this world mind blowing, but the impact of those frags when he was getting those multi kills, like the heroics that he was pulling off in those moments, that is where it really felt like he was like taking over the server in those rounds, and now fully warmed up into a Haven where he's been a raid boss so far for Evil Geniuses. For you guys back home though, we do have a mini little pause. We do have a coach PC crash, so we'll hopefully get the bait game back and going for you guys. But man, Gumps, this is a fun map to be ending off Swiss stage on.
Oh my gosh, the energy is high. I really wondered, like, was this a pre-planned thing for EG? Because it's so different from the dynamic that we've seen so many times before. They used to run such a normal comp here of like the Viper and whatnot. So it is feeling like, you know, if this was a last second play coming through from the coach, I'm wondering if they saw just the strengths of each and every player in the previous games. I don't know, up for discussion for sure, but we're back into it. Ion there with the opening pick. Of course, being able to pick up a Vandal is going to be huge here for ADG.
Yeah, just dancing around those bullets really quick. Evil Geniuses. It's contact play.
Oh, and huge though, ADG, even though it is kind of a save round here, they're playing brilliantly with their utility and playing around it as well. So a thrifty round. We also still have so many ultimates now on the board.
That was such a good call from ADG too. Like Mikey being able to call that for the team after Ion gets that pick with I think it was a class. Was he using a classic in that round? Either way, being able to get the pick with the pistol and then picking up the Phantom afterwards and going for a 3-person swing into A main, that was really unlucky timing, honestly, for Darkest, but a really nice call, I think, from the defense and just re-clearing, retaking those spaces in the way that we kind of wanted to see from them, right? Again, not giving up too much for free, not giving them a little too much respect there.
Oh, and that's what we, like you said, ADG respecting them a bit too much. And it feels like now they've realized, you know, guys, we're not that bad. We could actually fight these fights and win. We've seen Fluorescent get crazy headshots, right, with the Sheriff in a 1v4. But this is the team to be worried about, ADG, and not the other way around. So I'm liking the proactivity coming outside of the B site, really trying to get some of these picks.
Yeah, good adjustments. This is kind of reminiscent of like what we saw on our first map with Split as well. It just taking quite a while for the changes to come in and the reads to come through, right? But things are still getting scrappy here in mid. Neither team really wanting to leave this space.
Yeah, over time actually separating themselves too. So I think there's a pattern. You know, we're starting to see ADG realize EG don't know how to respond to an aggressive defense. So keeping it over towards the A site. This is where the strengths of EG lie, though, is playing into this post-plant scenario. One more until Jakey can actually get that resurrection. So looking for that is going to be huge.
Yeah, I really want to get that not dead yet up online. Recoil's going to shoot out the camera. Floor going to get posted with the operator here. Blades will come out instead.
No, this is scary. I think Floor is the only thing that really is worrying me here. Seems like Jakey does actually get that not dead yet. This is huge. They're proactively running it down, knowing that they are the win condition in this very moment. The overhealed is there. They know that if they fight Vic, it's going to be a win. I mean, 7 health left. Not too much to worry about. So this is a very, very good round coming through from EG.
Yeah, it's a nice hold into that post plant there from Evil Geniuses, especially being down in numbers. Good crossfires were set up there on that A site. And it's just unfortunate. I think timing just wasn't quite right there for ADG. Fluorescent was quite early on the retake, and they were still also waiting for Vic to come in on that flank. Last round before he swapped sides, though. We're going to have ADG, again, posted up with a very similar setup that we see round for round. Operator, instead of playing over towards that deep C line that we've seen for her historically taking thus far in the map, she will shift into that sewers position instead. There is a passive position. Like, they don't have any A info right now.
Yeah. Kind of good, though. I mean, Jakey does have a bit of forgiveness here with the not dead yet. Obviously not wanting to use it too early on. But still proactively looking for a pick, feeling as though there is a bit more they could play for as they do start to move themselves outward. The Not Dead Yet comes through. They know all they need is a bit of time to slowly work themselves around, potentially looking for a second. But Mikey, he takes that pick. Now there's a bit more leeway here. This 3v4 with, of course, Darkest trying to find these picks, but Vic has been insane with the aim as of recent. And all they need is that smoke, is that hold from Fluorescent on the outskirts, the second smoke that they do still have to really keep things at bay. And as these peaks come through, the defusal is there. Nobody looking for any way to stop it.
I don't even understand what ends up going on in that round. Like, you are fully reliant on Jakey getting another pick in A main or just posing enough of a threat that ADG don't want to retake right away. But Jakey dies and nobody else is on site. Nobody else is holding the flood back. They have Vic up. You have those smokes to work with for that defuse. And unfortunately, being a bit aggressive there for Darkest isn't even able to like throw a molly onto that spike either to deny that defuse. Swapping sides now and kind of refocusing onto ADG being on that attacking side first. They're going to be looking to split over towards A. Evil Geniuses, though, want that aggressive peek in sewers.
Yeah. Oh, and the peak. Oh, it's unfortunate. B-Dog. It was a good time for them to kind of crunch that. But ADG, okay, they're looking better. They haven't lost anyone so early on in this pistol. You know, they have info as to where B-Dog is, and they know that he's not there alone. I mean, I feel like that's pretty much a given.
How they leave the player low HP to be that lurker, and Floor gets away with one.
Which is going to be huge. And the Floor likes that momentum. So, you know, once you get it, you can't really stop it. Here it is, too, though, already trying to keep the site under wraps. Ion has completely closed the angle that Moves is trying to fight for in the pistol round. It's looking even better than before. They are flawless on the attack. Now, I mean, they can really up that double duelist ante, and they're comfortable.
They definitely are. It is honestly just crazy, though, how... not just like how ADG are recovering into this, but because I feel like it's been pretty close after, you know, round 6 and whatnot. It's been back and forth, but it's crazy how close this map is. And to be honest, a lot of it for Evil Geniuses is, yo, B-Dog's got the backpack on right now. I'm gonna address the elephant in the room. Like, B-Dog is crushing it at the moment. We are seeing impactful kills from, you know, some of the other players, but without this performance that he's putting on right now, this is a very different map here. And ADG just look a little bit more composed.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I felt like, though, a little easier to kind of give B-Dog the help and assistance they need to frag out on the attack. I'm hoping that we still give that attention over towards B-Dog as we kind of continue over to the defense, because I think just utilizing this player in general is going to be huge now, though. With Sheriff and some patience, I really hope they do not move, because this is such good positioning on their end. Taking out two to start off. This is huge.
That second one on Ion was nice. Biting off a little more than he can chew, though. We're equalized in a 3v3.
Damage. The damage is huge. And it's unfortunate because everybody downed is on site, so it's not like EG can really just walk on and, you know, grab some extra weapons here. Actually, walk on they will. Seems like that wall is going to do a lot of dirty work, and Moves just waiting for it to disappear so they can at least get a pick. The Bulldog handed over, and this is big, but they miss, and it's unfortunate.
No, that's a crazy retake. That is a crazy retake here for Evil Geniuses. Nah, okay, Moves, I see you. He just Fortnite emoted on the...
Oh my gosh.
We're emoting right now with the finishers. But that smoke along, like that smoke going down from Jakey to be able to walk out on the site was so well done there by Evil Geniuses. And
wow.
They did such a good job of just like swarming around those players on site there. Oh, man. You really couldn't do too much there if you're Vic, because you're trying to look in every single direction.
Oh, wow. That was just like impressive, to be honest. I think that the separation of the wall that Darkest had put was crazy.
This divvies up so much space.
Yeah, and divvy up they will. They're actually feeling pretty confident moving forward. Just looking to try to get themselves back onto the B site here, especially with Vic is just literally sitting there. So if Ion can slowly work themselves up and allow them some space to get out of there, that's going to be good. Yep, already moved themselves over towards Garage. But this is the thing. There's so much util that we have standing for moves on the C site. So not only are we going to have to fight Garage and try to take out EG, Darkest is making the damage happen. And they've already lost 2 lives. So Spike is again sitting in an awkward position. Unable to really know what to do or what is going on. Information down in mid has been taken away as well. And it just becomes even harder for them to redeem themselves. So for ADG, you know, it really is just up to them to take the loss and kind of move on.
The lurk smoke out there here for Vic, but too aware with it, especially with that trip that has an eye on that front end of the smoke. They know he's
30
stuck.
seconds left.
Like he's completely sardine canned in from the team.
Flawless.
Oh.
Weapon here.
Flawless. I like it. I feel like we're getting a lot of those from EG lately.
We've been getting a lot of flawlesses from both teams.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the rounds are not like no contest, not that close for either side. It's like we see the really one-sided rounds, and then we have a few like very close rounds between both teams sprinkled in. But the rounds often feel very momentum heavy. Timeout now, called by ADG.
Oh,
after Evil Geniuses took away that anti-eco from them. Went out on that thrifty. Really shifted things as far as the economy here for ADG, of course. You also have a run it back online into this round as well, which I'm sure is part of the conversation here for ADG. What they're kind of expecting, what they want to plan to do themselves, since Ion's just 2 away from his.
Yeah.
We'll see if they go shopping for some more.
Question is, like, how do you readjust to this, what EG are kind of putting out? Because, I mean, I guess you could beg the question, like, they just have so much util to take onto site. Could we play the post plant now? I do feel like the aggression we're seeing on the defensive side is working out fairly well. It's just hard because it's a give or take, right? Is EG going to get a really good pick coming through from B-Dog, right? 21-9, or is there going to be something coming through from Vic this time?
Have to wait and see. Camera already dealt with there, so Sacred isn't going to get that peek into Garage that he's looking for.
Yeah, playing a bit more patient. Actually kind of liking this on the information. They're just playing a reactive game right now, right? Nobody up towards C long, so the information given away in mid kind of makes EG have a slight rotation today. They're switching sides.
I like this. You have Vic who's trying to lurk. He has been found out though. But Sacred being in this inserted position in Garage could absolutely change the game plan. And it will be a shift to that C side after Vic's position was revealed on the A side of the map. Is just B-Dog alone alongside a Trip and a Camera, with moves playing so far back into spawn at the moment.
The last time we saw B-Dog in this position, they didn't clear him. B-Dog was able to get an astounding 2. And I think right here in this position, it's going to work out well because they don't necessarily clear the backside. I mean, luckily enough, finally they will. So this, I guess all in all, it works out. They were proactive. They kind of kept it in their mind this time around as to their mistakes previously. But Darkest pushing in a bit too early, not having that assistance to really make it work. And with Fluorescent taken down and everybody else peeking, Vic is keeping the site. But this is it, right? Darkest alone to try to fight things off. But AG, they can't do it alone. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Vic has constantly been a problem, but Gompers, it's tough. We haven't really seen like the same kind of value out of the run it backs from Darkest as we have Ion throughout this map of Haven, unfortunately. His flashes, those mollies, the walls have been really great, though. I think a very good display of, you know, that supportive nature that Darkest does have. Like, the utility has been stellar to assist his team, but in moments like that, those firefights, going the way of ADG. Something that it has been reminiscent of previous maps there as well. It feels like they're typically a little bit quicker on those trades.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Kind of like playing hand in hand. And I do I like their positioning when it does come to these post plans, because Vic is very creative with the way they like to play with their team. I feel like that's why we do tend to see a lot of the time Vic is getting those trades.
Cage triggered.
Vic's impact has been absolutely palpable, but this flash out of the smoke, perfect for moves.
Yeah, looking beautiful. EG, they pop out, they know how to play together, and I'm liking this. Mikey's really just trying to stall for some of that time and make sure nobody is on that spike, but the damage has been made. You do still have Fluorescent alive. Now Mikey trying to make sure that the diffusal's not going to come through, but in due time, it will.
You know what? EG get their get back from the last half. They get to clap back and do it right to them as well. So big W there for Evil Geniuses. Really tough for the side of ADG, but the retake through that garage position was just really well played there, I think, by Moobs and Darkus using those flashes. Like, dude, how often do you see a Phoenix player with 18 assists? Let's be so honest right now, because normally when they're ripping the flashes, the Phoenix is typically just gonna go and get the kills anyways.
Yeah. Oh no.
But
for them, Phoenix's breach, it really does feel like at this point, they needed flashes, but they were also like, I don't really want someone who isn't gonna dive comp with us. So I like it. I like it.
And it's like, that's also not any shade to Dark. It's not like we're saying, okay, yeah, like Darkus is not frying or whatever. We absolutely know that Darkus can fry in the server, but it's just that style. Oh, I don't like it.
No.
Don't like it. That was really awkward. B-Dog gets caught out. Nobody was there to help him either.
And now there's a move. Darkus is feeling pretty confident. Okay. EG are not really playing around, it seems. And that being said, there's no really potential for them to play around, right? They have 2 ultimates on the board. They could completely clutch up the round. And now Jakey, just one more left. Even with a death, they're going to be able to have their resurrection, right? That very, very big, important step to the next round for EG. I mean, 11-7, dude, and it's getting harder every round.
And the ult economy is really healthy for EG as well. Sure, ADG, you can argue, yeah, they've cycled into some solid ult. The main one that you're looking at is going to be that run it back for Ion, as well as the knives here, the Blade Storm here for Fluorescent, and how ace she is with that eco ultimate. But when it comes down to actual like control on the map, like Evil Geniuses, they can pair that run it back and the Hunter's Fury together for a huge combo of success. We'll see if that does come up. The Dark is getting aggro right away. I like this.
Darkus also has the run it back though. They're not even using it. It's like there's so much trust in B-Dog being able to just trade. It's crazy that they don't care about what they were using. It's like, okay, run it back is there. We're just gonna use each other at this point. Ion now, I mean, trying their best to really get things back. Jakey, unfortunately, so bringing their ultimate in the wrong time. So this is huge. ADG, you know, they've taken out a pretty huge majority of this team. Fluorescent's playing a game that is deadly, and so is Ion. So these 2 duelists now are really fighting it back.
They really are, man. ADG, they get the round on the board, but that clapback, it was such a scrappy back and forth between both of these teams. Again, hey, I called it out. I mean, even though I was like, we know that Darkus can shoot back. He's just playing like a very supportive style. And the second I say that, 2 seconds later, he's gonna go get that 2K. The ADG, I think, honestly, again, insane heroics from the entire team. In those moments, they react so quickly. That's what.
Ooh. Okay, no, this is not safe. B-Dog jump peeking to see where they need to aim, which first of all is crazy work. Like a new tech that I didn't even know we would be pulling here.
Slowing things down now.
Oh gosh. timing is important too. And I like that, kind of offsetting. You know, seeing it's been a while. Maybe I should play for something weird here. And the creativity coming through from EG with this comp for sure. And B-Dog slowly working themselves to see what's going on in Garage and actually playing with this trip. So the moment that comes down, they're going to try to rush B-Dog. It gives some way to whoever's playing on the extremities of Garage to play alongside B-Dog and make sure that everything is fine. But a third one to come through and moves there to make sure EG stay in the game. Guys, this is not good. If EG win, ADG is out.
Yeah, but if EG win, EG is in.
EG is in.
So I guess, I mean, it's not good depending on who you're rooting for, if we're going to be honest. Who are you for again, Gompers?
I voted for EG.
Okay, we're on the same team. We're on the same team. We are not enemies today. But yeah, that was.
I think all day today, actually. We've been on the same team.
Okay, dap me up. Dap me up. That's what I want to hear. But man, timeout now to be called here by ADG. 4 rounds to try and take it to that overtime, but Evil Geniuses, just a quick adjustment in that last round. I think we saw some really cool plays being pulled out there as well, with some of the aggression that was coming through and some of those bait plays that were coming in on top of that. Generally just very nicely done here, ADG. This is a tough one to go into, I think, on the last round with a really broken bye.
Oh gosh. I like the way B-Dog was playing there. It's so weird, so quirky.
This goes here.
B-Dog forever. I'm feeling like a fangirl right now.
Like, why do I feel like you're gonna pull up to the next Challengers podcast with that on a shirt? B-Dog. With like the PNG from his player submitted profile. But anyways, okay, let's walk back in. We're walking back in for this potential last round of this
gosh,
map.
This is crazy. This could be it, but I don't know. I trust in ADG. We've been seeing some crazy stuff, and I do think some people fall under pressure, but pressure is there for ADG. And EG, they're applying themselves even more in seconds. A round win in seconds for Evil Geniuses to move on and leave behind ADG. This is insane. A last second switch of a composition, putting themselves in a very vulnerable position. I swear I'm not Eminem. I'm not spitting right now. Like, I'm not doing it on purpose, but that's crazy.
It is absolutely insane. I think there's just the general pace change, the style change from what we typically see Evil Geniuses playing, that style that we do see the calling from Darkest in these maps that were prior to Haven was so different, and the adjustment and making it look so good on Haven was honestly, it was chef's kiss. I really like the adjustment coming in from them. We wanted to see them more brawly, and that's kind of how you need to take it to a team like ADG.
I agree, and especially with, I think we're seeing a different side of this team as well, which I really like. I think EG, it just brought out something different. Like, we're so used to seeing this team that's so obedient with the meta and constantly trying to just kind of fit into what people are doing. So I like this change. I like the change of really just using people's strengths and the fact that, hey, we literally have B-Dog. Like, it doesn't matter. We can just allow B-Dog to be B-Dog. I don't know. I'm loving the changes. I'm loving what we're seeing. So I'm kind of excited. I'm happy to see EG move on. It was fun casting with you, Ash. It was a great time. So if you have any last words, anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a great day of Valorant overall. A really great adjustment that we saw from EGA. ADG, definitely sad to see this team go. That is for certain. I think that they also had issues with having to have a sub come in yesterday and whatnot, and it does make it a little bit tough and heartbreaking to say goodbye to the squad. But big congrats to Evil Geniuses Academy for moving on, and you were shutting out B-Dog. Man, I feel this is the most B-Dog series that we've gotten thus far, and if he's activated like this for playoffs, EG are cooking.
It's going to be very dangerous, guys. And you know what? I'm excited to be a part of it. So let's see. Let's see what happens. But don't go anywhere, guys. I know me and Ash are going to be gone, but the analyst desk is coming back, and we are going to get a very, very exciting interview. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trip. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
That has been massive in these D1 rounds, and now for it, taking the high ground. Nobody's expecting it. Give it all to him.
And congratulations to Evil Geniuses Academy for closing out this series and securing their spot in playoffs. Maybe a 4-3 record isn't the one you would want to go with, but you're there nonetheless after an incredible series. That was Haven as well, where we got to see the composition switch. We got to see a lot more aggression coming out from the team, and we got to see B-God. Damn it, he just went crazy. We were talking about, so excited to see him back on this jacket, like, just so much. He did not disappoint, like, well-deserved coming out from the Geniuses.
Yeah, I think Ash said it best. It felt like we're back in 2022 prime time for B-Dog. Like, that was unreal. The amount of multi-kills he was able to have was just insane. But the rest of the team playing around with this new comp, who knows if they even scrimmed with it. And this whole time, it just felt like a battle of these, like, group team fights. There wasn't even, like, heavy straps. There wasn't any mind games. It was just an absolute brawl. And I gotta say, ADG, they put up a fight. They did not want to go out here. We saw it with a lot of their reactions. One round comes to mind was that reacting into a long after getting picked off short. And that's how it felt like every single round. Like, there was no slowing down for either of these teams. It's just B-Dog felt unstoppable, and having the rest of the team to have their moments to step up as well and just ultimately support him in that it was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, seeing everybody kind of just be completely unshackled for this game felt very on cue against a team like ADG, who was going to go down swinging regardless of how every single interaction went. Just full confidence mode, and it worked out so well with B-Dog at the helm. But, I mean, it gotta be said how well Jakey also did on this Clove, felt so much more active, so much more willing to go on the front lines and be that extra body available to deal some damage. And these plant ups by Darkest, I think he ended with like 20 assists after that map was done. It was something unbelievable, but like everybody felt so in their zone for this game.
They really, really did. And I love it when we can see a team that looks just to be so in their zone when we are seeing these swaps that we really didn't anticipate going into Haven, right? Just really showing the flexibility of the team and like the firepower. We talked about it so much, but we talked more so in the series, the aggression from ADG, and be able to see here an EGA and LE2 match that combined with just the calling powers of Darkest combined. I mean, with Egon in the server, it was so nice when it all came together.
Yeah, and one thing that immediately comes to mind that kind of was highlighted in this match is just the chemistry that EGA have been able to build up with how well they were able to kind of make plans on the go, constantly have each other's backs and win out rounds just by brawling together on the fly. That's so impressive. And I'm curious to see who the main voice in all of that was, or was all of them calling in their little groups? What was the voice of reason behind everything that they were doing? Because it could be either way. Like that's just one thing that I'm genuinely wondering for this team, because that's also something they can implement in their future matches, even if they are playing a little more structured. The fact that we've seen they are able to pull this out at a map's notice, I guess, is very impressive. I'm also hoping to see them continue forward with that amount of confidence that they brought into this match.
I mean, I hope it's confidence we see going on forward for sure, because they still have more matches to play. I mean, this is going to be a point now for EG that even if it's taken them this long to really come together, I mean, it was the Darkest coming into this roster he hadn't necessarily competed with before, right? It was Recoil getting used to the system. But I feel like, too, now that we've gotten to this point, Emily, it's just really nice. For ADG, this is the end of the road, but I mean, it was definitely a well-fought one to get to this point.
Well fought and very impressive with, what teams they were able to take down and how far they were able to make it. Literally the very last stretch of this Swiss bracket. But EGA, I gotta say, I'm so stoked to see them moving forward. I think every match they've gone a bit better, and their playoff runs in the past haven't been the greatest. They've fallen short. But I really believe with this roster, if they keep on focusing and improving and locking in like they did today and just kind of showing up for their matches, I have no doubt that they're going to make it the furthest run they've ever had.
Yeah, I know an untested skill ceiling is all the rage nowadays, but nothing really beats a bunch of players that have been good for some time and can be so much better. And all 5 of the players on EGA fit the bill. They have such greater heights that they can ascend to going into the playoff bracket. It truly could be only up from here.
It really, really is. But we got to talk once more about just B-Dog and just like the impact again, because I mean, we've gotten to see a lot from him within his time within DCL, just Valorant in general, right? But again, like the Jet tenor, that is the agent I want to see him on. I feel like that's the one where he shines, and it was just really nice to see on the day.
Yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. He felt so confident and so condensed. He was alone so much of the game and yet went unpunished. Even when he lacked util in his kit, it just felt like he was invincible on some of these rounds. That operator, it was just a god stick in his hands.
I mean, he's called B-God for a reason, right? So with him with the God stick, I mean, it just worked out so well. And we have none other than B-God. I mean, B-Dog on the line now for Phillips Norelco interview. My friend, you were just on fire this series. We've been so nostalgic on the desk. We've been talking about, the good old days, seeing you on Jet all of the time. You have taken so many different looks throughout your time in Valorant, but we've seen so much Jet lately, and it's been so nice. Do you feel like, yes, I am just back?
Yes, bro. Like, honestly, it's so nice because, like, I don't know, it's just full throwback today. Like, first of all, I'm playing Vic. And it's just like, that's my boy right there. We played for like so long together. And just like, second of all, yeah, like I'm just on Jet all the time. I legit just get to do what I want. And it's so awesome. And like, sometimes when we're running these like double initiator comps, like my mind is just back in 2022. Like it legit feels like that long ago. Like that's like how long it's been since I was doing this, and it's just like so awesome to be doing it still.
I mean, it's been incredible to see your journey, and I love the flexible looks you had throughout the rosters. But again, this is definitely our favorite with this Jett. And is this kind of just like more response to meta? Is it just like, okay, the team recognizes your skill on this? Like, why is it that we just get to see so much Jett recently?
I think it's just like I think I'm really good on the other characters, but straight up my team was just like, bro, just you're a Jett player, just play Jett. And I was like, all right, fine. Like I'm still trying to convince them, you know, like on some other maps, like I could play something else, but you know, I mean, my Jett is good, you know, so like, there's a reason why I'm doing it, and it's just like all those things, you know. It's like I'm so confident on it, comfortable on it, I know what I'm doing on it to a T, and my team sees that and recognizes that, and they just want me to like play into that.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to talk a little bit about this series and specifically the composition we get to see heading into Haven. Is this more of a response to ADG and this aggression? Is this something you guys have been cooking up? Because it kind of is seeing Darkest on the Phoenix, seeing Jakey on the Clove. Like we were kind of thrown for a little bit of a loop.
Bro, well, let me just say, like we were planning to play this comp, but like straight up, I will tell everyone that we were not planning to play with these roles specifically. Like we were supposed to have, Darkest was not supposed to be on Phoenix, but he turned out great on Phoenix, so all is good. But it was not the plan originally, and you know, we come in game day and this guy, someone is on the team, not gonna name names, but he was straight up just like, yeah guys, I don't know about the Phoenix, can I play Sofa? I was like, brother. And we just put Darkest on the Phoenix, we ran the comp anyways, and we just felt so comfortable on it, and it was so fun.
I wonder who that could have been that asked to be on Sova instead then. I wonder. I mean, I love that there is that input then going into the series, right? He's like speaking up, hey, maybe that's quite it. You guys switch things up. And I'd love to talk about the voices going into the team. Obviously, we see Darkest IGLing, but how much input do we get across the board, like both before the match and within it as well?
I mean, to be honest, this is probably the most like, for better for worse, like the most individualistic team I played on. Like everyone is so strong in what they want to play. Like for example, with like Recoil, like he's straight up just like, yeah, I'm not gonna play this today. Like everyone is so certain on like the way they want to play, what they want to play. So I would literally say every single player, besides maybe Darkest and I, are like really set on like what they want to do, and they're voicing themselves constantly. Like they want to do this. Like it's gonna be known what they want to do, and we're gonna usually try to like build around that. But sometimes you have to compromise. But like everyone is voicing their opinion basically on this team.
I mean, that everyone gets that voice too, right? That's, I think, really important. Last but not least, it has definitely been a journey throughout this stage 3, but you have officially secured your spot in playoffs. It's still alive. How are you feeling with this playoff runs ahead of you?
I mean, honestly, I always tell the teams I'm on, like I've been playing Challengers for like, I don't know, 3 years, and somehow I am always in these game 7s where it's like we're 3-3 and they're must wins. I'm actually so cursed, but I say more often than not, we win these, and we did today, and I'm so excited to go in. We're gonna be like 7th, 8th seed, playing, you know, one of the 1 or 2 seeds, and just like that too, like I've unfortunately done that like my whole career, and I'm so looking forward to it because it's just the feeling of these games that we've had today, yesterday, is just gonna keep building. You know, the intensity, the passion, just like the fun we're gonna have is just gonna keep building, and so that's what I look forward to most in playoffs.
I love that. And hey, we'll look at it as a blessing if you're still getting to play in these playoffs, right? Not a curse. It just means we get to see more female. I mean, this was a fantastic performance today. You deserve your rest, so I'll let you go. But thank you so much for the chat.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Back over to the analyst. That's for us. Oh my gosh, the tea with the darkness on the face. I love that. But hey, I mean, it's a strategy that Emily just works so well for the team. And again, it calls back to kind of just like the confidence and the skill across the board. We can see these switches on the day. Like that was awesome.
I mean, I love their flexibility. I love their trust within each other to actually allow those changes and feel confident in it, even if it is last minute. And it just goes to show again the chemistry that they've been able to build up, and something that's gonna, like, we're hopefully going to continue to see moving forward. And also, I just got to end again. B-Dog supremacy. Bree, never mind. I actually choked. It's fine. B-Dog supremacy.
B-Dog
B-God,
supremacy.
everything is wonderful. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
You just got nervous in his presence. I get
really
it.
did,
I understand.
That's
Like,
the
oh my
GOAT. That's the OG.
That's the Jet God right there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Jet and a B God and an EGA that we'll get to see more of going on forward because, yeah, they are in playoffs. It is going to be a tough one, though, as said. I mean, you're coming in as one of the lower seeds. It's going to be a tough ride from there. Already looking at this is all confirmed matches, by the way. They're going to be facing SRB, one of the top core who we got to see earlier take their win up against M80. Tenric, these are going to be some crazy matches.
Dude, stage 1 champions taking on the stage 2 champions to figure out who might be our stage 3 champions. It feels so nice to start out a match, to have our starting match be that. But yeah, watching Shopify take on Evil Geniuses Academy, that'll be a really fun matchup between two teams that have developed so cerebrally over this stage. I mean, seeing Sad, who made it in, you know, a little earlier than they normally do, taking on an Energy Academy that is just starting to come out of the woodwork. I mean, this is going to be some real top level stuff out the gate here.
I mean, I'm just looking at that first matchup. You know, I believe the core coach today was talking about how they really want to face M80 and start to get a lot of those revenge matches. And I think that's a perfect way to start the playoffs off. And for M80, I'm excited to see them come back. I feel like I haven't watched them in forever. Who knows what they're cooking up?
I mean, by the time I got my first day over stage 3, they're already qualified. I haven't seen them at all, so I cannot wait for playoffs. I mean, this stage 3 for these teams has been grueling. This last stretch has been so insane, but this is so deserved for the teams that have made it, and I cannot wait to see who is going to be our stage 3 champion. As for us, that's it for today, and that's it for our regular season. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Playoffs are just around the corner. We'll see you then.
So, I mean, what else can you do other than really, I mean, utilize everything you have here? Seems like core is slowly diminishing these numbers, though. So, some potential here. We can kind of catch out what's happening on the right-hand side. This is where the worry starts. There is a really beautiful crosshold that could work perfectly for Boomy.
Such a nice contact play coming out there.
I like this. Smoke comes down, it gives at least Fly a little bit to work with here, but is the live swing gonna happen? They know that information is there in the core, they just follow up on it, so a flawless round.
Spoil out of the picture.
Oh yeah, exactly what we need to see. In the opening rounds, taking that first pick, and listen, recoil is down, so they have to go into site, barely any information given, they can't play the post plant with anything other than maybe Jakey watching Heaven in the extremities, getting these picks in, and you can see they're actively having to
in for this potential last round of this
gosh,
map.
This is crazy. This could be it, but I don't know. I trust in ADG. We've been seeing some crazy stuff, and I do think some people fall under pressure, but pressure is there for ADG and EG. They're applying themselves even more.